the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Scythe and Bugs. Creature can certainly recover from his injuries with the Fountain of Eternal Life, but that will take a lot of time, and Feng said that he didn't want to wait and wanted revenge now. He is not a gentleman, and there is no such thing as revenge in 10 years. According to Feng's character, he always takes revenge now. If he has a grudge, even if he can't take revenge, he will harass you all day long, such as making an anonymous call in the middle of the night to ask you to get up and flush the toilet, or putting some firecrackers that explode when thrown under the toilet seat, and when you sit down, haha, that thing is so exciting. Besides, Feng himself doesn't know when the quantum energy in his body will start to disappear. What if he has no time to take revenge and can only return to the Marvel world in disgrace? Whose revenge has become a demon in the heart? The portal doesn't give him a chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, Feng picked up the long stick and prepared to check whether the long stick with a long knife can still provide him with spellcasting assistance. If the auxiliary ability is still there, then he will release the healing spell on creature, which will not only speed up creature's healing speed, but also improve his proficiency in healing spells. After a long time, Feng looked at the scythe in his hand with twitching eyes. To say that the quality of this long stick is indeed excellent. Even if a long knife is stuck on one end, it can still knock out the club and fully play the function of the magic wand. But the long knife is also stuck on a rune somewhere. As long as Feng makes a slight mistake when pulling out the long knife, the auxiliary ability of this long stick that has been with Feng for a long time will be greatly reduced, and even the auxiliary function of the long stick will be directly scrapped. Now, Feng has not completed the general level yet. Only by holding the long stick can he fully exert his strength. If he accidentally breaks the long stick, his strength will at least drop by more than half, and then the journey of revenge will jump directly from the simple level to the hell level. With a little helplessness, Feng looked at the long knife on the top of the long stick with disdain. If the long knife is not pulled out, the long stick can still provide auxiliary capabilities as before, but this sickle with a long and reversed blade looks weird, no matter how you look at it, which does not conform to Feng's aesthetics at all. Feng sighed in annoyance and reached for the hilt. He still wanted to see if he could pull out the long sword, but when Feng's fingers just touched the hilt, he suddenly felt a suction force coming out of the long sword, as if he wanted to suck his soul into the long sword, and scared Feng to immediately let go of the hilt. After calming down, Feng, who felt that the long sword was too strange, opened his Dharma eye and looked at the long sword. He saw a black cat ghost with big and pointed ears, jagged teeth, and two upright tails sealed in the long sword. Feng was stunned. He had seen this thing when he watched anime. It was the Nakomata of Sashi country. Nakomata is a cat-shaped ghost that can speak human language and has magical powers. Some of them are kind by nature and often transform into girls to get close to humans. Let's not talk about the evil ones. Just like the one in the long sword, sucking blood and flesh is a normal operation, but no matter whether it is good or evil, the legendary cat has its own consciousness and can communicate with people normally, but this one sealed in the long sword, Feng feels that except for instinct, the whole consciousness seems to be muddled. Feng scratched his head. The vengeful spirit is also a kind of undead. Feng should be able to communicate with the other party in the language of the dead, but I don't know whether this cat can't speak the language of the dead, or cats are not human and can't speak the language of the dead. Anyway, after Feng asked a few questions, the other party was like a fool and didn't respond at all. What should I do if I can't communicate? Feng chose not to communicate anyway. Besides Yamadi, he couldn't understand a word of Sashi language. Even if this cat can communicate, what's the use? It's a vengeful spirit from the Sashi kingdom, and maybe it speaks Sashi language. Can the cat rely on Yamadi to communicate all day? It would be strange if Feng could understand it. But since the cat has instincts, how did the previous assassin hold the handle of the knife without being affected? Li Feng is a wizard after all, and a wizard who is proficient in spirit magic. There is no reason why he needs to spend a little energy to resist the instinct of the cat, while the assassin does not care about the instinct of the cat and uses the long sword in various ways. You can't say that Li Feng's strength is not as good as the assassin. What is the battle between the two? The assassin kindly gave Li Feng equipment. Li Feng touched his chin and thought about the encounter with the assassin in his mind. Suddenly, Li Feng realized something and turned his head to look at the skull mask that he had thrown aside. At first, Li Feng was just curious about how this mask could withstand the burning of the fierce fire. He thought it was some rare magic material and planned to bring it back for a search. After all, it looks ugly when the wizard wears a skull on his face. When the research is done, the mask will be recycled and decomposed into materials so that it can be used when forging magic props in the future. But now it seems that this skull mask and the long sword are matched. Nowadays, long swords are not equipped with scabbards, but masks instead. Is this considered a cross-species combination? With some speechlessness, Li Feng picked up the skull mask and carefully checked it. There was nothing on the surface of the mask, but there were a lot of complicated rune arrays engraved inside the mask. Not long after, Li Feng, who checked the skull mask inside and out, said that he not only did not understand the function of these runes, but also made himself dizzy. The only thing he understood was that even if an ordinary person put on this skull mask, they could ignore the instincts of the cat in a short period of time. As for what would happen if Li Feng, who already had some strength, put on the skull mask, Li Feng said that he dared to sleep with a long sword without being afraid of the cat. Since the functions of the long sword and the mask were understood, Li Feng of course put on the mask and continued to try to pull out the long sword. However, when Li Feng pulled out the long sword for a while, he felt bitterly that the runes on the long stick had signs of collapse. Li Feng was a little puzzled. His actions were already careful enough, so how could he still destroy the runes on the long stick? When Li Feng checked the long stick and the long sword again, he realized that he had forgotten the magic breaking ability of the long sword. That is to say, while he was drawing the sword, the magic breaking ability of the long sword was also destroying the runes on the long stick. Now, the runes on the long stick were destroyed to the edge of breaking by his own action of drawing the sword. Although the spellcasting auxiliary ability was still there, the function of knocking the stick was lost. After all, when knocking people, the long sword would be affected, and it would destroy the runes. You can tell me what happened. Seeing that his strength was about to break through, the long stick could also be gloriously laid off. This happened inexplicably. There was nothing he could do. Li Feng had no choice but to hold the fragile long stick and cast healing spells on creature. As for what to do with the sickle, just use it as it is and make a new long stick when returning to the Marvel world, or simply don't use the long stick after the general level and replace it with a long sword as a self-defense weapon when the enemy approaches. After all, the lethality of the long sword is much stronger than that of the long stick. One night later, after soaking in the fountain of eternal life for a night, creature left the fountain alive and well. He just looked at Li Feng with a strange look in his eyes. He blinked his eyes and asked curiously, "Boss, are you going to be the god of death?" The god of death. Li Feng was stunned for a moment, followed creature's gaze to the sickle in his hand, then looked down at the skull mask in his hand in confusion, and finally looked at the black cloak on his body. Wearing a black cloak, a skull mask on his head, and a sickle on his shoulder, Li Feng's eyelids twitched. Yes, it's really the image of the god of death. Li Feng shook his head, drove the image of the god of death out of his mind, stretched out his hand to open the portal to the city of the dead and said, "Since you have recovered, let's go find reinforcement for revenge." After that, Li Feng returned to the city of the dead with a confused creature. Creature was very curious. Who other reinforcement Li Feng was talking about? Looking at the endless desert and the ruined city of the dead, Li Feng smacked his lips and said, "Desert, you are all sand." Creature behind Li Feng twitched his eyes, thinking that his boss might have soaked in the eternal spring water for too long, causing water to enter his brain. Just as creature was considering whether to make a suggestion and let Li Feng stay in the desert for a few more days, so that the spring water in his brain could be dried up by the strong sun in the desert, Li Feng gently knocked the ground with his sickle. Soon, a large number of scarabs broke out of the ground under Li Feng's call. Li Feng looked at the scarabs around him, although they were gathering more and more, but he always felt that the number was a little small. After thinking about it, he opened the portal and first sent these scarabs to the border between Kin and Sashi, hiding them underground, and then turned himself into a ball of black mist to look for pyramids in the desert, preparing to summon more scarabs. A single scarab may seem ferocious, but Li Feng knew clearly that not to mention a single scarab, even a small group of scarabs would only become a skewer when facing the Yin Yang Master. What he wanted was a sea of insects that were so numerous that they ignored spells. As for whether the scarabs would be driven to extinction by him, this was not within Li Feng's consideration. Anyway, the scarabs could not be brought back to the Marvel world, so it was better to use them as consumables now, which was considered to be the best use of them. Since not all pyramids had scarabs, Li Feng could only helplessly take creature to run around in the desert to find as many scarabs as possible. Until the sky gradually darkened, Li Feng himself did not know how many scarabs he had summoned. He only knew that his mana was about to be exhausted. If he did not rest, he would be useless. Only then did he look at the desert reluctantly, turn around and open the portal to return to Kin to restore his mana. It was hard for Xiao Zheng not to know that Li Feng was holding scarabs on the border of Kin. He even went to the border in person to catch a scarab for a search. The scarabs seemed very obedient under Li Feng's orders, but their sharp teeth still reminded Xiao Zheng that they were not easy to mess with, and they were also social creatures who liked to attack in groups. Xiao Zheng carried a scarab and found Li Feng, who was sitting cross-legged to recover his mana. He wanted to kindly remind Li Feng that, although the insect-tide tactics seemed invincible, it had a fatal flaw. However, before Xiao Zheng got close, he saw hundreds of dementors hovering around Li Feng. Xiao Zheng narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and then turned away with a smile. He understood that Li Feng obviously knew that the flaw of the insect-tide tactics was himself. As long as the scarab lost Li Feng's control, a group of insects with only the instinct to eat would be nothing to the Yin Yang Master. It would not be difficult to kill or control the scarab. But the premise is that the Yin Yang Master must kill Li Feng, otherwise who can control the scarab better than Li Feng? He is a professional in playing with insects, and even has 2 scriptures to assist him. Chapter 127 Negotiation. Emperor Shao, named Hirohito, was the 124th Emperor of Japan. He ascended the throne in 1926 and remained in power until 1989. This bastard was the longest serving and longest lived emperor of Japan, ruling for 63 years, which means that he had been squatting on the throne of the emperor during World War II, and he was the kind of person who did not do anything but did bad things. Although Li Feng is now in 1927, and the internet has not even appeared yet, and it is not possible to upload a video of a rooster laying eggs in the morning and people all over the world know about it in the evening, but Hirohito still feels Alexander and feels that he is wronged. Before, Hirohito finally waited for his father to die last year, and happily ascended the throne of the emperor. As a result, he was not happy for a few days, and Xiao Zheng, who had magic, suddenly appeared in the Sashi kingdom and occupied the mineral veins everywhere. He was still ridiculously strong and treated the Yin Yang Master like a little chicken and killed him at will. Originally, Xiao Zheng had made him unable to eat or sleep well, and he was so worried that he pulled his hair like pulling weeds, pulling them in handfuls. Now, there is no solution to Xiao Zheng's problem, and a big brother who can control insects has appeared out of nowhere and started a big show of insect siege. Do you think Sashi country is so good? They go to it for earthquakes, for mine robberies, and now for insect plagues. The most terrible thing is that the scarab beetle siege of the city is no longer just Sashi country's private matter. Leaders of various countries are craning their necks to watch Sashi country, and they all want to know how Sashi country will deal with this supernatural event, so that they can come up with corresponding countermeasures in time when there is an insect plague or a rebellion by extraordinary people in their own country in the future. When Hirohito was so angry that he pulled out the last few strands of hair, a man named Abe Tsukayoshi, who was born in a family of Onmyaji and was a direct descendant of the Tsuchimikado family, finally came up with an idea for negotiation. This descendant of Abe Hiroaki told the emperor that the reason for the negotiation was simple. These scarabs were Egyptian products. It was unreasonable for them to appear in Sashi country inexplicably. In addition, the scarabs now only killed people who left the city without permission after besieging the city, which clearly showed that the person behind the scenes had another purpose. No matter what the other party's purpose is, the negotiation at least shows that we are trying to rescue the people, which is better than waiting here for other countries to laugh at us. Hirohito thought it made sense, patted the Onmaya's shoulder to indicate that the other party was fully responsible for the matter, and he patted his butt and turned back to the harem, preparing to find a partner in the harem to vent his inner pressure. On the other hand, Abe Tsukayoshi, who was considered to be in charge of the power, was overjoyed to get the appointment letter. After going home and calling his younger brothers to talk, he decided to divide the negotiation into two parts. On the surface, Ampei Zuyan requested to negotiate with Li Feng in a big way, and the bigger the entourage, the better, to make Li Feng feel that Sashi country valued his strength, and to make even a blind person think that this was a signal from Sashi country to make friends or win over Li Feng. Secretly, it was just the opposite. A large number of Shikigami or ninjas wearing kin costumes were sent to try to kill Li Feng. Even if the assassination failed, it didn't matter, as long as Li Feng believed that these assassins were sent by Zhao Zeng. For this reason, the Yin Yang Master even thought of the reason for Zhao Zeng to do this for Li Feng, saying that Zhao Zeng saw that Li Feng's scarab army was very strong, and was worried that, if Li Feng was bribed by Sashi country, he would be the one who would be unlucky, so Zhao Zeng simply killed Li Feng to eliminate future troubles. Unfortunately, this Yin Yang Master didn't know the relationship between Li Feng and Zhao Zeng, so all this was in vain, and it was unclear whether to say that Li Feng was lucky or the assassin who had assassinated him before was unlucky. The assassin who had assassinated Li Feng before happened to be on the list of the entourage this time. Li Feng saw that the 3-day deadline agreed upon by him and Zhao Zeng was about to expire, and his choice difficulty syndrome also occurred at this time. He chose to go to Kin State to keep the appointment and help Zhao Zeng protect the soldiers from harassment by the Yin Yang Master. Then he would definitely put the scarab into a dormant state, or simply order the scarab to rush into the city and kill people. He would take the opportunity to create some vengeful spirits and wait for Zhao Zeng to deal with the reinforcement of various countries before choosing a new city to continue playing the game of insect-tide siege. Another choice is naturally that Li Feng ignores Zhao Zeng and continues to play the game of insect-tide siege until revenge is completed, but Li Feng is not sure whether Zhao Zeng will cause trouble for him. After all, Zhao Zeng has been the emperor for a long time, and he hates villains who don't keep their words the most, and Li Feng can't beat Zhao Zeng. Zhao Zeng, who is far away in Kin State, seems to understand what Li Feng is struggling with. Before Li Feng makes a final decision, he sends someone to convey that Li Feng should continue his siege plan, and the only requirement is to return to Kin State every hour to take care of it. Li Feng was stunned after receiving the news, and then realized that his siege plan could also attract many Yin Yang Masters, so there would naturally be fewer Yin Yang Masters harassing Zhao Zeng. In addition, Li Feng also had a portal to return to Kin at any time to deal with the Yin Yang Masters who were fishing in troubled waters. Zhao Zeng naturally dared to go to the reinforcement of various countries alone to use his big moves. After understanding Zhao Zeng's thoughts, Li Feng stayed there with peace of mind and waited for the Yin Yang Masters to come. Due to the limitations of the times, even if Abe Tsukayo, who came to negotiate, took a special plane to rush to the city surrounded by scarabs as soon as possible, the plane could not fly there at any time, and Abe Tsukayo had to spend time to summon assassins, so Li Feng waited for several days. When all the dementors touched their round bellies and said that they could not absorb any more happiness, Li Feng in the air held a bucket of beer and looked curiously at the team below wearing gorgeous and festive kimonos, holding signs with the word Sashi country, and approaching him in a mighty and orderly manner. Li Feng scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Creature, this is the wedding procession, right?" The man in the middle of the procession has several layers of white paint on his face, so he should be the groom, right? By the way, don't these people know that there is a swarm of insects surrounding the city? They are still thinking about getting married at this time. Is she overthinking, or is she just too bold? Do you think I should send the scarabs to grab some wedding candies To share in the good fortune? Creature blinked his eyes inexplicably and grinned. Boss, send the scarabs to block the road. I don't know if you can share in the good fortune, but I'm sure the scarabs will like it. After all, they can have a full meal. While Li Feng was observing the negotiation team on the ground, the assassin who had previously assassinated Li Feng looked angrily at the mask on Li Feng's face and the long knife on the long stick. The guy who bought my food is in the other party's hands. After thinking for a while, the assassin who came to the assassination plan of Tsukiyoshi bent his back and lowered his head, walked quickly to Tsukiyoshi, and said, "Sir, there is a loophole in the previous plan." Tsukiyoshi looked at Li Feng with his peripheral vision and released his Shikigami. When the Shikigami confirmed that there were only his own people around, Tsukiyoshi asked with a straight face, "I remember you are a ninja from Igaryu." The assassin understood that Tsukiyoshi mentioned Igaryu specifically because he didn't trust himself. After all, the survival methods of ninjas from Igaryu and Kogaryu were completely different. Kogaryu survived by being loyal to their master and didn't have to worry about what to eat next. But Igaryu was different. They only had a monetary employment relationship with their employers. As for loyalty or not, it depended on how much money you recharged. The assassin froze and said with a fake smile, "Sir, although I'm an Igaryu ninja, I'm also from the Sashi country, so I still have some loyalty." Tsukiyoshi narrowed his eyes and asked, "You mean you know this wizard flying in the air, and you know that the other party is not from my Sashi country?" The assassin nodded slightly and quickly told him about his encounter with Li Feng in Zhao Zeng's military camp. At the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, this person's magic may be very strong, but his melee ability is too poor. As long as we find a way to hide and avoid the shadow around Li Feng and get close to him, I'm sure I can kill Li Feng with one blow." Tsukiyoshi glanced at Li Feng, thought for a while, and said to the assassin, "What's your name?" The assassin was delighted, bowed 90 degrees and said, "My humble name is Shida Daishin." Tsukaryu looked at Shida Daisuke with satisfaction and whispered, "Since the other party is in cahoots with Zhao Zeng, the previous plan to frame Zhao Zeng is naturally invalid. However, since you have fought with the other party and know his weaknesses, the task of assassination will be handed over to you." After that, Tsukaryu turned his head and ordered the guards around him, order the negotiation team, to set up camp on the spot. Do not approach the other party easily before finding out whether this person has let the scarab besiege the city as part of Zhao Zeng's plan. Halfway through his words, Tsukaryu suddenly remembered something and said with narrowed eyes, "Notify the emperor as soon as possible. I suspect that the purpose of this person's siege is to attract the attention of us Onmyoji and reduce the number of Onmyoji around the emperor, making it easier for Zhao Zeng to kidnap His Majesty the Emperor." On the side, Shida Daisuke looked at Tsukaryu with admiration, and then looked at Li Feng in the air with deep contempt, and said slowly, "Sir, we ninjas can't fly. Do you think you can trick this person to the ground, or cast a spell for us, and find a way for us to get close to the other party?" Tsukaryu narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, then nodded and said to the guard, "Send a few people to inform the other party, saying that we are the envoys of the Sashi country, and negotiate with the other party with goodwill. What era is it now? We are all civilized people, so we should not just fight and kill all day long." The guard glanced at Shida Daishin. Although Tsukaryu did not elaborate, he still understood that these messengers who came to Li Feng to pass the message were just bait to lure the other party to the ground. Even if Shida Daishin needed it, these messengers who passed the message would have to drag the other party to death if necessary, so that Shida Daishin could complete the assassination. In other words, only the Death Warriors could be responsible for these messengers. The guard was somewhat unhappy that the Death Warriors he had worked so hard to train for the Emperor were given to others to play with, especially since the one who played the Emperor's Death Warriors was the Igaryu ninja who only recognized money and not people. But this matter was ordered by Tsukaryu himself. There was no other way. The guard personally selected a few kind-looking people from the Death Warriors and handed them over to Shida Daishin. After explaining his plan to several assassins, Daisuke Shida looked at Li Feng, who was wearing a skull mask, with a sneer. He took several ninjas who were also from the Iga school, quietly walked to a distance, entered invisible mode, and quietly followed behind the assassins. Chapter 128 End. At the beginning, Oda Daisuke explained to the three dead warriors that Li Feng had guards that ordinary people could not see, and these shadowy guards were born with ice. During the introduction, Oda Daisuke also boasted about how brave he was at the time, and he almost killed Li Feng, but he did not expect these shadowy guards to suddenly appear beside him, freezing his whole body instantly, causing his stabbing movement to be a beat slower, which allowed Li Feng to turn his head to avoid the fatal knife, and the opponent seized the opportunity to complete the spell, forcing him to abandon his weapon and turn around to flee. The three dead warriors glanced at Li Feng in the sky obscurely, and they looked at each other, knowing the existence of the dementors, nodded slightly, and turned away. After a while, the translator, who didn't know he was walking on the road to the underworld, noticed that there was more and more frost on the roadside. He couldn't help but complain to the three dead soldiers behind him who were wrapped in cotton clothes, as if they were in winter. "Why is it getting colder here? Do you know why you wear so many clothes? By the way, does anyone among you have extra clothes? Please give me one." The translator said so, and his tone was calm, as if he was discussing with the three people to borrow a piece of clothes. But when the translator spoke, his eyes were staring at the three people's clothes. It was so obvious that even a blind person could see that he wanted the three people to choose one of them to take off his clothes on the spot. If it were normal times, the low-ranking dead soldiers might really take off their cotton clothes to let the translator keep warm. But now, the dead soldiers put on cotton clothes not only to keep themselves warm, but also to ensure that they are not affected by the cold, so as not to be unable to provide support to Shida Daisuke in time, because of frozen joints in the battle later. What does the translator's warmth and coldness matter to his combat effectiveness? Don't they know that they are here to fight? It seems that the stupid translator really doesn't know. The three dead men who knew they were going to die, but still had a smile on their faces, ignored the translator's words. "The camp is behind us. Who would bring extra clothes with them at this time? If you want clothes, just say it directly. Even if you say it, I won't give it to you." Seeing that the three guards ignored him, the translator had a gloomy face and silently remembered the appearance of the three dead men in his heart. While preparing to report back to Abe Tsukiyoshi, he looked up and shouted to Li Feng in poor Chinese, "Sir." Hello. Li Feng in midair had already seen that the four people in front of him were all ordinary people, and the real people with magic power were still hiding in the camp in the distance. After thinking about it, Li Feng lowered his altitude and casually threw the empty wine barrel in front of the translator. He interrupted the translator's words with an unhappy face and shouted loudly, "My robbery, you, leave the wine, otherwise you will die." The translator was confused. "Do you have any misunderstandings about the language of Sashi country? And where are there robbers who specialize in robbing wine these days?" On the other side, Shida Daishin, who had entered the invisible state, saw that although Li Feng had lowered his altitude, it was still not the best time for him to launch a sneak attack. After thinking about it, he passed some information to the other invisible ninjas, indicating that everyone should continue to approach and surround Li Feng and quickly launch a sneak attack once the opponent lowered to a suitable altitude. Unfortunately, Shida Daishin still knew too little about dementors. He didn't know that dementors didn't rely on vision to observe the environment. So before Shida Daishin and his group got too close, Wan Kei had already told Li Feng that they had secretly smelled another breath. Li Feng narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand to brush in front of his eyes. With the opening of the Dharma Eye, although Li Feng still couldn't see the physical bodies of Shida Daishin and the other four people in the invisible state, he could see the spirits, and he could see them very clearly, so clearly that Li Feng could see at a glance that a Shikigami lived in the body of one of the dead men, and recognized at a glance that Shida Daishin was the assassin who had assassinated him. Li Feng was immediately furious. "The first time I was assassinated by you for no apparent reason, I almost lost my life. Now I haven't even taken revenge on you yet, and you're forming a group to assassinate me again. Do you think I'm a big boss who can drop equipment? Are you still thinking about being able to refresh after I die, and want to come and brush equipment again and again?" Licking his lips, Li Feng injured the corners of his mouth twitching with anger, and ordered the scarab to sneak near the invisible ninja, while carefully lowering the altitude, and saying in a voice with magic power, "Who are you? Where are you from? And where are you going?" Seeing Li Feng lowering the altitude, the translator thought that the other party saw that he was wearing a gorgeous kimono that only people of noble status could wear, and was ready to return to the ground to treat him politely and have a good talk. The translator, who had too much imagination, coughed dryly and said with a little contempt, "Sir, we are His Majesty the Emperor." The translator had just started talking, and the 3 dead men around him seemed to have received some signal, and instantly tore open their cotton clothes to reveal the tight clothes and samurai swords inside, and rushed towards Li Feng. While the 3 dead men rushed towards Li Feng, Shidadakshin led 3 ninjas to chop Li Feng from 4 directions at the same time with long swords. He was confident that Li Feng, who was in the center of the encirclement, would have no way to avoid and escape. At this moment, Shidadakshin seemed to be rushing towards the real gold and silver, as well as the big house in the imperial capital and a house full of beautiful wives and concubines. Li Feng, who had seen through everything, glanced at the assassins around him with disdain, grinned and snapped his fingers lightly. The eyes of the 3 dead men fell into dullness in an instant, but their bodies subconsciously turned around and chopped the ninja next to them to death with a knife. This was not over yet. The 3 dead men suddenly killed a ninja together and then pounced on the remaining ninjas. Shidadakshin was shocked by the behavior of the dead men. He knew that these 3 were the Emperor's dead men, who were extremely loyal to the Emperor, and they were determined to help him kill Li Feng and would never betray him. When Shidadakshin found the dull eyes of the 3 people, Shidadakshin instantly understood that the 3 people were under Li Feng's spell, and at the same time, realized that Li Feng lowered his height to use himself as bait to lure them into the trap. Thinking of this, Oda Daisuke didn't care what would happen to the remaining companions. He hoped that Li Feng would focus on the remaining ninjas and the 3 dead men, and turned to run towards the camp, ready to tell Abe Tsukiyoshi all this. After all, he couldn't assassinate Li Feng, but finding out what kind of magic Li Feng had was also a great achievement, and he would surely get a lot of benefits. Although the big house was gone, there was still a small toilet. Unfortunately, Li Feng's main goal was revenge, to find Oda Daisuke. Even if he let go of the remaining 2 ninjas and the dead men, he would not let Shidadaisuke go easily. So before Shidadaisuke ran a few steps, the dense scarabs opened their mouths at Li Feng's command and surrounded Shidadaisuke. Seeing this, Shidadaisuke entered the invisible state without thinking, hoping that Li Feng and the scarabs would not be able to detect him in the invisible state. Li Feng looked at Shidadakshin with contempt and waved his hand to order the scarab to drill into Shidadakshin's body, but he didn't let the scarab eat him. He still wanted to absorb some memories from him. How could he know where the cat in the sickle came from if he killed him? Listening to Shidadakshin's high-pitched screams, Li Feng was able to look through his memories and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to have such strong vitality. Your screams are as loud as a rooster's crow. I guess you won't die for a while. Enjoy the taste of the scarab drilling in your flesh and blood." After saying that, Li Feng glanced at the camp in the distance, which seemed to be packing up, and was in a hurry to leave. He scratched his head in confusion. "I haven't released any powerful spells yet. Why do you want to run away?" Could it be that the other party was scared to run away when he heard the assassin's screams? What kind of mentality is this? After shaking his head to put aside the absurd idea, Li Feng ordered the scarab to surround the camp as quickly as possible, and looked at the dull-eyed dead soldiers with curiosity. As for the ninja, he had been broken into pieces by the dead soldiers and the scarab, and he couldn't put them back together. Li Feng walked around the 3 dead soldiers who stood there for a few rounds, poked one of them in the head with a long stick, and said, "Is it fun to attach to other people's souls?" As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, the Shikigami attached to the dead soldier seemed to realize that his whereabouts had long been discovered by the other party, and it was impossible to assassinate him. He simply sucked the blood and flesh of the host quickly, like a terrifying version of a silkworm pupa turning into a butterfly, tearing open the body of the dead soldier, and pounced on Li Feng with his fangs and claws. Li Feng, who felt disgusted, waved his hand and cast a time stagnation spell. then raised his big foot with the spell, and kicked the other party's ugly face fiercely, kicking the other party's spirit far away. There is a spirit. This thing is not just a simple undead. Feng scratched his head, and with a little curiosity, he touched the forehead of the Shikigami with the long stick in his hand, trying to see if he could extract the other party's memory. After a while, Feng, who extracted the memory, grinned, released the fierce fire towards the Shikigami, turned into grey mist, and floated towards Abe Tsukio with excitement. At the same time, he ordered all the scarabs to get up and have fun, but be careful not to cause any deaths, even if it is not a short period of time. As Feng's strength became stronger and stronger, the dementors were gradually not favored by Feng. Not to mention that the food source of the dementors was a big problem. Just say that the dementors sucking happiness and the dementors kiss are the means to quickly solve the enemy. Compared with a slow attack power, Feng thinks that the biggest role of the dementors is that the frost aura allows him to save money on air conditioning. Now that he has extracted the memories of the Shikigami, Feng suddenly found that his vision was a bit narrow. Why didn't I think of transforming the dementors? In Harry's world, Voldemort cut off his nose because he didn't like his nose, but it didn't affect his sense of smell. Unfortunately, there was this kind of transformation magic in the books that Feng looted. Now, Feng knows that the Shikigami of Sashi country can also be transformed by onmyoji, which makes Feng more confident to complete the transformation of dementors. Not only that, Feng thinks that the way onmyoji controls Shikigami is also worth learning from, such as using it to strengthen his slave contract. Soon, Feng, who was circling around the camp, licked his lips and pulled Abe Tsukioshi aside. He began to extract the other party's memory neatly and saved it aside, and then stepped on the other party to death. Feng was afraid that he could not step on the other party to death, so he crushed Abe Tsukiyoshi's face with his heel. There was no way. Feng didn't know the language of Sashi country, so he gave up the method of controlling Shikigami through conversation. He simply extracted the other party's memory first, and then killed the other party, and forced the other party to translate for himself in the dead language. This method is simple and fast enough. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Transformation and Departure. At the beginning, when Abe Tsukioshi came to negotiate with Feng, he was well prepared, with excellent equipment from the Emperor's treasure room, and many extraordinary guards to protect him. Unfortunately, the excellent equipment in Abe Tsukiyoshi's eyes was like bubbles in front of Feng's magic. As for the many extraordinary guards who protected Abe Tsukiyoshi, although they each had their own unique skills, and were recognized by the Emperor and Abe Tsukiyoshi, after Feng easily killed a few of them, they all lowered their heads to study the age of the stones on the ground, and whether they could be put in the museum. Questions: we are not at the same level, and there is no point in fighting. Now there is no chance to run away. Among this group of extraordinary guards, the yin and yang masters can use Shikigami to resist the scarab tied under Feng's neglect. Although they can't run away, they are still safe for the time being, unless their mana is exhausted, or the Shikigami feels that they have been bitten by the scarabs, and are ready to bite back at their masters, letting the scarabs taste the taste of yin and yang masters. Compared to the yin-yang masters who still had magic to protect them, the ninjas were in a much worse situation. They were not good at frontal combat, and they knew very few magic spells. They could only kill a limited number of scarabs with each swing of their swords, so the ninjas died the most and the fastest. The ninjas were helpless. This was not the ninja fancy death contest. Why did the scarabs keep biting the ninjas? Could it be that the ninjas had long-term physical training, making their muscles juicy, so they tasted better than the yin-yang masters who had soft muscles due to sitting in meditation all day? Many ninjas who were good at escaping saw that this was not going to work. In this way, they could not play any role, except filling the stomachs of the scarabs. After looking at each other, they used their own special skills to break free from the encirclement of the scarabs. Feng, who was busy packing up Abe Zuliang's memories, didn't want to pay attention to these ninjas who had finally escaped from the encirclement of the scarabs, but he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. What a good memory. Isn't it too shameful to let such a good ghost run away? My ancestors taught me to be frugal since I was a child. Li Feng touched his chin, grinned and turned into black mist to catch up with several people. After extracting the souls of several ninjas he didn't like, he began to extract their memories one by one. Of course, Li Feng just looked at the memories about the other party wetting the bed and turned the page. He was not in the mood to pack up all these memories. After extracting the memories, Li Feng touched his chin. He believed that he was not a stingy person, but a righteous person. Now he was a little embarrassed to forcibly collect the other party's memories, so after thinking about it, Li Feng decided to leave a few gifts for the other party, such as giving the other party a few bad luck curses and the black death spread by the devil in the world of witch season. Curses are not bad, at most they will make these ninjas and the people nearby unlucky. If you get too close to these unlucky people, you might be suffocated to death one day. But the black death with magic power is different. This thing cannot be treated with ordinary medicine. Of course, Li Feng's magic power is limited now, and the black death is powerful at the beginning, but after more than half a month, as the magic power on the virus is exhausted, these viruses may be more powerful than the common cold. So it's okay for these ninjas to hide back in their nests and wait for death after leaving. At most, only a few unlucky people will die. If these ninjas like to wander around, it will be a lot of fun. It can be said that, wherever the ninjas go, the population will drop by half. If not, the phenomenon of 9 out of 10 houses being empty will occur in Sushi country. If these ninjas want to go back to Kyoto to meet the emperor to report the specific situation, Li Feng feels that he needs to hang 2 strings of firecrackers to celebrate, or just 1 string. After all, the environment is more important than celebration, and the emperor is not worth 2 strings of firecrackers. After finishing all this, Li Feng returned to the onmyoji and the puzzled eyes of several surviving ninjas, and continued to extract memories one by one. The ninjas who thought they had escaped by luck looked at each other, and after thinking about it, they decided to return to the palace together, report the mission to the emperor in person, and ask for some rewards from the emperor. After all, they had survived a lot of hardships, and even if they had no merits, they had worked hard. After Li Feng saved the memories of many onmyojis including Abe Tsukiyoshi, he scratched his head in frustration, counted on his fingers and said, I can speak Chinese, English, ancient Egyptian, Sanskrit, and the dead language. Even a poor student like me can speak 5 foreign languages. These onmyojis with noble status in the Sushi kingdom can only speak Sushi language. They are really uncultured. Now, what is the difference between reading your memories and watching a movie without subtitles? Bad review. After standing in a daze among the army of scarabs for a long time, Li Feng suddenly thought of something and quickly ran to the body of the translator who had been gnawed by the scarabs to the bone. He grinned and cast a spell and asked in the dead language, do you speak Chinese? The resurrected translator didn't understand what happened to him for a while. I said I was going to take a lunch break. How could I force you to add more scenes? And you were dragged back from the underworld to add more scenes? I'm convinced by your operation. Hearing Li Feng's question, the translator carefully observed the surroundings and whispered cautiously, my lord, I can do it. It's okay. Li Feng smiled, lifted the bodies of the translator and Abe Tsukiyoshi. After lifting the spell, ordered the scarabs to move in a certain direction and eat freely, opened the portal, and returned to Kin. As for whether the scarabs finally gnawed a straight no man's land on the map of Sushi country, or whether it was regarded as a tonic protein by some people, it was not within Li Feng's consideration. After returning to Kin, Li Feng immediately carved slave contracts on the bodies of the translator and Abe Tsukiyo, and took out the black scripture of the dead to resurrect the 2. After a while, Li Feng, who had finished the resurrection ceremony, leaned on his sickle with one hand, patted his chest and abdomen with the other hand, and grinned and said, 2 slaves, come and meet this master. Abe Tsukiyo is also an onmyoji. Although he didn't understand what Li Feng was saying, he still easily realized that he had been carved into a slave contract by the other party. If he still didn't react, he might as well go back to the underworld and continue to lie dead. After realizing that he was no longer in control, and freedom was a passerby from now on, Abe immediately bowed his head and respectfully called him Master. At the same time, he comforted himself in his heart, at least he is alive. The other resurrected translator felt a little confused, this time dead and alive. What are you doing? Are you jealous of me because I'm too handsome? So you won't let me go even if you die? The translator looked at Feng, then at Abe, and after thinking for 0.1 seconds, he knelt on the ground with his butt sticking out, and said in a flattering tone, Master Feng didn't know what the translator was thinking. If he knew, he would find another translator, otherwise he would have to vomit last year's dinner. A few days later, Feng not only sorted out all the information about Shikigami, but also found out the spells of cultivating scarabs and anubis to transform the undead into an army of dog-headed people from the Black Sutra of the Dead and the Golden Sutra of the Sun. After a lot of research day and night, Feng finally combined the various spells related to the transformation of organisms in his mind into a technology that he himself didn't know the effect of after more than half a month. Today, Feng is going to test the correctness of his ideas. It doesn't matter if he is wrong. Anyway, it's the dementors who died, and Feng won't be hurt at all. If the idea of transformation is correct, it will be sour and refreshing. The dementors will embark on the road of evolution from now on, and will no longer be human-shaped ice makers in summer. Just when Feng dragged a dementor out of the sickle, and was about to knock it out for the experiment, Zeng, who had been busy outside for some unknown reason, found Feng with a stern face and said angrily, "What have you done recently?" Feng looked at Zeng with anger on his face inexplicably, then looked at the dementor whose spirit had just been dragged out, scratched his head and said, "Recently? Researching how to transform dementors." Zeng's face froze, and after taking a deep breath, he said helplessly and speechlessly, "That's not what I mean." Feng blinked blankly, as if talking to himself, or answering Zeng's question. "What else did I do? Last time I stole beer duck, and was caught by the chef." At this point, Feng looked at Zeng with contempt and said, "You just want to drink beer. No, you ate a beer duck. Why are you so stingy? Fuck you." Zeng was so angry at Feng's answer that his eyes twitched slightly. This was obviously not what he wanted to ask, and it was just a duck. Was it worth him being so angry? Zeng felt that he should just speak directly, otherwise Feng would be able to relieve his cerebral thrombosis. The emperor of Sashi country, Hirohito, is dead. Seeing Feng staring at him in confusion after a pause, Zeng took a deep breath and said, "Have you cast plague spells on several ninjas before?" Feng, who seemed to understand the cause of Hirohito's death, licked his lips, nodded and said, "Yes, I did it." After a pause, Feng turned his head to look at Zeng and asked curiously, "Hirohito is dead, so it seems to be a good thing for you." Zeng rolled his eyes. "One Hirohito? You think so simply? Now 70% of the population of Kyoto in Sashi country has died, and it has been called a dead city by the outside world. As for its relationship with me," Zeng took a few deep breaths to slow down his mood, pointed at himself, and said, "Do you think my appetite is just such a small territory as Sashi country? I occupied Sashi country just to train troops and rob a lot of gold and silver mines. What I want is a stable Sashi country, not a chaotic Sashi country." And taking advantage of the opportunity, when you played the insect siege, to lure a large number of Onmyaji out of the palace, I secretly broke into the palace, and made Hirohito my puppet. Now, not only is Hirohito dead, but the entire royal family has been killed by your plague and only 2 or 3 kittens are left. Where can I find a puppet of the emperor? How can I take over the entire Sashi kingdom with peace of mind? At the end, Zeng, who really couldn't hold back his temper, slammed the table and said unhappily, "You ruined all my previous plans, you troublemaker." After saying that, Zeng, who was constantly surging with anger, felt that if he looked at Feng a few more times, he would not be able to help but rub this guy to the ground. He gave him a look that said, "Get out of here first," and turned to leave the room. Feng shrugged indifferently, turned around and shouted, "Creature, pack your luggage, get ready to move to the hot springs." Chapter 130 Return to the Marvel World. Li Feng understood why Zhao Zeng asked him to leave Qin as soon as possible, but he just didn't care, let alone creating a dead city in Sashi country. Even if Sashi country was destroyed, what would happen? Who can do anything to him? If you have the guts, go to Marvel World and sue me. As for reputation and face, how much is £1? I will sell it to you. Sorry, it seems that face can't be bought, and I don't have it. It's a pity that Li Feng doesn't care about reputation. Zhao Zeng wants reputation. He is the king of a country after all. What's the point of being with Li Feng who releases plague everywhere? What if someone dies in the future and the hat of plague god is put on him? Zhao Zeng said that he has a small head and can't bear it. It's just that Li Feng can't beat Zhao Zeng now, so he can only pretend to leave Qin on the surface, seemingly returning to Shangri-La, ready to devote himself to transforming dementors. But who is Li Feng? The thickness of this guy's face reminded Zhao Zeng of the Great Wall he ordered to be built in the past. You are so damn thick-skinned. You come to my house every now and then with a stranger's face and eat and drink for free. I won't say anything. After all, my family is big and prosperous, and I don't need your food. But can you please put aside the iconic sickle and skull mask on your forehead before eating? What's the difference between you and whether you can change into someone else's appearance? Even a blind person knows that you are the god of plague. Li Feng doesn't care about these. What if he is discovered? Come and bite me if you have the guts. Especially when Li Feng was promoted to the level of key training and transformation. He felt that his thickness of face was not thick, but his strength had greatly increased. As long as he was tired of soaking in the hot spring of the eternal spring water, or the idea of transforming the Dementor was gone, he would simply break into the Sashi country, which was getting smaller and smaller, and robbed all kinds of materials related to spells, whether it was books, potions or the souls of extraordinary people. As long as it was related to the extraordinary, it was all the targets of Li Feng's venting like robbery. The few remaining supernatural beings in Sashi country had to flee to other countries. If they didn't flee, the various supernatural inheritances in Sashi country would be completely destroyed in Li Feng's hands. It was not until half a year later, when the original nearly 600 Dementors were reduced to only 365, that Li Feng finally had a sudden enlightenment, opened up the Ren and Du meridians in his mind, and figured out a plan to transform the Dementors. When Wan Ke looked at the tribe members who had been reduced by almost half with tears, Li Feng looked at the flying Dementors in front of him with a thoughtful expression. 365. This number is both auspicious and meaningful. How about dividing the Dementors into 12 squares, called the January square or the February square? I have thought of the names of the captains of each square formation. Let's call him Chuai, and the captain will be called Shiwu. It's a pity that I don't know the Zaoshan Xingdao formation, otherwise I can let these Dementors form a guard formation. Guyi, come here. After a long time, Li Feng rubbed his forehead and buried the idea of looking for a fight deep in his heart. When he took a deep breath and was about to start transforming the Dementors, he suddenly felt that the quantum energy in his body began to disappear inexplicably. Li Feng scratched his head, turned his head and asked, "Creature, how long have we been in this world?" Creature lowered his head and rubbed the corner of his clothes. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Boss, it's been almost 2 years. Last time it was still a year and a half. How come it suddenly became 2 years? Could it be that as my strength becomes stronger, the time I can stay in the other world will be longer? Pack your luggage," Li Feng ordered Creature, while taking out a green gourd engraved with dense rune characters from his shoulder bag, and throwing it into the eternal spring water. Until the gourd with traceless expansion could no longer hold a drop of the eternal spring water, Li Feng reluctantly looked at the eternal spring water that could be used as a powerful healing potion. This is because Zhao Zeng cast a spell beside the spring water and strictly ordered Li Feng not to use up all the eternal spring water. Otherwise, it would be strange for Li Feng to leave a drop of the eternal spring water with his personality. On the side, Creature, who had already prepared his luggage, looked at the eternal spring water that was mostly gone and said, "Boss, Creature has packed his luggage. We can go home at any time." Li Feng nodded, threw the goods into his shoulder bag, and reached out to open the portal to the city of the dead. This is the place where he descended into the mummy world, and of course he has to return here when he goes home. and unlike the previous time, when he opened the portal to go home, this time Li Feng also needs to use a time converter in the portal, so that when he returns to the Marvel world, time will not pass too long. Marvel world, in the desert of Afghanistan. Li Feng, who was squeezed out of the portal, rolled on the sand with his hands covering his temples, and kept shouting, "It hurts" on the side, although Creature, who was carrying a suitcase with both hands, did not cry out in pain. The throbbing veins on his arms and the beads of sweat on his head told Li Feng that Creature was also in pain, but he could still bear it. After a long time, Li Feng, who felt that the headache was better, or was used to it, lay on the sand in a big shape, gasping for breath, and raised his middle finger in the direction where the portal disappeared. "You are not the portal, you are Tang Monk, and I'm the Monkey King wearing a tight hoop. My head hurts and I cry. My brain is full of tears. What should I do? If my precious brain is flooded with water? Can you afford to pay for this broken door, madam?" After complaining, Li Feng looked up at Creature and asked, "Creature, how are you?" Creature shook his head slightly and whispered, "Boss, Creature is fine." After a while, Li Feng did a carp jump and apologized for not getting up. Li Feng turned over and sat up, sitting cross-legged and entering a meditative state, carefully checking the quantum energy in his body. While sensing that the quantum energy was slowly recovering, Li Feng heard "Help, it's me" again in his ears. This time, Li Feng did not exit meditation immediately, but listened attentively to the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind. After a while, Li Feng was very sure that he was not hallucinating, because he clearly heard that it was a lady's cry for help. As for who this lady was, sorry, Li Feng only vaguely heard the word Jenny in addition to hearing the word help. Afterwards, it seemed that there were no signal transmission towers in the desert or something. Whether Li Feng was sitting or lying, even if he stood on one leg and entered a meditative state, he could not hear the other party's cry for help. Li Feng, who exited the meditative state, scratched his head. "Jenny? What a shitty name. If I shout it on the street, a dozen foreigners named Jenny will turn their heads and look at me. Jenny Quantum Energy, can't she be Pime's wife? I remember that the name of the first wasp was Janet." Thinking of this, Li Feng licked his lips, but before the excitement could surge in his heart, Li Feng rubbed his temples slowly. "What's the use of knowing who it is? My portal can't open the quantum realm. I'd better find another way to get in touch with Pime." With a pout, Li Feng reluctantly put on his cloak and opened the portal to New York, ready to find someone to ask what year and month it was, so as to figure out whether his posture of using the time converter in the portal was correct. When Li Feng turned into black mist and just crossed the portal to New York, he stared blankly at a beam of light rising into the sky in the distance, and in the clouds at the other end of the beam of light, there was a faint fluctuation of spatial ability. Li Feng squinted his eyes and felt a little confused. He saw that the direction of the beam of light was Stark's company, and what did the appearance of a beam of light rising into the sky at Stark's company represent? Li Feng had only two ideas in his mind. One was that Hammer summoned the Rainbow Bridge at Stark Company, so there was a fluctuation in space energy. The other was that the Chitauri did not invade New York in broad daylight, but at night. But no matter which result it was, it meant that a long time had passed for Li Feng, which meant that he used the time converter in the portal incorrectly, and the previous headache was in vain. With a little trepidation, Li Feng was about to increase the output of mana and rush to Stark Company as soon as possible. The light column in the distance first disappeared inexplicably, and then turned into a scene of fireworks explosion. What's going on? Is Stark playing with fireworks? When Li Feng flew to Stark Company with a confused look on his face, he saw that Stark's company was blown up to a frame, and Stark was lying on the rooftop, closing his eyes peacefully. Li Feng landed next to Stark, glanced at the fire in the distance, and then looked at the extinguished headlight on Stark's chest. He understood what was going on. While he was relieved, Li Feng saw that Stark was about to fall into a coma and wait for death. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then took out the green gourd containing the eternal spring water from his shoulder bag and ripped a drop into Stark's mouth. After a while, Stark opened his eyes weakly. Li Feng immediately opened his palm and waved it in front of Stark, saying, "Brother, what is this?" At this time, Stark's reactor had been shut down, and his vitality was entirely replenished by the eternal spring water. How could he see the figure of Li Feng hiding under the cloak? If Stark hadn't heard that it was Li Feng's annoying voice who was asking him, he really wanted to shout, "There's a ghost." As for Li Feng's question, Stark rolled his eyes as an answer. "I only heard the voice, but never saw the person. Please tell me what day is this means." Li Feng also realized that his question was a bit stupid. He lifted his cloak and changed the subject in a slow tone. "Didn't I remind you to be careful of Abadia? Why did you still get into a fight with Ironmonger? Or have you been bored lately and want to have a boxing match with Ironmonger?" At this time, Potts and Coulson hurried to the rooftop and saw Stark lying weakly on the ground. Potts ignored Li Feng, who was squatting on the side, ran to Stark with an expression that he wanted to hug Stark, but was afraid of hurting Stark, and asked in a crying voice, "Tony, are you okay?" Without waiting for Stark to answer, Li Feng shook the gourd in his hand with an expression of "You've made a fortune," and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Stark will not die. As long as he has a breath left, drink a drop of the eternal fountain of life in the gourd, and I guarantee you will be resurrected immediately." At the side, Coulson glanced at the green gourd in Li Feng's hand with a smile, and asked curiously, "Are you saying that this gourd contains the spring water of eternal life? What would happen if a normal person drank a sip?" Li Feng turned his head to look at Coulson, grinning, and said, "Although the name of this thing is a bit intimidating, its function is indeed to give people a strong vitality." Chapter 131, Robbing the Dead. Stark took off his armor and endured the gradual disappearance of pain all over his body. With the help of Potts, he looked at the green gourd in Li Feng's hand. Others did not know the specific situation of his palladium poisoning, but he knew it very well. He usually relied on the treatment potion given by Li Feng and the chlorophyll he prepared to suppress the palladium poisoning. Now, from Li Feng's tone, it seemed that he had fed him a drop of the so-called eternal spring water when he was unconscious, which not only healed the injuries he suffered in the previous battle with Abadia, but he even felt that the symptoms of palladium poisoning had completely disappeared. This is simply his blessing. If he doesn't study such a good thing, Stark feels that he will die of insomnia. Li Feng saw Stark's curiosity and his desire to buy. He put the green gourd into his shoulder bag with a slightly upward corner of his mouth, shrugged, and said, "This is a non-renewable resource. I only have this little fountain of eternal life water, so I won't sell it." With the fountain of eternal life water at his disposal, Li Feng dared to spend it freely. He didn't want to waste it on others. This was not knowledge or medicinal herbs he grew himself. After giving it to others, the medicinal herbs could continue to grow. If one drop of this stuff was used, it would really be one less drop. Coulson and Stark's expressions froze at the same time. Stark pinched his nose and whispered unwillingly, "Precisely because it is a non-renewable resource, you should sell me some. Maybe I can research the formula of this special potion." Coulson nodded slightly at the side, and when he was about to say something, he heard Li Feng rolling his eyes and said, "Even in the magical world, this thing is precious. And even if you figure it out, so what? Without the corresponding materials, can you create something out of thin air? So put away your little thoughts." After a pause, Li Feng came up with a bad idea and said, "Why don't you go back to the laboratory and draw your own blood while the fountain of eternal life in your body has not been digested yet, and see if you can research anything?" Coulson's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light, and he looked at Stark, who had recovered from his weak state, as if he was looking at a moving mountain of gold. Then he thought of something. His eyes dimmed and his head hurt. If he asked the director to buy blood from Stark, he would probably be hit to death with US dollars. "Draw my own blood." Stark laughed angrily. "For a potion that works so quickly, even if you drain me dry you may not be able to extract the fountain of life. Besides, do you know how precious my blood is? I can buy a building with a single hair of mine at auction, and you're a poor guy who only has an RV." Li Feng glanced at the Stark company under his feet and said with a pout, "Buy a ruined building like this one. I don't want it. Even if you give it to me, it's a pile of garbage." Stark took a serious look at Li Feng and found that the other party was determined not to sell the fountain of life. In addition, the Stark company was his favorite, so how could he be insulted by Li Feng casually? He raised his eyebrows and said, "What you said makes me very sad. I decided to postpone lending it to you in the uninhabited area where you live. By the way, I suddenly have a new inspiration for the transformation of your RV, so the delivery of the RV to you will be delayed. You'd better live on the streets for the next few days. Li Feng's mind is now full of transformation plans for the dementors. It doesn't matter if there is an uninhabited area to live in, but without an RV, where can he find a place to transform the dementors? Kamatage. If you really say come here to Ancient One or her disciples, isn't that asking for trouble? That's my RV. Why do you detain it? At most, I won't modify it. Stark shrugged and said, sorry, I dismantled the RV into parts. It takes time to put it back together. In addition, I remind you that no matter whether it looks like an airplane or a car, as long as it can fly, it is under the management of the Air Traffic Control Bureau. So it doesn't matter if you don't sell me the Fountain of Eternal Life. At most, I can ask my friends to help me search for you on the radar. This is a naked threat. Li Feng was so angry that his neck stiffened. He raised his middle finger and said, it doesn't matter. Missiles can't do anything to me. On the side, Potts covered his forehead speechlessly, coughed and said, Tony, Agent Carlson and I saw Austin save your life with our own eyes. Potts' implication was that Stark should not be childish in front of outsiders. Stark glanced at Carlson, his eyes full of why don't you get out of here? Carlson pretended not to understand what Stark wanted to express. In his mind, he was still curious about what Stark meant by modifying the RV. No matter how he listened, he felt that Li Feng had a flying RV. He felt that he needed to collect some information and report the matter to Fury. After Potts finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Li Feng with a bit of apology and said, I'm in charge of all matters concerning the residential area in the no man's land. I bought a piece of land by a lake in the suburbs, but the environment needs to be improved, such as paving roads, greening the environment, and building a modern cottage. But Potts glanced at the Stark company under his feet and said with some helplessness, you can see that I need to call the engineering team back to the reconstruction company first, otherwise the company will not be able to operate normally. Potts tilted his head to calculate and said, don't worry, as long as the company is rebuilt, I will immediately let the engineering team work overtime to transform the living environment in the no man's land. Excluding the time for rebuilding the company, you will be able to move in with your bags in about half a month. Half a month. Li Feng touched his chin and said, if I spend 10 minutes to restore the company under my feet to its pre-explosion state, can you speed up the transformation of the no man's land? I need to find a quiet place to rest recently. Potts and Carlson were a little confused. They subconsciously looked at the building under their feet, and then looked at Li Feng with caring eyes for the mentally retarded. Rebuilding a building in 10 minutes, do you think it's a dream? Restore? Stark, who had seen Li Feng's spell, narrowed his eyes and quietly informed Jarvis to use satellites to record Li Feng's restoration of the building. He nodded and said, deal. Li Feng looked up at the sky, as if his eyes could penetrate the atmosphere and see the satellites monitoring him. He looked at Stark with an expression of you have good vision, smiled and raised his sickle, and tapped it lightly on the ground. Just as Li Feng uttered restore as before, the steel bars that were originally exposed outside the wall automatically returned to the wall. Potts and Carlson opened their mouths and stared with eyes that were about to bulge out of their sockets, watching the cement on the ground, glass slag and other building materials flying back to their original places like a videotape played in reverse. Even the Iron Overlord, which was blown into pieces in the reactor explosion, was restored under Li Feng's control and flew back to the four people. 10 minutes later, Li Feng found that he had exaggerated a little. The walls and floors of the building were fine. They were perfectly restored to their original state under restore as before, but the large arc reactor under the building showed no signs of recovery. Li Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. The inspiration of the reactor comes from the cosmic cube. The energy of this thing is too great. I can't recover it with my current strength. Carlson swallowed his saliva. He felt that he needed to have a good talk with Fury. The mirror image in front of him destroyed his worldview, and he couldn't put it back together. Potts rubbed his eyes and said uncertainly, magic? Stark smiled and answered first, what else? I told you that this guy's a wizard, but you still don't believe it. But Stark lowered his head and looked through the glass roof at the place where the reactor was originally placed. He seemed to see that Li Feng was helpless with the reactor. With a slightly mocking tone, he said, "Respected master, can you please restore my reactor as well?" Li Feng rolled his eyes at Stark. He didn't believe that Stark didn't see that he couldn't restore the large reactor with super high energy. He turned around and walked towards the ironmonger without a reactor on his chest. Li Feng's target was of course not the ironmonger. He didn't even look down on this toy. What he wanted was a badass soul and bank account. Seeing that Li Feng was about to drag a badass out of Iron Overlord roughly, Stark frowned and said, "Austin, he watched me grow up after all, and now he has respect for the dead." Halfway through his speech, Stark found that he could not continue, because except for Li Feng, everyone present widened their eyes in horror, looking at a badass who was originally determined and certain to be dead, inexplicably opened their blank eyes and raised his own hands in front of his eyes, as if a badass was also curious about what is going on. After Li Feng summoned a badass soul projection back from the underworld, he saw that Stark subconsciously protected pots behind him and grinned. "Didn't you say I was poor? Let me show you how a wizard makes money." After that, Li Feng kicked a badass and said with bared teeth, "Old man, do you remember where you went after you died?" A badass narrowed his eyes, and when he was about to say something, Li Feng said with a gangster look, "I'm not interested in who you will be with after you die. I just want you to know that I'm a wizard and can call you back from the underworld." Li Feng looked at Stark provocatively, put one hand on his waist, carried a sickle in the other hand, and shouted loudly, "Now is the time for robbery. Hand over all your bank cards and passwords when you were alive. Otherwise I will pull out your soul and hang it on the street lamp to dry." Stark and Potts twitched their mouths. "Damn, you even rob the dead." The tall image of the wizard in my mind has been thrown into the non-recyclable trash can by you. Carlson was not much better. His mind was in a mess. He looked at a badass who had come back to life with some horror. He subconsciously called Fury and said, "Director, I'll send you a video. I think you should come to Stark's company in person when you have time. In addition, I think I know why Austin doesn't value the resurrection method on the technological side. He could revive the dead with a wave of his hand, and the kind that obviously had memories." Of course, Austin looked down on the technology that required the use of equipment to revive the corpse. Poor Carlson, he had no idea that reviving the corpse was not the same as summoning the soul projection. Of course, the most pitiful person present was a badass. Under Li Feng's control, he could not do anything except stand upright and talk. Even the blinking action required Li Feng to do it. With a glimmer of hope, a badass said to Li Feng in a slightly flattering manner, "I will give you all my money. Can you set me free?" "Freedom?" Li Feng looked at a badass with a smile. "How can I give you freedom? I just want to let Carlson see my skills and rob some pocket money. That's why you died quickly. Your soul has belonged to the underworld or hell. Otherwise, you are one of my vengeful spirits." Chapter 132 Tourist Attractions. A badass was helpless. Not to mention, whether Li Feng could hang him on the street lamp to dry, he had no way to resist with the means Li Feng used to control him. A badass had no choice but to tell Li Feng his bank account number and the password to his home safe in front of everyone. Li Feng asked Jarvis to record it and then waved a badass back to hell. A badass returned to hell with a sad face, ready to complain to Mephisto, the boss of hell. In most legends, after recharging and renewing, one can be resurrected and continue to enjoy the life of feasting and drinking in the world. But why can he only go to hell after recharging and renewing? And it is a one-way ticket, the kind that can go but not return. It is too dishonest to do business with Austin. On the rooftop, Stark's mouth twitched as he looked at Li Feng, who was laughing like a fool, and asked Carlson speechlessly, "Mr. Agent, you have to pay taxes to receive other people's inheritance, right?" After a pause, Stark glanced at a badass who was lying motionless on the ground and asked uncertainly, "Is this considered an inheritance?" The fountain of eternal life, and then 10 minutes to restore the building. Now he saw with his own eyes that the wizard could drag the dead back to the world to rob people of their property before they died. Carlson felt that his head was about to hurt. He just wanted to give himself a long vacation and have a good rest. When he heard Stark's question, Carlson looked at a loss. He didn't know if this was considered an inheritance. What if the tax bureau came to Li Feng to collect taxes, and Li Feng turned around and resurrected Abadia? Inheritance tax? Although Abadia's body was rotten, he could crawl out of the grave and dance a tango in front of the tax collector. Do you think Abadia was dead or alive? What about the transfer of property between living people? Li Feng only needed to wave his hand to make Abadia lie back in the coffin and continue to rot, and he even covered his own coffin with the lid. Before Carlson could think of this, Stark's face turned pale. If Potts hadn't been quick to support Stark, Stark might have collapsed on the ground. The function of the Fountain of Eternal Life is only to provide vitality, and Stark's state is more like a leaky bucket. Even with vigorous vitality, it can't stand the endless and rapid loss. Now Stark has become a little white face, because the effect of the Fountain of Eternal Life can't keep up with the loss of vitality. Austin, Potts said anxiously, give Tony another drop of the Fountain of Life water, so that Tony has time to get back to the lab. Li Feng glanced at Carlson obscurely. The Fountain of Life water and the fake resurrection technique were already enough to attract the attention of Shield, and it would be a waste to give Stark another drop. After thinking for a while, Li Feng pointed the end of his sickle at Stark to cast a healing spell to reduce Stark's pain, then took out a healing potion from his shoulder bag and handed it to Stark, saying, the Fountain of Life water is still effective, and I just cast a spell to reduce your pain, so you won't die for a while. After that, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal to Stark's house and said, you'd better make a headlight while you still have the strength. On the side, Carlson glanced at Stark, squinted his eyes and thought for a while, then walked carefully to Li Feng's side, and while everyone's attention was on the portal, he said in a low voice that Li Feng could just hear clearly, it doesn't matter if you die, as long as you resurrect Stark, right? Li Feng glanced at Carlson, smiled mysteriously, and helped Stark through the portal. As the portal closed, Carlson, who was left alone on the rooftop of Stark Corporation, glanced around, looked up at the night sky and said, sir, did you see how they left? As soon as Carlson finished speaking, a Quinjet that had been hiding not far above Stark Corporation gradually revealed its figure and slowly landed on the rooftop. Carlson glanced at the dark night sky, staring blankly at the inexplicably open door of the fighter. Fury's skin was dark enough when he got off the fighter, and he was wearing a black windbreaker and a black eye mask in the middle of the night. Under the cover of the night, he was almost invisible. If it weren't for the occasional reflection of light from the shiny bald head, Carlson would have thought that the person driving the fighter just now was a buddy who could be invisible. That's a spell called a portal. Fury, who was holding a detector, explained casually while turning on the instrument and scanning the rooftop floor. He said, Carlson, do you think the Fountain of Eternal Life really exists? If it does, can we get it? Carlson tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, sir, humans know too little about the Earth. Not to mention what's in the deep ocean. Even on land, we haven't completed the exploration. There are too many unknown areas and too many unknown novel items. Although I haven't seen too many weird things, I don't think it's strange that the Earth, which has survived for 4.6 billion years, has something that can make the vitality of creatures more vigorous. After a pause, Carlson said with a bit of bitterness of having his worldview destroyed, as for finding the Fountain of Eternal Life by ourselves, although we know from Austin that there is a wizard organization on Earth, except for the name of Temple Wizard, we have been investigating for so long and still have no clues about who the wizard is. I guess either Austin is lying, and there are no wizards on Earth at all, or this group of wizards have the ability to avoid our sight. Carlson hesitated for a while, and when he was sure that the wizard did exist, he sighed and said, we don't even know where the magic world is. How can we find the Fountain of Eternal Life? And Austin's words implied that this thing is a scarce commodity even in the hands of wizards, let alone us who know nothing about the magic world. Fury nodded slightly, indicating that he understood what Carlson meant. You don't even know where the gate to the magic world is, and you still want to get the Fountain of Eternal Life. Save it, it's a waste of money. After a while, Fury stared at the detector screen and asked, are you sure there were only 4 of you standing on the rooftop before? Including Abadia, there are 5 people. Carlson, who made a joke, looked at the detector screen curiously and saw large and small footprints on the screen. Carlson stared blankly at the 4 pairs of adult footprints. I, Stark, Austin and Potts are all 4 pairs of footprints. So what's the matter with this pair of child-sized footprints? This doesn't look like a baby ass. Carlson touched his Mediterranean hairstyle. Although he is a little old, he is not so old that he has Alzheimer's disease, or his eyesight is so blurred that he can't even see children. Creature, Fury muttered softly, and seemed to think of something. He narrowed his eyes and said to Carlson, not many people know that Austin is a wizard, and you are an agent I trust. I will give you a task. Find out how many spells Austin knows, especially invisibility spells, and how many invisible subordinates he has. Carlson's eyes twitched. The skills or abilities of superpowers are relatively simple. Research can also know clearly what the other party can do, but whose wizard only has 1 or 2 skills? And whether it's novels or movies, wizards can learn new skills. I just found out how many spells Austin knows, and he turned around and learned a new spell. What should I do? Also, find out how many invisibility spells Austin knows, and how many invisible subordinates he has. What does this mean? Carlson looked at Fury in confusion. Fury rubbed his forehead and asked, why do you think Austin revealed to you that he has the fountain of immortality and the spell that can resurrect people? After that, Fury put away the instrument and turned to climb onto the quinjet, leaving Carlson with a question mark on his forehead. On the other side, although Stark's family did not have a spare reactor, it was still no problem to charge the current reactor. With the help of the potion, Stark directly put the reactor aside to replenish energy, touched his stomach, and said to Potts, your boss has been busy most of the night. Can you give me a midnight snack? Potts was stunned for a moment, subconsciously glanced at Stark's face, and saw that the other party's face had returned to normal with the help of the potion, and hurriedly nodded and said, I'll go order a midnight snack now. What do you two want to eat? Hamburgers and fries. Half a dozen beers, a grilled chicken or fried chicken. Needless to say, hamburgers belong to Stark, and beer. Who else likes to drink beer besides Feng? As soon as Potts left, Feng looked at Stark, who had restrained his smile, with a smile, and asked, what do you want to ask by deliberately sending Potts away? To questions, Stark raised a finger and asked, the first question is, where have you been during this time? Feng, the desert. Stark shook his head slightly. Impossible. Jarvis has mobilized all the satellites that can be mobilized to find your trace, so even if you go to Antarctica to play with penguins, it is impossible that you will not find any clues. I didn't say that we were playing in the desert of the Marvel world, so let alone a few satellites. Even if the Earth was turned upside down, what would it matter? It would be strange if they could find me. Feng shrugged and said casually, I'm looking for mummies in the pyramid. Stark was stunned. When he squinted his eyes and thought about something, he heard Feng say with a smile, don't think about it. The fountain of eternal life is not in the pyramid. I went to the pyramid to find the scarab. Stark, who has a wide range of knowledge, asked curiously, scarab, does this thing really exist? What about the sun god? Feng spread his hands and said, wait until I find the scarab and then tell you whether this thing really exists. Also, don't try to trick me. I can't tell you about the magical world. Seeing that Feng saw through his tricks, Stark didn't blush or breathe heavily. He stretched out 2 fingers and asked, second question, do you have something to do with SHIELD? Don't tell me you really care about a baby-ass legacy. As far as I know, although you don't have much money, you have a lot of valuable things. Not to mention the distant ones. Just look at the space equipment disguised as a shoulder bag on your back. Even a fool knows that this thing is valuable. So you deliberately showed Carlson that you have the magic to resurrect the dead, right? Feng scratched his brow and said half truthfully, SHIELD is very famous. It would be a waste of your youth if you don't visit such a good tourist attraction. Chapter 133 Transformation. What else could Stark say except to roll his eyes at Feng for treating the SHIELD headquarters as a tourist attraction? It was obvious that Feng had already made up his own excuses and didn't want to talk to him. Stark knew that he couldn't get anything out of Feng's mouth. He looked at the reactor that was half charged with energy, thought about it, and put the reactor back on his chest. In Stark's eyes, the reactor he was using now was a crude obsolete product. If he didn't have a spare reactor on hand, he wouldn't want to install such a crude obsolete product. He was a big boss whose income could be converted into cash in a matter of minutes, and using obsolete products was too embarrassing. He couldn't afford to lose face. Since the energy in the obsolete product was enough for him to make a new reactor, Stark immediately installed the reactor on his chest and quickly put on his coat with a look of disgust to cover the headlights. Stark, who felt like he was alive again, pointed to the garage and motioned Li Feng to follow him. Li Feng had been thinking about his RV for a long time, so there was no point in him being polite to Stark. He immediately walked towards the garage with a grin on his face. The appearance of the RV has not changed much. Stark simply introduced that it can avoid various existing detection methods, then pushed open the door with a little pride and said, "I made some changes to your interior space to make the compartment look more spacious. At the same time, I also added a lot of modern equipment for you, such as TV, computer, etc., so that you can leave the primitive world and enter the new century." Li Feng curled his lips and retorted in a low voice, "This is called focused practice. Enjoyment can easily corrupt people's hearts and will make my practice regress." Stark looked at Li Feng with contempt and said disdainfully, "That's you. It shows that you are weak-willed and a weakling. Look at me. Didn't I invent so many good things while enjoying myself? If I sell the trophies and medals I won as scrap metal, it would be enough for you to live for 7 to 8 years. So I'm too lazy to attend various award ceremonies now." As he spoke, Stark pushed open the kitchen door and smiled. "I have put a lot of effort into the renovation of the kitchen. Now Creature can find the corresponding equipment, whether he wants to cook Chinese or Western food, even pastries and hamburgers." "Western food? Hamburgers?" Li Feng smacked his lips, raised his eyebrows at Stark with a half smile, and said, "Are you preparing for Creature to make hamburgers for you at any time?" "We are friends after all," Stark said confidently. "It's normal to visit a friend's house. What if I don't visit your house during mealtime, and I'm hungry again? You won't let Creature make me a few hamburgers. So I'm preparing for a rainy day." After a pause, Stark said with a little pride, "Look, in order to enhance our friendship, I even learned some idioms. I'm a good friend, right?" Li Feng rolled his eyes. "For friendship? That sounds really nice. You learned Chinese because you saw a lot of Chinese annotations in my magic book. In the end, you don't want my magic knowledge or props." Stark also knew that the excuses he made up were as bad as Li Feng treating the Shield headquarters as a tourist attraction, but everyone actually knew some things well. If they knew, they wouldn't say it out loud. Why be so serious? An excuse will do. Ignoring Li Feng's eye roll, Stark walked to a strange machine, patted the machine and said, "I know you like to drink beer, so I built a small brewing machine specifically for you. According to my plan, as long as you engrave space expansion spells in the brewing equipment, you can drink whatever you want all year round, and even jump into the machine to take a bath in beer." Not to mention, Li Feng, who likes to quench his thirst more and more, likes the machine more and more. He even thinks that among the modifications to the RV, the one that satisfies him the most is this brewing machine. He can save money on beer in the future. You know, the beer bottles I throw away in a year can circle the earth. After touring the carriage, Li Feng, who was about to get off the car to drink and eat chicken, accidentally glanced at the driver's seat, pointed at the laptop-sized display screen on the side of the dashboard, and asked, "What is this? Are you letting me watch a movie to relieve my boredom while driving?" Stark subconsciously wanted to pinch his nose, but fortunately he reacted quickly and stopped the action. He shrugged and said, "Isn't your RV able to fly? When I saw you flying before, there was no instrument to assist. You don't know how scared I was at the time. Not to mention hitting a plane. Even hitting a flying bird is a dangerous thing. And how do you know how high the RV is flying? By looking at the car dashboard? High altitude is a place with a lack of oxygen. It's very dangerous. Considering that you can't fly a plane and can't read professional instruments, I made an electronic instrument panel for you. It can be used as a radar to prevent a bird from flying out of your blind spot and hitting the RV and breaking your stealth. It can also indicate how high you have flown display the longitude and latitude, and finally communicate with the ground tower so that the Air Force will not accidentally find you and can't contact you one day and use missiles to wake you up. In addition, whether it is a TV or a phone, all signals will be processed into text or voice here. So since this is a display screen, it is also the host of all digital devices in the RV. Li Feng tilted his head and thought about it. He felt that what Stark said made sense, nodded with satisfaction, and walked out of the RV. Stark behind Li Feng was quietly relieved. Stark concealed part of this display screen, such as he could use the locator in the display screen to determine where the RV was at any time. Speaking of installing the locator in the display screen, Stark was also a little helpless. At first, Stark also thought about adsorbing the locator on the inner wall of the fuel tank. After all, the fuel tank is located outside the car to receive signals better. Moreover, if the locator is installed on the inner wall of the fuel tank, Li Feng cannot see it, even if he wants to, unless Li Feng shrinks himself and swims in the fuel tank. The most important point is that the fuel tank is not a part of the car that can be replaced at will. Just like a broken tire is usually replaced with a new tire, and a broken steering wheel is also replaced with a new steering wheel. But I have never heard of replacing a broken fuel tank. Normal operation is to continue using it after repairing it. Considering the above, Stark thinks that the fuel tank is the safest place to install the locator, but Stark searched for a long time and couldn't find the fuel tank of the RV. He was so angry that he almost disassembled the RV into parts to find the fuel tank. Finally, when Stark confirmed that the RV was started by mana and there was no fuel tank at all, he had no choice but to install the locator in the display screen. As for installing the locator in other places, Stark has thought about it, but the locator can send and receive signals. Who knows whether the mage's mental power can scan the signals sent by the locator. It is safer to install the locator in a place where the signal is received at any time. Does Li Feng really not know everything Stark did? Haha, no, he knew how curious Stark was. So from the beginning, Li Feng gave the RV to Stark for modification and let the RV out of his sight, knowing that Stark would definitely do something. But even if Stark knew the exact location of the RV, what would it matter? As long as Stark couldn't break into the 4-door locker and couldn't install leaves dropping devices and other equipment in the most important cabinet door, Li Feng could do whatever he wanted. Besides, Li Feng asked for a no man's land, and people who should know where he was would basically know it slowly, so it was useless for Stark to determine the location of the RV. After having a nice midnight snack at Stark's house, Li Feng burped and opened the portal to drive the RV into the desert, ready to sober up in the sun, and then drag the dementors one by one to the experimental table for modification. It was not until the desert sky gradually darkened that Li Feng shook his head and walked into the laboratory that Creature had already arranged. After pressing a dementor on the operating table, Li Feng licked his lips, picked up the carving knife, and carved the rune on the dementor. Dementors could only sense human emotions, and spells like Dementor's Kiss barely touched the edge of soul spells, which shows that Dementors actually have a certain talent for soul spells. So in Li Feng's idea, the direction of his transformation is to dig deeper into the talents of Dementors, such as allowing Dementors to go from only being able to sense nearby emotions, to being able to sense nearby souls, and to improve Dementor's Kiss to the point where it can absorb other people's souls. As for the ice aura that Dementors have, Li Feng apologized. Because of his own mana attributes, he has a more thorough understanding of fire spells, and ice spells can only be used to turn beer at room temperature into iced beer, but they cannot be used in battle. How can Dementor's ice talent be transformed with such an understanding? Change the ice aura to a fire aura. Then you think too highly of Li Feng. He doesn't have such ability, at least not now. When transforming the first Dementor, Li Feng felt unfamiliar and didn't know where to start. In order to transform the Dementor more perfectly, he called Creature, who looked confused, to his side to be his assistant, and strictly required Creature to remember the steps and methods of transforming the Dementor. 3 days later, Creature, who had dark circles under his eyes like Li Feng, saw the Dementor, who had changed greatly, jumping back to the sickle, and subconsciously asked, "Boss, have we completed the transformation?" Seeing Li Feng nod excitedly, Creature hung his head, yawned and asked, "Boss, can creature sleep now?" When transforming the Dementor, Feng, who was highly nervous, didn't feel tired and was more excited in his heart. But when the transformation of the Dementor was completed, his mood was different, both excited and suddenly relaxed. In addition, creature said sleep, which made Feng have the urge to lie down on the ground and sleep without choosing a place. But before lying on the ground to sleep, Feng had something more important to do. Feng yawned and asked, "Creature, have you remembered the steps of transformation?" Creature, who was so tired that he could fall asleep while standing, felt an inexplicable sense of bitterness when he heard Feng's question. He nodded carefully and whispered, "Creature has remembered it." Feng grinned, threw the sickle to creature, and said, "Since you have remembered it, you will transform the remaining Dementors." After that, Feng patted his butt and went back to the room to sleep, leaving creature, who was disheveled in the wind, staring blankly at the sickle in his hand. It takes 3 days to transform a Dementor, and now there are 364 more to transform, which will take 3 years. Capitulo 133 Invitation. Ring ring ring. Feng, who hadn't had a good rest for several days, was exhausted and snoring on the bed, but the inexplicable piercing ring in the room was like a 3D stereo surround in his ears. This was because Feng had strong concentration and could ignore the piercing ring. Unfortunately, it was the sound of a phone call, and it would ring forever as long as you didn't answer it. There was no way Feng could only cover his ears subconsciously while snoring, but the ring was like a magic sound that went straight into his ears and brain. Feng could only stick out his butt and bury his head under the pillow, but it was useless. In the end, Feng couldn't stand the piercing ring in his mind, and he opened his eyes with great effort, sitting at the head of the bed with a blank face and doubting his life. God had mercy on him. Feng had lived alone since he came to the Marvel world. At most, he lived a happy life in a world of 2 people after he had creature. In addition, Feng had a more convenient portal, so he didn't need communication tools at all on weekdays. It can be said that Feng, who was devoted to the magic world, had forgotten what it was like to play with electronic products, let alone what it was like to crack walnuts with a mobile phone. In fact, after living away from electronic products for a long time, he almost forgot what a landline phone looked like. So when he suddenly heard the phone ringing in his bedroom, Feng's brain cells seemed to have a bad signal. It took him a long time to remember that there was such a thing as a phone in the world, and there happened to be a phone in the RV that Stark had transformed. Scratching his hair like a chicken coop, Feng looked at the phone hanging on the wall that kept ringing, and a question suddenly popped up in his mind. What is my home phone number? Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes, thinking it was Stark calling him harassingly. He snapped his fingers lightly and let the phone float directly into his hand. He yawned and said without thinking, "Sorry, the number you dialed is no longer in service. Please call again later." On the other end of the phone, Fury, who had finally got Feng's number from Stark, twitched his mouth. "It's an empty number and you want me to call again later, and the phone charge is free. You have a satellite phone. The call charge is very expensive." Fury coughed dryly and said in a flat tone, "It's me." Hearing a familiar voice from the microphone, but definitely not Stark's, Feng glanced at the phone in his hand and asked subconsciously, "Who are you? How do you know my home phone number?" Fury didn't know that Feng's brain cells were in standby mode, and he was now completely confused. Fury, who thought Feng could recognize his voice, didn't bother to talk nonsense with Feng, and said directly, "Where are you? I have something to talk to you about." Feng, who looked confused, scratched his head, patted his forehead to let his brain switch from standby to preheating state, and barely recalled that the familiar voice was the non-African sitting on the throne of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Feng scratched his brow, considering Fury's terminal occupational disease. He liked to analyze every word he said habitually, and the most speechless thing was that the other party could really analyze a lot of information from it. Thinking of this, Feng waved his hand to summon a cool water bowl floating in front of his eyes, buried his face in the water bowl, and let his brain run quickly. Feng, who felt more awake, glanced at the starry night sky outside the car window and helplessly complained, "Don't you know that not sleeping well at night will make you age easily?" I thought you were selling insurance. I don't know why Mr. Fu is looking for me so late at night. Mr. Fu, come on. Please understand what the name Austin is. Is it ding? Ding 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 looked out the window. Whether it was the weather forecast or what he saw with his own eyes, New York was sunny and cloudless. Squinting his eyes, Fury said with a somewhat speculative tone, "You went back to the desert in Afghanistan?" As he spoke, Fury turned on the phone tracking program. Li Feng was stunned for a moment, then realized that he had accidentally said late at night, and it was probably because of this that Fury inferred his location. Scratching his temple, Li Feng felt a little speechless. Damn, just because I was in the desert before, you now suspect that I'm in Afghanistan? Although you guessed right, but what does it matter if you know where I am? Come and catch me. You may not be able to see my taillights even with a plane. Li Feng took a deep breath and secretly told himself in his heart, think clearly before speaking. If you can't think clearly, just talk nonsense. What else? Am I lying in your bedroom and talking on the phone with you? The suspicious Fury checked Li Feng's exact location and said in a flat tone, I want to buy some things from you. When can we meet? Hearing that the other party wanted to buy something, Li Feng grinned with his back teeth showing. It's not easy. You just came to me now. I thought you looked down on the fountain of eternal life and the fake resurrection technique. My heart has been pounding these days. Li Feng rubbed his cheeks desperately while sighing, hoping to pretend to be disdainful when he speaks later. It's because a landline phone is too backward to send emoticons. Otherwise Li Feng really wanted to stick a disdainful expression on Fury's face through the satellite signal to let him know how disdainful his expression is now. You want to buy the fountain of eternal life, right? I'm not exaggerating. You can't even afford it, even if you sell your underwear. This thing is too precious. One drop means a life. Knowing that life is precious, love is not right. What's the saying? Unable to afford it, not unwilling to sell it. Sure enough, Austin deliberately revealed the fountain of eternal life in front of Carlson. As for the resurrection spell, Fury narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, then interrupted Li Feng, who was still struggling with how to describe the preciousness of life, and said, when can we talk about it in person? Li Feng smiled silently and said, sure. Where do you think it would be convenient to meet? Fury's mouth curled up slightly. How about finding a restaurant and we can talk while eating? Li Feng's expression froze, and he blinked inexplicably. This is not what I thought. After a dry cough, Li Feng said slowly, it's not convenient to talk about the fountain of eternal life in public, right? As soon as Li Feng's words came out, Fury immediately thought of the information he had collected before, and he was basically sure of Li Feng's purpose in taking out the fountain of eternal life and the resurrection spell. After thinking silently for a while, Fury narrowed his eyes and said, how about the SHIELD headquarters? Li Feng touched the tip of his nose. He didn't know why, but Fury's tone seemed to know what he wanted to do. But what does it matter if you know? I will accompany you to brag and chat, and there will be other creatures to help me hang out in your house. Since you have invited me so kindly, I will wait until I wake up and then reluctantly come to visit your lair. After saying that, Li Feng threw the phone away and prepared to continue his sweet dream. Hearing the dead tone on the phone, Fury pressed the internal phone on the desk with a stern face and said, ask Carlson to come to my office. After a while, Carlson hurried to Fury and asked with a little trepidation, sir, are you looking for me? Fury glanced at Carlson's expression, nodded slightly, and asked, have you found out how many of Austin's men can be invisible? I knew you would ask this. Carlson spread his hands and said helplessly, sir, let alone asking Austin directly, I can't even find where he is. After a pause, Carlson asked with a little doubt, sir, according to the existing information, Austin seems to live alone. At least I haven't found anything about Austin having younger brothers. Fury rested his elbows on the desk, crossed his fingers on the tip of his nose, and stared at the computer screen on the desk. Fury thought for a moment, pointed at the computer screen, motioned Carlson to look, and said, this is where Austin is now. Carlson looked at the screen curiously and saw a small red dot flashing in the center of the screen, and the surrounding terrain also felt a little familiar to Carlson. Before Carlson could remember where this was, Fury said dimly, "This is Afghanistan. You saw the satellite map of the area when you were looking for Stark." Seeing Carlson nodded in realization, Fury continued, "I know Austin has a subordinate, or servant, who is always invisible by his side." Carlson tilted his head and thought about it, and subconsciously asked, "What about the pair of child-sized footprints?" Fury nodded slightly. "His name is Creature. He is a house elf and Austin's exclusive servant. Although I don't know how he fights, the fact that Creature can be invisible is enough to cause us trouble." Carlson asked in confusion, "Sir, didn't we see that you could find the footprints left by the other party before? This means that we can also find the other party if we wear certain instruments." At this point, Carlson seemed to realize why Fury had given him a task related to Li Feng before, and said half affirmatively and half guessingly, "Do you suspect Creature has other ways of stealth that can avoid existing detection methods?" "That's exactly what I was worried about." Fury nodded slightly and said, "And Austin deliberately let me see Creature as a small warning to me. This makes me suspect that Austin has more invisible subordinates around him." After a while, Fury leaned back in his chair, rubbed his temples and said, "Remember that Austin wanted to show you the resurrection technique in the Fountain of Eternal Life?" Carlson nodded bitterly. His 3 views were completely crushed and thrown into the trash can at that moment. How could he not remember it? Fury, the whereabouts of this group of wizards are too mysterious, so mysterious that we still know nothing about it, and Austin dared to use magic without scruples in front of you and Stark, so from the beginning I suspected that he had other purposes. I was not sure before, but now I know the reason. After talking to Austin on the phone, he came for the Triskelion. Carlson frowned. Although the Triskelion is the headquarters of SHIELD, there is nothing inside it that can be linked to wizards. As for some extraordinary weapons or props, they are all stored in more hidden bases. Before Carlson figured out why Li Feng went to the Triskelion, Fury said helplessly, "I just invited Austin to the headquarters." Carlson's expression froze, and he stared at Fury speechlessly. "Chief, what are you doing?" Fury stood up and patted Carlson on the shoulder. "Your task is to receive Creature. I want to talk to Austin alone." Chapter 135. The Wrathful Spirits Appear. New York, not far from Stark Company. The energetic Li Feng was carrying a shoulder bag, wearing a large hooded coat, holding 2 bottles of beer in one hand and a paper bag full of hot dogs in the other. He searched around aimlessly for street cameras and sat down on a bench. While opening a bottle of beer, Li Feng waved at the camera in the distance, as if greeting Fury through the camera. Then, Li Feng drank the beer in his hand, burped, took out the hot dog from the paper bag and started eating. After a while, Carlson drove a black SUV and stopped in front of Li Feng. He looked at Li Feng with a twitching eye, taking a sip of beer and a bite of hot dog, and his eyes were still squinting to find the beautiful women on the street. Carlson, sitting in the driver's seat, opened the passenger window with a faint smile and shouted, "Mr. Austin, Fury asked me to pick you up." "Carlson? Long time no see." Li Feng glanced at Carlson, then turned his gaze back to a beautiful woman in a professional suit at the entrance of Stark Company, and said, "Would you like to come down and take a look at the beautiful women? According to relevant studies, it is good for men to look at beautiful women more often, and it will last for many years." Carlson followed Li Feng's gaze, his eyes twitched, and he was secretly unhappy. Why did Austin meet Natasha and go to Stark Company? He shook his head slightly and said, "I'm very satisfied with my current girlfriend and don't want to cause any misunderstandings, so I can't afford to provoke her and don't want to provoke her." While speaking, Carlson opened the passenger door and said, "Mr. Austin, I have to remind you that you didn't leave a good impression on Natasha, and she is still angry and wants to vent to you. The cello player in your family is not in New York. So what's the problem with looking at a few beautiful women?" Li Feng walked towards the car door with a nonchalant shrug, grinning. "What are you angry about?" "Fetal rage. I'll have to have a good talk with Fury then. Work is work, but you can't let someone get pregnant while on duty, right?" Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Feng didn't seem to be afraid that Natasha would find him unlucky later, and joked, "By the way, who is Natasha's husband? He dared to make Black Widow pregnant. I admire his courage. I want to sing a song for this man." Do you think I should sing to die under the peony flowers, even as a ghost can be romantic, or love even after death? Li Feng tilted his head with a grin, thought for a moment, and added, how about Lianglium? Carlson gave a fake smile. He didn't want to discuss any topic about Natasha with Li Feng in the car, especially since there was a communication device in the car. Who knows if Fury on the other side of the communicator will be in a bad mood one day and record his gossip today and play it to Natasha and then ask Natasha to find him as a fighting partner, and Fury will use the scene of being beaten to treat his depressed mood. Carlson, who pretended not to hear Li Feng's joke, saw Li Feng close the car door and subconsciously turned his head to look at the backseat of the car. The car Carlson was driving today was full of gold. The seat cushions were all leather wrapped in latex. It was as soft as it could be. Not to mention that adults could sink into the seat cushions. Even the weight of cats and dogs could sink into the seat cushions. That's not all. There are all kinds of expensive equipment installed under the cushion. As long as someone sits on the cushion, these devices will start to collect all kinds of information. No matter the height, weight, or DNA of the person on the cushion, it can be collected quietly, and the other party will not notice anything when collecting. It can be said that the reason why Carlson drove this car to pick up Li Feng was for these equipment. Li Feng followed Carlson's gaze and looked at the back seat, wondering, what's wrong? Can't I see ghosts if there are still people sitting in the back seat? Carlson smiled and asked, where is your invisible servant, creature? Li Feng scratched his head and said, he is busy at home. I guess he can't get out of the RV recently. What do you want to do with him? Nothing. I just heard from Fury. That creature looks different from us humans, so I'm very curious. Carlson shook his head slightly, but he was depressed and complained in his heart. Creature didn't come? How can I collect DNA and complete the task assigned to me by Fury? Why do I feel that none of the tasks related to Austin are simple? You are my mission nemesis, right? As the car started, Carlson focused on the road ahead and stepped on the accelerator. Seeing that Carlson didn't want to pay attention to him, Li Feng curled his lips in boredom. There is still a long way to start company from the Triskelion, and he doesn't want to lean on the window to look at the scenery alone. After thinking about it, Li Feng said knowingly, why is Natasha going to start company? Does she think the salary you give her is too low, so she comes out to do a part-time job? By the way, what kind of job is Natasha going to find in start company? Security captain? Carlson smiled fakely and said, this is confidential, I can't tell you. Li Feng looked at Carlson with contempt and whispered in a voice that Carlson could just hear clearly, are you worried that Stark will become showy one day and fly around in his battlesuit, snatching your mission to maintain world peace? Or are you worried that he will burp one day and the battlesuit will fall into the hands of others? As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Carlson looked at Li Feng in a daze. When he was about to ask what Stark burp meant, the communicator in his cochlea received Fury's order for him to concentrate on driving. Needless to say, Carlson, who obeyed orders, ignored Li Feng's chatter, suppressed his curiosity and drove the car all the way to the Triskelion building of S.H.I.E.L.D. Carlson had just parked the car, and Li Feng, who was sitting in the passenger seat and talking to himself until his mouth was dry, suddenly said with his hands on his stomach, Old Corvo, where is your toilet? The beer I drank before may have expired, and my stomach is a little upset. Old Corvo? Carlson got out of the car and touched his hair subconsciously, pressed the elevator button speechlessly, and said, most people don't build toilets in the garage, right? You'd better be patient and wait until we go upstairs to solve your stomach. If Li Feng hadn't had good eyesight and clearly saw a toilet in the distance, he would have really believed Carlson's nonsense. Li Feng, who didn't understand what Carlson was doing, shrugged indifferently and walked straight into the elevator. After a while, Li Feng walked out of the elevator and trotted into the bathroom under Carlson's instructions. Li Feng walked into the bathroom and saw that there was no one around. He covered his nose with one hand and fanned the tip of his nose with the other hand to drive away the stench that did not exist at all. As the small door of the cubicle was closed, Li Feng took out a gourd as black as ink from his shoulder bag, opened the gourd with his Dharma, and commanded the several vengeful spirits that ran out of the gourd in the language of the dead, search for all the zombies in the building. If you have a chance after finding them, you will possess them. After you are familiar with all the behaviors and habits of the host, you will completely occupy the body. After thinking for a while, Li Feng added, if there is no chance of possession, give up. As long as Shield does not discover my plan, sooner or later I will find an opportunity. Several vengeful spirits nodded slightly and floated out of the bathroom directly through the wall. Outside the bathroom, Carlson leaned against the wall, glanced at the armed special forces hiding in the corner in the distance, and said in a low voice, "Sir, do you think Austin will open a portal in the bathroom and let his invisible men into the building?" Fury, sitting at his desk, stared at the monitoring system of the Triskelion building expressionlessly. Whenever the system detected energy fluctuations near Li Feng, he would immediately order the arrest of Li Feng. Hearing Carlson's question, Fury rubbed his forehead. To be honest, he didn't know what he was thinking at the moment. He hoped that Li Feng really just had a stomachache, so that it would be good for you, me and everyone. At the same time, he hoped that Li Feng would open the portal to let the invisible men enter the Triskelion. In this way, he would have a legitimate reason to arrest Li Feng, and even if Stark wanted to get someone out of S.H.I.E.L.D., he would be unable to do so for a while. The reason for the two contradictory ideas was simple. Before, Fury had been thinking about arresting Li Feng for many years, and now it has almost become his obsession. Not arresting Li Feng is not enough to calm his inner frustration. But Li Feng was too slippery before, and he didn't give him a chance at all. Now, Li Feng automatically delivered the goods to his territory, which made Fury feel that his wish had come true, as if Li Feng had already put his hand in front of him, waiting for him to handcuff him, so that he could take out the long-treasured whip, tiger bench, and pepper water to empty Li Feng's brain, and examine it carefully. But the Li Feng of the past is completely different from now. He is not a small figure that he can catch whenever he wants. Let's not talk about whether Fury can catch Li Feng with his current strength, just talk about how he should deal with a lot of annoying things after arresting Li Feng. Although Li Feng is still living alone now, Li Feng suddenly got in touch with Stark, and the relationship seems to be pretty good. Otherwise Stark would not buy the no man's land and lend it to Li Feng to live. What made Fury feel even more unlucky was that half of Stark's life was in the hands of Li Feng, the potion supplier. Therefore, without sufficient reason, Fury did not dare to easily detain Li Feng, which would easily result in 2 deaths and drag Stark's life into a death vortex. Fury, who felt a headache, took a deep breath, and lamented that, when Li Feng was weak, there would be no trouble in arresting him. Even if he killed Li Feng, it would not be a big deal. At most, he would declare to the public that he had killed him by mistake. At most, he would bow and apologize in front of Li Feng's tombstone with an apologetic look on his face, and the matter would be over. Now, whether he catches him or not, it's a lot of trouble. Even if Li Feng wants to hang out in the Triskelion, he has to build a high-tech toilet for him to prevent Li Feng from doing anything in secret. Unfortunately, Fury could not guess that Li Feng had brought a group of vengeful spirits into the Triskelion from the beginning, and when it came to doing things, Li Feng also chose to do it quietly, without shooting. It was not until Li Feng walked out of the bathroom whistling and looking at the detection system with no response, that Fury breathed a sigh of relief, and ordered Carlson to bring Li Feng to him, as soon as possible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Fakes. Carlson led Li Feng, who was looking around curiously, to the director's office. Fury, who was sitting at the desk, looked up at Li Feng expressionlessly, signaled Carlson with his eyes to close the door when leaving, and then pretended to be unwilling to pay attention to Li Feng, and continued to stare at the computer screen in front of him. Seeing this, Li Feng curled his lips. What a powerful official. You want to show off your power to me, don't you want to leave me alone for a while? While complaining in his heart, Li Feng walked to the desk curiously and said while looking at the computer screen, "Zio hey, watching too many porn movies is harmful to your health." Before Li Feng could see the content on the screen, Fury, who was quick and nimble, turned the screen black directly. With a jumping well symbol on his forehead, He stared at Li Feng with a pair of angry eyes that seemed to be able to burn everything. He, the big boss of SHIELD, was actually called Zhao Heli one day. This was really unbearable for his uncle, but not for his aunt. Fury, who was getting angrier and angrier, quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist with a cowboy-like momentum, narrowed his eyes and shot Li Feng twice in the chest, and then Fury fell to the ground. Li Feng shrugged his shoulders and said that this was his own fault. Didn't he know that he had a talisman? He was not afraid of bullets at all, unless Fury's pistol was an anti-material sniper rifle. Moreover, when Fury took out his gun, Li Feng sensed the danger. If he hadn't considered that Fury was the head of the agents and the weapon in his hand might be a little special, he would not have bothered to activate the improved version of the armor spell that could rebound attacks. Needless to say, the armor spell rebounded Fury's bullets as soon as it appeared, causing Fury to be hit by himself, and he was hit by 2 shots in a row. If this is playing Baccarat, it would be twice in a row. How cool. Li Feng, with a sneer on his face, looked at Fury, whose chest was still heaving, and was stunned. No bleeding? This is a tranquilizer gun. Now that agents respect the lives of others so much, are they carrying non-lethal weapons? Or did you plan this all along? Even if I cooperate with you honestly, you would still find a chance to shoot me? Is it to make it easier to collect my DNA? Li Feng, who understood that he was inexplicably set up by Lu Dan, scratched his head in annoyance. He opened his Dharma eye with an unhappy look to check whether Fury would die from an overdose of anesthetics. However, as the Dharma eye was opened, Li Feng stared blankly at Fury lying on the ground. Fuck, why did you shoot when you didn't agree with me? This is Shansei Fury. Li Feng rubbed his forehead speechlessly, and after using his mental power to scan nearby hidden cameras or eavesdroppers without success, when he turned on the shield, he half crouched in front of the fake Fury, not caring whether the real Fury could hear his voice now, and said with a serious expression, "You must know how to combine work and rest at work. You see, you just didn't listen to me and take a good rest, so you suddenly fell asleep on the ground due to exhaustion. If you don't take a good rest, you might die suddenly one day. By then, your wife will remarry, and your children will change their surnames, and you may not even have spent all the stolen money you have embezzled for most of your life. Isn't it a loss? It's easy to catch a cold if you sleep on the ground, so I'll help you move." After saying that, Li Feng deliberately adjusted the fake Fury's face so that his cheek was close to the floor. Then, he grabbed his ankle and walked towards the sofa, pretending to let the fake Fury fall asleep comfortably on the sofa. This is while Li Feng is now in SHIELD, and he doesn't know if there are any hidden cameras around. In addition, this Fury is a fake, so there are some things that Li Feng can only think about, but can't and doesn't need to turn into actual actions. Otherwise, just because the fake Fury dared to shoot at him, Li Feng wanted to kill this guy on the spot, and then stuff a ghost into his body, so that this fake egg would become his servant. Li Feng dragged Fury's feet, and didn't walk a few steps. The door of the office was suddenly kicked open by a team of fully armed special forces. Facing the muzzle of a gun, Li Feng, who had expected it, curled his lips. When this boiled egg used the tranquilizer gun, I knew you would definitely show up. This is basically a trap, but I'm not afraid of anything. Thinking of this, Li Feng once again activated the armor spell that could rebound attacks on the original shield. He held Fury's feet with one hand and pointed at the special forces with the other hand and shouted, "Come on, shoot, whoever doesn't shoot is my grandson." The special forces were a little confused. If they hadn't found that Fury was still breathing, they might have dared to pull the trigger in the name of revenge, but now it's not the same as the original plan. Although the original plan was to let someone in the office lie on the ground, everyone thought that it was Austin, an outsider, who was lying on the ground. What does it mean that Fury is lying on the ground now? The members of the special forces looked at their captain in unison, their eyes full of, "Captain, there is a plan B." The captain felt a little aggrieved when he heard Li Feng's shouting. He really wanted to order the shooting, otherwise he would become someone's grandson. The captain thought for a moment, then turned his head helplessly to look outside the office at Carlson, who was a high-ranking agent, and asked, "Sir, can I be a grandson?" "No, can I shoot?" Carlson, who had already seen that Fury was hit by S.H.I.E.L.'s unique and aesthetic bullet, looked at Fury's red cheek with twitching eyes, touched his own cheek subconsciously and shouted, "Mr. Austin, we need to talk. Talk about it. It's none of my business." Feng dragged Fury, whose face was rubbing against the floor, and threw him on the sofa. He sat on the sofa with his arms and legs bared, and shouted, "As soon as I entered the office, this guy complained to me that he was under a lot of pressure recently, which caused him to suffer from insomnia every night. I kindly advised him to take some sleeping pills and get a good night's sleep, but he insisted that he was an agent with special training and was extremely resistant to the effects of sleeping pills. For him, the only difference between sleeping pills and milk tablets is a taste. There's nothing I can do. After all, Ludan and I have known each other for a while. If he continues to suffer from insomnia like this, he will die young sooner or later. So I said to try a different medicine." Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and almost blinded me. I had to rub my eyes to relieve the pain. As a result, I don't know what he was thinking. He took out a pistol and shot himself twice. I wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Then you saw that he is sleeping soundly now. Feng glanced at the communicator in Carlson's ear, then at Carlson's Mediterranean hairstyle, and said with the posture of an elder advising the younger, "Zioken, I see a bright light on your head. It must be caused by too much pressure." Kicking Fury with his foot, Feng continued to educate him. "Don't learn from your director. Don't shoot yourself in the face with an anesthetic gun. If you can't sleep, your face has turned red and it hurts just looking at it. I suggest you try shooting it on the butt. There is more flesh there, and it is not easy to hurt your body. Do you think I'm blind? This guy's face is not only red, but you've rubbed his skin off." Carlson looked at Feng speechlessly. Just when he was about to say something, he heard the voice of the real Fury. "Carlson, let everyone leave the office. Austin has already seen that it is my double." Carlson was stunned for a moment, nodded slightly and waved to the special forces, signaling everyone to lift up the fake Fury and leave. "Mr. Austin, please wait here. The director will be here soon." After a while, Feng was the only one left in the office. However, Feng waited for more than 10 minutes, but did not see the real Fury enter the office. Feeling bored, he sat down in front of the office and turned on the computer to play a small game. As the screen lit up, a file with the name Peggy Carter suddenly appeared in front of Feng. Feng squinted and looked around. Now he was sure that there must be cameras in the office, but he didn't find them because they were disguised too well. Moreover, the real Fury must be squatting in a small dark room and observing him through the surveillance screen. Why did he just let me see Peggy Carter's information? Could it be that I'm asked to use the Fountain of Eternal Life to treat the other party? Or kill Peggy Carter to save money for retirement and then let me revive the other party when I regret it one day? Feng moved the mouse in confusion and opened the file. In an office somewhere in the Triskelion building, Fury looked at the huge electronic screen in front of him with a stern face. The R&D department of S.H.I.E.L.D. once vowed that, as long as someone uses energy, the monitoring equipment in the Triskelion building will be able to detect it. At first, Fury was a little uneasy in his heart. After all, the existence of wizards on Earth is highly confidential. He didn't tell the people in the R&D department that he wanted to monitor spells, which would be somewhat different from the traditional understanding of energy. Fortunately, the people in the R&D department are not just eating and drinking. When Feng used the shield, Fury smiled and looked at the large screen in front of him, because the screen clearly fed back the energy reaction detected in his office. This result made Fury slightly relieved. This meant that, as long as they remembered the energy characteristics in the future, they would be able to better monitor Feng's location. Unless Feng no longer used the shield in this life, but the mage went forward and fought with the enemy without opening the shield. Is this possible? And as long as they understood these special energy combinations, Fury had reason to believe that the researchers in the R&D department would be able to make equipment to restrain Feng's spells after hard work, or simply use technological means to copy Feng's shield technology. At this moment, Fury was in a good mood. While imagining that his men were on a mission, everyone was wearing shields and fearlessly killing people, he recalled with lingering fear that he had pointed a gun at Feng Fortunately, I didn't pull the trigger, otherwise I would be the one to die. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Fury stared at the big screen and said, "Come in." Coulson pushed open the door, glanced at the big screen and said, "Sir, haven't you seen Austin yet?" Fury shook his head slightly and said, "Wait a minute." Coulson looked at Fury in confusion. Now that they all knew the energy characteristics of some of Li Feng's spells, what was there to wait for? Would Li Feng continue to perform some spells? However, these were not what Coulson should care about, nor were they the purpose of his visit to Fury. "Sir, when I went to pick up Austin before, he happened to see Natasha going to Stark's company." After a pause, Coulson said in confusion. From his tone, he seemed to know why Natasha went to Stark's company. Fury narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. Chapter 137 Earth Temporary Residence Permit. Fury looked at Li Feng sitting in front of his computer, about to finish reading Peggy Carter's medical information, and turned to Coulson and said, "Do you remember what brand of beer Austin drank?" Coulson tilted his head to think about it, and nodded. Fury's mouth curled up slightly, and said, "Wine occupies an important position in Chinese culture. Whether it is treating people to a meal, or keeping in touch, or Austin discovered the substitute, and I need to apologize to him, wine is indispensable. Since Austin likes to drink beer, please buy me a few bottles of beer he drank before." Coulson knew that his boss liked Chinese culture, and for this reason he specially asked Melinda for advice on a Chinese tongue twister, and then practiced it day and night for a period of time. Although in Coulson's opinion the result of hard practice was that he heard a buzzing in his ears and didn't understand anything, but since Melinda said that he could become a master, Fury must have learned the tongue twist as well. So when Fury first mentioned the drinking culture, Coulson thought his boss was showing off how much he knew about Chinese culture and didn't take it seriously at all. It wasn't until Fury mentioned that he chose to apologize to Li Feng for the body double that Coulson realized something was wrong. Fury is the boss of a world-class organization, and his attitude towards things and people has always been tough, especially tough. It's not Fury's usual style to bend down and apologize to others so easily. Coulson is a senior agent with rich work experience after all. Realizing that something was wrong, he subconsciously looked at Li Feng on the surveillance screen. Seeing that Li Feng was holding the mouse in his right hand and clicking and moving it continuously, he narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Sir, do you want to collect Austin's DNA?" Fury did not hide it and nodded in acknowledgement. At the same time, he said with a regretful expression, "Before, I thought that, even if the stand-in's anesthetic gun could not anesthetize Austin, it could at least scratch some skin and rough. But I didn't expect Austin to be so difficult that I couldn't even collect some skinned and rough." Coulson's face also had a bit of bitterness. He looked at the mouse with Li Feng's fingerprints on the surveillance screen and said, "At least you can collect Austin's fingerprints. I haven't even seen creature, let alone collect DNA." After that, Coulson sighed, turned around to help Fury buy the beer that Li Feng had drunk before, praying in his heart that he could extract the other party's DNA from the beer that Li Feng had drunk. Otherwise Fury might not reimburse him for the beer. The DNA hasn't even been collected, so why should we ask for money for drinks? After a long time, Li Feng not only finished reading Peggy Carter's information, but also played a few card games on the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computer. When he was thinking about whether to download some standalone games to relieve boredom, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Li Feng leaned over to look at Fury, whose head was shiny. He subconsciously brushed his eyes with his right hand, opened his magic eyes to look at Fury, to confirm the authenticity of the boiled egg, and said with a smile, "Hey, look at who this is." The rough little face was rubbed by the floor into a red and smooth little face. How come it turned black again in a blink of an eye? Is this the legendary thick skin that can't be hurt by hair? When Li Feng's right hand brushed his eyes, Fury felt the rhythmic vibration of the mobile phone in his pocket. After he translated this long and short frequency vibration into Morse code, he learned that the other party had energy fluctuations. Fury narrowed his eyes, threw a can of beer in his hand to Li Feng, and walked straight to the sofa, saying, "You know that the person is not me, so you won't show mercy? I will send you the medical bill then." Li Feng took the beer and shrugged. "The premise of sending the bill is that the postman can find me. When he opened the beer and released various detection spells, Li Feng showed an exaggerated expression of surprise and said, "Is it not you who cried to me about insomnia before? But your half-twin brother?" Fury's eye twitched. "Fucking half-brothers and twin brothers? You might as well say that's my clone." You deliberately made his face the ground. Fury paused and suddenly felt his face burning and stinging for no reason. He said faintly, "Don't think I can't see that you just want to destroy the artificial mask on his face." Li Feng, who was sure that the beer was fine, raised the beer, saluted Fury from a distance, and said with a smile, "Whatever you say, I won't admit it anyway. It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not." Fury shook his head slightly, looked at the computer and asked, "How much do you know about Ms. Carter?" "The only thing I know is that this lady won't live long." Li Feng turned his head and glanced at Peggy Carter's information. Without waiting for Fury to glare at him, he said faintly, "From these materials, if SHIELD hadn't spent a lot of effort to take care of her, Ms. Carter would have died long ago." Although he didn't finish his words, Li Feng pointed 4 times in front of him and made a cross gesture. The meaning he wanted to express was very clear. Fury nodded slightly and said with a bit of bitterness on his face, "Even with careful care, Miss Carter almost went to see God in the pain of illness a few days ago. Even after rescue, she can only lie on the hospital bed and suffer from pain. So I want to buy some eternal life fountain from you. I don't ask for the eternal life fountain to prolong Ms. Carter's life, but I hope that she can live more comfortably in the last period of her life." Moreover, Fury looked at Li Feng with a sincere expression and said, "Ms. Carter is familiar with Stark, and she is still Stark's elder. So if you have a way to make Ms. Carter healthy again, I believe Stark will give you a satisfactory reward. Even if you want the equity of Stark Enterprises, I can negotiate with Stark on your behalf." Li Feng curled his lips in disdain. He knew that he needed to be careful when talking to Fury. Fury's words seemed to be for Li Feng's sake, but what would happen if Li Feng agreed to sell the Eternal Life Fountain? It is estimated that after Fury accepted the Eternal Fountain, he would turn hostile and pinch Li Feng's neck and ask, "What is your purpose in looking for Stark?" Li Feng touched his forehead and complained helplessly, "Is Stark your biological son or something? Why do you care about him so much? Also, can you find someone to cure your paranoia? If you don't get treatment quickly, you may be doomed." Fury took a sip of the beer in his hand. Since Stark was mentioned, Natasha's going to Stark's company was always unavoidable. Moreover, with Li Feng's current bad mouth, it is estimated that, if he drinks a few more glasses of wine one day, he will say something nonsense in front of Stark and stir up a lot of trouble. Fury felt that some things were better discussed openly, and after thinking for a while he said, "Do you know why S.H.I.E.L.D. is paying attention to Stark?" Li Feng nodded and said casually, "First of all, his father, Howard Stark, is one of the founders of your S.H.I.E.L.D.'s predecessor. Secondly, it is the high technology in Stark's hands. Finally, this guy admitted in front of the public that he is Iron Man and the responsibility of your S.H.I.E.L.D." Having said that, Li Feng shook his head in contempt, indicating that he did not want to express his opinion on this, but he couldn't help but complained, "You S.H.I.E.L.D. think you know the truth of the world, but in fact, you probably don't even know the tip of the iceberg." Fury narrowed his eyes. "It seems that you know a lot of things that I don't know, so I have to have a good chat with you. When I was at Stark's house before, I noticed that you once said that Stark would not live long. Later, I learned from some experts what palladium poisoning is. I also know that he is now immune to palladium metal images because of your potion. But in this way, Stark will always be restricted by you, and if the problem of palladium poisoning is not completely solved, Stark Corporation may one day be owned by you." After a pause, Fury said with a slight smile on his face, "So I used some information on improving the reactor to exchange for your phone number from Stark, and since someone with extraordinary powers like you is close to Stark, I also sent Natasha to ensure that Stark will not be suddenly murdered. Information on improving the reactor? That was a gift Howard left for his son, and he wanted to improve it? You really know how to flatter yourself. It's not that I look down on you, S.H.I.E.L.D., but you really don't have the ability. As for why you keep talking about Stark's safety, isn't it just to get out the reason why I approached Stark?" Li Feng spread his hands helplessly and said, Stark studied science, and I'm a magician. We are not the same kind of people at all. Why do you think I looked for him? To learn scientific knowledge. If I hadn't met Stark by accident in Afghanistan, and then he helped me to modify the RV, I wouldn't care about his life or death. So I really have no purpose in looking for him, just put it at ease, okay? Li Feng drank the beer in his hand in one gulp, and threw it into the trash can accurately under Fury's expressionless gaze. Li Feng, who felt like he could still drink another 3 pounds of beer, licked his lips and said, as for me wanting shares in Stark Enterprises, do you think it's hard for me to get them? I don't believe you don't know about Abadia. Believe it or not, if I get bored one day, I'll call Howard Stark back to the human world and talk to Tony Stark about the shares of Stark Enterprises. Fury, who had a headache and a gust of cold wind behind him, twitched his eyes. You can revive a skeleton that is rotten to the point of only bones? Exclamation mark. Fury took a deep breath, stared at Li Feng with his one eye, and asked the biggest question in his mind, since he knew that the dead can be resurrected. Since the dead can be resurrected, does it mean that there are souls in the world, and there are hell and heaven? What about gods? Do they, or God, exist, and where does he live? Why, do you still want to check God's Earth temporary residence permit? By the way, talk to him about the extradition treaty, so that your subordinates who have been dead for hundreds of years can be resurrected, and continue to work for you? Li Feng tilted his head, and seemed to recall something, when he was halfway through his words. He grinned and said, don't mention it. I remember that the god of another world is a black man. I think you must have a lot of topics to talk about. Seeing that Fury looked interested and wanted to ask something in detail, Li Feng shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to say more about the other world. He pointed to the ground and said, as for this world, I don't know if there is a god. Maybe there is, maybe not. Anyway, I haven't seen heaven with my own eyes, nor have I seen angels come to earth. But hell definitely exists. After all, destroying the devil is one of the duties of the temple wizard. Feeling that the amount of information was a bit overwhelming, Fury felt that he needed to sort out his thoughts. Chapter 138 I slipped the tongue. Fury, who had been wondering whether Li Feng really had the ability to resurrect the skeleton, crossed his legs and pretended to be distrustful. He said, I remember you said that you were just a wandering wizard. Even a weak wizard, like you can revive the dead with a wave of your hand. Then how many people in the temple wizards know how to resurrect? And how many dead people have you wizards resurrected? After thinking for a while, Fury added, who have you resurrected in history? Li Feng looked at Fury speechlessly. Is this professional disease coming back again? He still wants to ask about Kamatage in a roundabout way. Spreading his hands, Li Feng rolled his eyes, pointed to his mouth, and said, watch my mouth shape. I'll tell you one last time. My small body can't afford to offend those wizards, so I have nothing to say about anything related to the temple wizards. Fury pulled the corner of his mouth, thinking that since he had a dark skin, no one would notice that he was blushing, no matter how embarrassed he was. After thinking about it, Fury simply pretended that he had intermittent deafness. He pretended to be full of contempt on his face and said, at first I thought you were very powerful. After all, guns couldn't do anything to you. But now I suddenly feel that you are more timid than even a mouse. Fury pointed to the ground and said confidently, in my territory, my office, I'm surrounded by my people. In such an environment, as long as you don't say it, and I don't say it, how can the people of the temple know what you said? Do you think such a superficial provocation will work on me? Li Feng rubbed his forehead and sneered. Don't think I can't hear what you really want to ask. You just want to figure out how the people of the temple know what I said when you are all around me, right? Li Feng shook his head slightly and said with a smile, I know what you are thinking now. You think the reason why S.H.I.E.L.D. can't find the trace of the wizard is because they use magic to monitor everything in the world, just like you use electronic devices to monitor the public's phone calls. So you suspect that even if S.H.I.E.L.D. finds clues about the wizard, the temple wizards will make corresponding preparations in advance, such as destroying the clues before you? Fury, who was silent, had a stern face, staring at Li Feng with his one eye, as if a small flower had grown on Li Feng's face, and he looked at him very carefully. Seeing Fury waiting for him to speak, Li Feng grinned and said, "Congratulations, you are right. They are indeed monitoring this world, but their methods are much more sophisticated than what I said. As for how they monitor specifically," at this point, Li Feng said with a mean expression and tone, "I won't tell you." Fury's eyes twitched, and his right hand subconsciously reached for the pistol. Fortunately, the left hand remembered that Li Feng opened the shield faster than he could draw the gun and finished shooting, and pulled the impulsive right hand in time. Otherwise, once he fired, he would be the only one lying down. Li Feng's words were so blunt, and Fury, who had already put his face in his pocket, had no choice. Since he knew that he had no chance of finding out about the temple mage from the other party, Fury sighed inwardly and asked with a stern face, "What about the other question?" Li Feng was stunned for a moment and blinked inexplicably before reacting. "Are you talking about who has been resurrected?" Seeing that Fury's one eye was full of sincerity and curiosity, Li Feng grinned and shook his head slightly. "You think some questions are too simple? Do you think that such a high-end spell as resurrection can be learned by everyone? And even someone as proficient in resurrection as me can't resurrect anyone I want?" Spreading his hands, Li Feng said helplessly, "At most, I can resurrect the dead for a period of time, so that they can chat with me and relieve my boredom." Without waiting for Fury to ask, Li Feng, who had already prepared his words to cover up his lies, said faintly, "I have said before that hell is real, so here comes the question. Who do you think manages the souls of ordinary people after they die? Is it your shield that manages it?" Fury curled his lips. If SHIELD could manage souls, the number of people who want to sit on the chair under my butt would be so large that they could circle the sun several times. Fury squinted his eyes and seemed to have thought of something. He smiled thoughtfully and said, "According to you, people either go to heaven or hell after death. You neither admit nor deny the existence of heaven nor God, but you are sure of the existence of hell. So the dead are naturally managed by hell. And from your tone, I seem to have heard that the temple wizards have never resurrected anyone. The reason is that they don't understand the resurrection technique and can't afford to offend the hell that manages the dead." Li Feng seemed to guess what Fury wanted to say and touched the tip of his nose pretending to be a little embarrassed. Fury looked at Li Feng with contempt and said with a smile, "Resurrection is a spell that is linked to the soul, so you, who dare not offend even the temple wizard, dare not offend hell. In other words, your resurrection seems powerful and eye-catching, but it is actually just borrowing the soul of the dead from hell." Fury tilted his head and thought for a while, and said by analogy, "It's like the dead are prisoners sentenced to life imprisonment. Your resurrection is like visiting a prisoner. You can only ask the dead a few questions, and can't take the dead away from prison. If you forcibly resurrect the dead and take them away from hell, it's like you helped the dead escape from prison, and you planned it yourself. You will definitely be wanted by hell." At this point, Fury suddenly thought of something. Speaking of resurrection technology, SHIELD also has it, and this technology was given by Li Feng when he gave it away for free. Moreover, SHIELD has resurrected several corpses, which can be said to be experienced. Although the corpse resurrection experiment that Fury witnessed personally could not revive people with only skeletons left, even those with severely rotten internal organs could not be resurrected, but resurrection is resurrection. Fury didn't care about these things at first. Resurrection was such an amazing technology, but now he really wanted to point at Li Feng's nose and ask, "The soul that matches the body is still traveling in hell. Is this amnesia? This is simply the rebirth of a soul." Fury was sure that people like him who had done a lot of dirty things in secret could not go to heaven, even though he was now a big boss of a world-class organization. Thinking of this, Fury looked at Li Feng with resentment and couldn't help cursing. "You can't afford to offend hell, can I? I don't know what accusations I will face after I die. You also know that Bob's existence will provoke hell, but you didn't remind me directly." After speaking, Fury's face kept changing from red to black, as if he was constipated. On one side is the famous hell, and on the other side is a team of superpowers, each of whom is comparable to a weakened version of Captain America after resurrection, and they are a team of supermen who form a basketball team. If he hadn't been reluctant to part with these obedient and super powerful soldiers, Fury really wanted to press these resurrected soldiers into coffins made of vibranium, launch them into space, and then send people to hell to convey the message. I didn't touch Hell's soul. Really, it was all Austin's fault. Li Feng saw Fury's unreasonable worry, grinned and comforted him. Don't worry, the Bob you resurrected with technological means actually has no soul, so hell can't control him at all. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Fury, who kept a constipated face, sighed and said, "No soul?" Li Feng was about to answer when he suddenly realized something was wrong and quietly released his mental power to scan Fury beside him. At the same time, knowing that he had said something he shouldn't have, Li Feng slapped himself in his heart and took out a green gourd from his shoulder bag, hoping to interrupt Fury from digging deeper into the meaning of his words, and said, "I came to SHIELD, not only because of your invitation, but also because I need your help with something." Fury glanced at the green gourd with a smile and said, "When you deliberately revealed the fountain of eternal life and the resurrection technique in front of Carlson, I knew you had something to ask me." As he spoke, Fury leaned comfortably against the back of the soft sofa, crossed his legs and said, "Tell me, although you have extraordinary powers, you have always been law-abiding. I will definitely help you if I can." Seeing Fury's bossy demeanor, Li Feng raised his eyebrows, looked around and whispered, "Remember 12 years ago, when we were in?" Li Feng pointed to the ceiling, gestured with his hand to the appearance of the cosmic cube, and continued, "Did you find a glowing cube on it?" Before Li Feng finished speaking, Fury, who had been observing the green-skinned gourd, turned his head to look at Li Feng and said, "The cube swallowed by my big cat?" Fury was not the short-sighted agent 12 years ago, and after becoming the director, he carefully checked the information about the cosmic cube. Although he didn't know how the cosmic cube in the hands of the Red Skull got to the cruiser in the Earth's orbit, he knew that the Red Skull relied on the cosmic cube to develop a lot of advanced weapons. Even now, these weapons are still considered advanced weapons. So a treasure like this, that contains infinite energy, is much more valuable than the fountain of eternal life. After all, one side is an inexhaustible source of energy, while the other side, although the fountain of eternal life can give vigorous vitality and allow people to live a healthy life without disease, this thing is a non-renewable resource. It will be gone once it is used up. Moreover, since ancient times, everyone has died. If they die, they die. The earth will not stop rotating because of someone's burping. Besides, how much fountain of eternal life can a gourd that is not much bigger than a palm hold? Seeing Li Feng nod and admit that he wanted the cosmic cube, Fury said with a look of disdain, "This is not enough for me to quench my thirst and drink a few mouthfuls. You dare to exchange it for my treasure?" Fury pointed to the door of the office and said bluntly, "You better leave smoothly." Knowing that Fury misunderstood him, Li Feng rolled his eyes and smiled. "No, I just took it in my hand to study it. Don't worry, I will study it under your supervision. Besides, my gourd is a space prop. The spring water in it can drown 800 of you." Fury looked at the gourd seriously, turned his head, and looked at Li Feng, and asked with narrowed eyes, "From your tone, it seems that you know what the Rubik's Cube is." Li Feng nodded. Everyone in the Marvel world knows about the Infinity Stones, so what's the fuss about? Fury pretended to listen attentively and stretched out his hand to signal Li Feng to explain the true face of the cosmic cube. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and asked, "After I explain it clearly, can you lend it to me for a few days to study?" Chapter 139. I'm overthinking usually refers to ordinary people who are greedy. We say that he is eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. But who is Fury? Anyway, this guy's not an ordinary person. He is a second-class person who eats the braised pork in the bowl with big mouthfuls, and at the same time he glances at how much soup is left in the pot. He is calculating how to get the pig farm in his heart. Li Feng wants to wrap the cosmic cube in his hands with a piece of introduction that he doesn't know whether it is true or not. What a joke. It's just that Fury now wants to know the secret of the cosmic cube, but doesn't want to lend it to Li Feng so easily. After thinking about it, he shook his head with a sneer on his face and said in a flat tone, "How about I'll let Carlson be your follower, introducing the changes in the world pattern behind you every day, and then you teach him how to become a wizard?" Li Feng jumped up as if but was on fire and shouted, "Why?" Before Li Feng finished speaking, Fury said with a strong sarcastic tone, "Then why do you let me lend you the Rubik's Cube just by touching your upper lip with your lower lip?" Li Feng was stunned. "So you think I took out the fountain of eternal life just to satisfy your eyes?" Li Feng rolled his eyes and shook the green good in his hand, put it on the coffee table and said, "I didn't say that I could borrow the Rubik's Cube just by explaining. I was going to exchange it with you for a drop of fountain of eternal life from the beginning. One drop." Fury's mouth twitched, and he said disdainfully, "You are so bold. Even if you exchange it with me for a gourd of eternal water, I will still consider it." As he spoke, Fury reached out and picked up the gourd, held it in his hand, and looked up and down at the strange symbols on the gourd, and said in a flat tone, "Did you carve these rune characters yourself? How big is the space inside? Can it really drown 800 of me?" As for whether it can drown, it was obviously a joke by Fury, and Li Feng could just ignore it. However, Li Feng looked at Fury with a little surprise, squinted his eyes and asked, "Have you seen rune characters?" Fury was satisfied with Li Feng's surprise, but he obviously didn't want to explain anything at the moment. After all, sometimes maintaining a certain sense of mystery can not only effectively enhance one's own presence in the other party's heart, but also form an obscure deterrent to mysterious people like Li Feng. This is like Fury telling Li Feng, "Don't think that you don't say anything, so I don't know how much you weigh. I know more than you think." Of course, the main reason why Fury didn't want to explain was that he didn't know how to explain how he knew about the rune language, because he relied entirely on consulting various specious materials and then made up stories in front of Li Feng. If he talked too much nonsense, it would be easy for Li Feng to expose his true identity. Just when Li Feng was confused and secretly guessing whether Fury had found some wizard and recruited him to SHIELD, Fury, who didn't want Li Feng to guess the truth, tried to open the gourd and asked, "Let's talk about the secret of the Rubik's Cube first, and then we'll discuss whether to borrow the Rubik's Cube." Fury found that he couldn't open the gourd and said puzzledly, "Why do I feel that the magic text on the gourd has the same function as your broken book that can't be opened, both of which are to prevent me from seeing what's inside? It's a miracle that you can open it. Do you really think that any gourd can store the fountain of eternal life? This thing is complicated." Li Feng curled his lips. He didn't want to explain the difference between the magic book and the gourd. He whispered, "The cosmic cube is also called the space gem. Its name has already hinted at its main function. Space?" Fury tilted his head and asked curiously, "What is the specific function? For example?" To understand it from the perspective of our wizards, the Rubik's Cube contains the laws of space. Whoever can master the Rubik's Cube can use the power of space at will. Li Feng thought for a while, pointed at himself and said, "You also know that I can open a portal and appear in every corner of the earth at any time, but the portal is a spell, and no one except the wizard can master it. Moreover, I can't open a portal to Mars at present, because the earth is too far away, and I don't have enough mana. But it's different with the Rubik's Cube. Even if the person who masters the Rubik's Cube is a warrior with no mana, as long as he can withstand the power of the Rubik's Cube, he can use the power of the Rubik's Cube to appear anywhere in the universe at will. For example, if he eats too much breakfast on Earth, he can open a portal to Mars to take a walk, to digest the food with a wave of his hand." Li Feng pointed to the greenskin gourd and continued, "Or you can expand the space inside the gourd infinitely. If you have a strong understanding of spatial energy, perhaps it is not impossible to create a gourd that can hold a sundae. In addition, science and technology can also use the Rubik's Cube, just like the alien scientist who hid in the Earth's orbit to study the Rubik's Cube 12 years ago. Perhaps her ultimate goal is to develop a fighter that can travel through wormholes." Li Feng acted helpless, shrugged and continued, "Of course, I know myself well. With my ability, I can't master the Rubik's Cube at all, so I just borrow it to comprehend the spatial laws in the Rubik's Cube and strengthen my spatial spells. Maybe after I comprehend the mystery of space, I can open a portal to take you to the moon for sightseeing." Fury glanced at Li Feng obscurely, then lowered his head and touched his chin. "Is there a spatial law in the Rubik's Cube?" Legend has it that artifacts generally contain some kind of law. Are there some laws in some props on Earth? After all, hell has come out, so some myths are not just myths, but historical facts. Artifacts and the like may really exist, such as some magical items in the warehouse of S.H.I.E.L.D. Feng is now appearing in every corner of the earth at any time. Just relying on this ability, S.H.I.E.L.D. is very passive and can't monitor you, right? Do you still want to go to the moon? Only mages can learn to teleport? Does it mean that the temple mages can appear all over the world at any time? If so, then I will focus my search on those people who appear in 2 places at the same time in one day. Does it mean that I can find the temple mages? Fury, who still wants to dig deeper for more information, said in a roundabout way, do you know how huge the energy in the Rubik's Cube is? This is not something that ordinary mages can control, right? When he was halfway through his words, Fury suddenly realized something and asked blankly, you knew the secret of the Rubik's Cube 12 years ago? Seeing Feng nod, Fury's mind kept recalling the details of Feng's first contact with the Rubik's Cube, and his brain began to make up his mind crazily. He clearly remembered that Feng had said many times that he didn't want to have any entanglement with S.H.I.E.L.D. when he was weak, so Feng had been hiding from S.H.I.E.L.D. for the past 12 years. Now, since Feng dared to appear in S.H.I.E.L.D., it also indirectly showed that Feng believed that he had the strength and was not afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D. looking for trouble. So a wizard who had no money and no resources and was so weak that he didn't even dare to touch the Rubik's Cube 12 years ago only needed 12 years of practice to become strong enough to dare to try to comprehend the law. The word law sounds so high sounding, and it is not something that ordinary people can comprehend just by wanting to, whether in movies or legendary biographies. Who can comprehend the law? If not a godlike existence, then a demigod. And what about Feng? Even if he has been practicing magic since his mother's womb, how many years has it been now? He actually dared to say that he borrowed the cosmic Rubik's Cube in order to comprehend the spatial law inside. What worried Fury the most was that Feng, who dared to try to comprehend the law, was a wandering wizard without a mentor. What did this mean? Fury's only idea now was to split Feng's head open and check how many of the wizards who had better cultivation talents than Feng, who had a lot of resources behind them and were personally guided by mentors, had already comprehended the law. Would they come out one day out of boredom to promote the secrets of magic and bring the good technological earth to the magical earth? Looking at Fury, who was almost scratching his head, Feng smiled in his heart. He deliberately didn't tell Fury the real appearance of the space gem. He said half of it and left the other half for Fury to constantly fill in the blanks in his mind and pay attention to the role of the cosmic cube. After all, with Fury's personality, it is impossible for him to destroy the Rubik's Cube or put it in a safe to sink it into the sea. After knowing its importance, he will only continue to strengthen security and increase the intensity of research. If you want to use the Rubik's Cube to research something as soon as possible, you need someone familiar with the Rubik's Cube to guide you. So the question is, who does Fury know who knows the Rubik's Cube best and how to use it? Although Feng's methods tend to be magic, there must be something worth learning from it. Just like now, Fury has detected the energy fluctuations of some of Feng's spells through technological means. Fury, who was in deep thought, had a headache the more he thought about it. After a long time, he rubbed his temple and looked at Feng. After taking a few deep breaths, he asked, how long do you want to borrow it? Feng was stunned on the surface, and he made a "oh yeah" gesture in his heart. This can be regarded as convincing this boiled egg. Feng, who was a little excited, licked his lips and said a little embarrassedly, I don't know either. I can only know after trying it. This is not Feng's modesty, but the truth. After all, he really doesn't know whether he can comprehend the rules of space with his current strength, but the chance should be great. Looking back to the past, when Feng first encountered the Rubik's Cube, he was a rookie with serious lack of strength. So let alone comprehending the rules in the Rubik's Cube, he couldn't even hold the Rubik's Cube in his hands for a long time, and he had no blessing to enjoy the infinity gem. Although his current strength has not reached the peak of mortals, the space gem also has a layer of Rubik's Cube to protect it, and Li Feng has at least entered the stage of key training and returning to the void. If he doesn't touch the Rubik's Cube to try to comprehend the rules of space, he will feel itchy all over. Fearing that Fury would go back on his word, Li Feng raised his eyebrows and said without thinking, "Of course, I still say that. You can watch how I operate. Maybe those who study the Rubik's Cube can get some inspiration." It would have been better if Li Feng hadn't said this, but once he said it, Fury pondered for a while and glanced at Li Feng inexplicably. "You seem to be determined to borrow the Rubik's Cube. So what if you figured it out? I don't believe you will give up the rare opportunity to observe." Li Feng scratched his brow, spread his hands and said, "Just ask if you agree or not." Fury looked at Li Feng seriously, then looked at the green-skinned god, and after a long time said, "Tell me how much eternal spring water you can give." Chapter 140. Is there any wizard who joins SHIELD? Finally, after intense negotiations, Fury and Li Feng took away 3 drops of the Fountain of Eternal Life, as well as Li Feng's other bargaining chip, the Resurrection Technique. Regarding the Resurrection Technique, Fury initially wanted Li Feng to be available at any time, but Li Feng got up and prepared to leave. "I'm not your servant. Why should I listen to you? Believe it or not, I will resurrect your father and let him teach you in the middle of the night. Although my resurrection technique is a fake and shoddy product, it is not bad at all. The Fountain of Eternal Life is even better if used well. It's like one task is to capture someone alive, and the other is to kill someone directly. Which task causes greater sacrifice? For example, the agents were originally preparing to carry out the task of capturing someone alive, but when they saw that the other party had a large number of security guards around him, it was impossible to complete the task easily. On one side is world peace, and on the other side is sacrifice. What can the agents do? Of course, they choose to ignore the sacrifice and complete the task with faith. Moreover, it was good to be able to complete the mission. If the other party ran away or died, the agents would not only die in vain, but SHIELD would also have to spend a large amount of resettlement fees to comfort these sacrificed people. This was all green money. Now that they have the resurrection technique, it is different. When the agents see that the other party is outnumbered, they simply change the task of capturing alive into preserving the body relatively intact. Then they can directly use Gatling guns to shoot the other party. Anyway, after the matter, they can trouble Li Feng to release the resurrection technique once, and SHIELD can still get the answer they want from the mouth of the resurrected opponent. For this reason, Fury, who did not want to give up the resurrection technique and the Fountain of Eternal Life, negotiated with Li Feng again, and finally got Li Feng's promise to help SHIELD perform 10 resurrection techniques for free. Although Fury was a little dissatisfied, he had no choice, because Li Feng was holding on to the bottom line, and Li Feng, who paid all this, only got 6 days to comprehend the laws of space. After the deal was done, Li Feng waved at Fury and told him to quickly prepare the container for the Fountain of Eternal Life, like he was shooing away flies, and he kept muttering, "1 drop of Fountain of Eternal Life is equal to 2 days rent, which is just like your face, so damn black." Fury smiled as fake as it could be, and said as he stood up and walked towards the office door, "Don't be so ungrateful. The Fountain of Eternal Life is just an external object. To you, it is just a good healing potion, and comprehending the law can improve your own strength. I still think I'm losing money. How about we talk about it again?" "Get lost," Li Feng said with a distressed look on his face. "The problem is that I don't know if I can comprehend it." "Who believes what you said? From the previous information, I know clearly how much you cherish your life. Will you try something that you are not sure of?" Fury rolled his eyes and said haha to Li Feng. Outside the office, Carlson, who had been monitoring the conversation between Li Feng and Fury, had been waiting outside the door with a group of scientific researchers holding various instruments. Seeing Fury open the office door, Carlson walked up to Li Feng carrying what looked like a freezer box, and said with a gentle smile, "Mr. Austin, please open the gourd." Li Feng picked up the green-skinned gourd, glanced at the box in Carlson's hand, and reminded him thoughtfully, "Let me tell you in advance, the Fountain of Eternal Life is very delicate. Freezing it will not only be ineffective on it, but will destroy its special properties. So you'd better study it while it's hot. In case you delay for a while and find that the fountain of eternal life can't provide vitality during the research, don't blame me for not reminding you. Coulson was stunned, turned his head to look at Fury, who had squeezed his eyebrows into a ball, his eyes full of "Commander, please get a charter." Fury glanced at the green gourd engraved with runes, thought for a while, and said, "What's the best way to preserve it?" Feng looked at Fury with a smile, squinted and said, "If possible, you'd better find a wizard who is proficient in time spells." Time. Coulson stared with his eyes almost bulging out of his sockets, and subconsciously said, "You wizards can." Before Coulson could finish his words, Fury on the side coughed dryly and glared at Coulson sharply, signaling Coulson to be careful with his words, as there were other people in the office. Seeing several researchers around him looking at Feng with idiotic eyes, Coulson realized that he almost committed the crime of leaking secrets. He smiled and said, "Mr. Austin, this joke is not funny at all. Let's talk about some practical methods." Feng shrugged indifferently. He didn't care whether anyone knew that he was a wizard. After all, he planned to be with the Avengers in the future, and these superheroes were very exposed. After wearing uniforms, they were in the spotlight wherever they went. So Feng's identity as a wizard would be known to the public sooner or later. In addition, Feng felt that he had the ability to protect himself now, so he was not afraid of trouble to find him. He said with a smile, "If it's an ordinary wizard, it's not impossible, but they need to consume a lot of mana to maintain the effect of the eternal fountain." Seeing Feng's attitude of "you advise, I just treat it as a turtle chanting sutras," Fury gestured to Coulson with a dark face to take out a strange glass tube, turned his head, and said to Feng, "I want 1 drop for a search first, and I will contact you when I need the remaining 2 drops. 1 drop. Could it be that Fury has already guessed what I'm testing, or that S.H.I.E.L.D. has not actually found the wizard, and Fury's previous guess that the gourd was a rune was just a lucky guess? But there is no reason. Fury is a black man in every way, a total non-African. Unable to guess the truth, Feng joked, "This is not a bank. There is no interest, so you can deposit it, but don't ask me to return you 2.5 drops. In addition, you'd better find a way to store the eternal fountain water as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I accidentally drink these 2 drops of your water one day, don't come to me to cry." As he spoke, Feng's eyes swept back and forth between Fury and Coulson's faces. Feng has made it very clear, if they want to preserve the fountain of eternal life, they must have the help of a wizard. If there really is a wizard in S.H.I.E.L.D., then the expressions of the two will definitely change slightly. Feng can also use this to judge whether there is a wizard in S.H.I.E.L.D. For example, if there is a wizard, then the expressions of the two will definitely be thankful and relieved. If not, then they will naturally frown or feel lost. It's a pity that Feng underestimated the control of the agent's expression. Coulson still had a gentle smile on his face, while Fury nodded expressionlessly, indicating that he understood. This made Feng feel helpless. "I can't see anything." "Forget it. No matter whether there are wizards who have been summoned by S.H.I.E.L.D., at most I can ask the vengeful spirits to be careful, and I can even give up the vengeful spirits if necessary. At most, I can make some." After comforting myself in my heart, Feng opened the green gourd plug, and under the control of the spell, a drop of eternal fountain water floated into the weird glass tube, and asked, "Coulson, what's the virtue of your glass tube? It was deformed when it was produced. Couldn't it be that your S.H.I.E.L.D. is so short of money that it only sells inferior products instead of genuine products?" Coulson smiled and said as he put the test tube into the box, "This is a test tube that can maintain a vacuum state at any time. It won't harm the eternal fountain water." Feng tilted his head to think about it, and while looking at everyone present, he spread his hands and said, "I don't know much about technology, so I can't answer your question. I only know that the best way to preserve it is to rely on magic." Feng mentioned magic several times. If Fury still didn't realize Feng's intention, he might as well move his butt from the director's throne to the cat's nest and continue to play with the cat. Fury looked around and found that several people in the office were believers of the Church of Science, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fury, who was afraid that Li Feng would cause trouble again, said with a straight face, "It's done. I'll let Carlson take you away." Knowing that his little intention had been seen through by Fury, and he was on guard against him, Li Feng curled his lips in disdain, glanced at Carlson who made a please get out gesture to him, and said with a smile, "Do you want to experience what it means to go home in the blink of an eye?" This was Li Feng's way of making some noise in front of several believers of science, and by the way, darkening Fury's face, "It must be very exciting." Just as Li Feng was hesitating whether to perform a portal on the spot to open their eyes, or to use apparition to turn into black mist and leave, smashing the three views of these scientific researchers to pieces, Fury, with a cramp in his eyes, glared at Li Feng with a warning look, speechlessly and helplessly took out his wallet from his pocket, pulled out a credit card, and handed it to Carlson, ready to spend money to avoid disaster. "Take Mr. Austin to a high-end restaurant. I'll treat you." Li Feng scratched his head. "This is a treat for the boiled egg. Don't miss it if you pass by." After thinking for a while, Li Feng glanced at the dim sky outside the window, grinned and walked towards the office door. Regardless of whether Fury agreed or not, he said directly to Fury behind him, "I want a one-stop service for food, drink, and entertainment tonight, and the bill will be all on your head." After that, Li Feng, carrying a shoulder bag, walked out of the office with a cheerful pace. Carlson looked at Fury, who was blackmailed speechlessly, and gave Li Feng a thumbs up in his heart. "Talented, brave enough. Aren't you afraid that Fury will make things difficult for you?" Seeing that his boss nodded slightly, Carlson followed Li Feng with a stiff smile. After a long time, Carlson drove Li Feng directly to Manhattan. Since Li Feng specifically asked to use Fury's money for corruption, the first thing Carlson thought of was the important place for the development of American drama and musicals, Broadway Avenue, especially the central area of 42nd Street Times Square, which is surrounded by dozens of theaters. Li Feng would probably be satisfied if he could watch an opera after enjoying the delicious food. Unfortunately, the good old man Carlson had no idea what Li Feng wanted. To a vulgar man like Li Feng, watching an opera is not as good as sitting on the street and watching beauties. What he wants is popcorn or potato chips, plus a big bottle of happy fat house water, and go to the cinema to watch a blockbuster happily. Chapter 141 Hulk. When approaching Harlem in northern Manhattan, Li Feng, who felt that he had lost 3 pounds due to hunger, hung his head, opened the car window boredly, and admired the brightly lit streets. The moment Li Feng opened the car window, Carlson heard dense gunshots. As an agent who has been dealing with guns for many years, Carlson, who is extremely sensitive to gunshots, calmed down, listened carefully, and looked in the direction of the gunshots and explosions in confusion, and said in confusion, "Why do I hear the sound of standard US military guns? Who would engage in a firefight with the military in the metropolis? Terrorists? I don't know who is fighting with the military forces." Li Feng, who saw something through the windshield, pointed to the sky and said, "I only know that someone didn't bring a parachute to the helicopter. Who does he think he is? A birdman with wings or a flea in human skin?" Carlson looked at the person who jumped out of the helicopter in the direction Li Feng pointed, only to see that the person had neither a parachute nor a paraglider, and the clothes he wore were very ordinary, not a glider at all. Seeing that the other party was simply performing a random free roll in the air, Carlson immediately used his years of skydiving experience to judge that the other party would most likely hit the ground face first. There is no hope, just wait to die. Feeling an inexplicable burning pain on his face, Carlson moved his eyes upwards, glanced at the helicopter, and said, "That's a US military helicopter." As he spoke, Carlson slammed the accelerator and flew away following the sound of the explosion. "Sorry, Mr. Austin, I need to check out what happened. I'll take you to dinner when I'm done." Li Feng touched his rumbling stomach, rolled his eyes weakly and said, "Can you respect my stomach? Didn't you hear it protesting? Besides, the military has even dispatched helicopters. Is it necessary for your little body to join in the fun with a broken pistol? Fool." Halfway through his words, Li Feng stared blankly at the road ahead. The warrior who jumped off the helicopter and smashed a big hole in the ground with his face was climbing out of the hole waving a green fist as big as a casserole. After a roar, he walked towards the distance, where flames were rising into the sky. Hulk. Li Feng realized what was going on, scratched his head and said, Coulson, stop the car. Not to mention that you only have a small pistol, it will be useless, even if you take out a tank from your trouser pocket. Li Feng pointed at Hulk. See that guy? A tank is just a large assembly toy to him. Coulson parked the car on the side of the road and dialed Fuhrer's number while turning to look at Li Feng. Him? Do you know who the big green guy is? Li Feng just nodded when Fuhrer's voice, with a slightly tired tone, came from Coulson's phone. Coulson? I have enough of a headache now, so you'd better not tell me that Austin is in trouble too. Before Coulson could answer, Li Feng, who had heard Fury accusing him of liking to make trouble, snatched the phone and said dissatisfiedly, Ludan, I'm not causing any trouble. I'm still hungry now. Did the general call? The general named Ross who loves super soldiers. Li Feng, who couldn't remember Thaddeus Ross's full name, scratched his forehead and continued, this is what happened. The boyfriend of General Ross's biological daughter is running naked in front of me wearing a pair of big shorts and a green hat. Wearing only big shorts is considered running naked. Anyway, Ross thinks this seriously affects the appearance of New York, so he sent his own soldiers to teach his daughter's boyfriend a lesson. On the other end of the phone, Fury, who was listening to Li Feng's nonsense, was watching the scene on the street through the satellite. I saw that the Hulk, who felt extraordinary after roaring, was easily knocked away by another abomination, who was not wearing shorts and running naked. The Hulk, who was knocked unconscious, was immediately dissatisfied, feeling that his dignity and face as the invincible Hulk had been lost. So, the angry Hulk performed a scene of tearing up a police car to use as boxing gloves on the street, and then he gave the abomination a series of left hooks. After a wonderful combination of punches, he rode on the abomination with an angry face and smashed the other's ugly face. Through the screen, Fury felt that his face hurt even through the screen, watching the two giants who did not follow the boxing rules at all. Looking at the damage and casualties caused by the fight between Hulk and Abomination, Fury rubbed his temples with a headache. Although he knew that this was an accident caused by the internal experiment of the US military, and he received a warning from the military when Hulk entered New York. But Ross didn't say there were two giants in New York, and judging from the posture of these two guys, they were professionals from the Boxing Association and the Forced Demolition Office, and the speed of demolishing the street was so fast. Unable to bear to check the casualty data, Fury hesitated for a while and asked, Austin, can you deal with two monsters? Li Feng glanced at Coulson, who was full of anxiety and worry, and turned his head to think that it would be nice to show off his skills in front of Fury. First, Ludan hinted at the Triskelion that Shield knew something about the magic world, which scared him so much that he almost let the ghosts leave the Triskelion. Although Li Feng realized that this might be Fury's nonsense, it still caused him a little psychological pressure. Li Feng felt that he needed to relieve the pressure, such as bullying Abomination, so that he could feel healthier. Secondly, Li Feng felt that showing some strength could also give Fury a not so subtle warning. Don't mess with me, I'm not a vegetarian, I'm super fierce when I'm ruthless. Thinking of this, Li Feng, who didn't consider whether his identity as a wizard would be exposed, didn't think of what Fury was worried about, and grinned and said, it's just a matter of a few moves for me, but what's the benefit for me? Although Li Feng was originally going to deal with Abomination and Hulk, why not take the benefits for free? After all, they will have income from street performances. Why should he do it for free when it's his turn to show his strength? That doesn't make sense. Fury's eyes twitched. I haven't even told you to do it yet, and you want benefits? Are you overthinking? Give the phone to Coulson. Li Feng blinked in confusion and handed the phone to Coulson, asking curiously, what's going on? Don't you want me to help? After a while, Coulson, who said yes several times, threw the car keys and Fury's credit card to Li Feng and said, Mr. Austin, please find a restaurant to eat by yourself. The director said that he doesn't want to see the slogan magicians are out, science is gone on the front page tomorrow. After that, Coulson took out a small pistol and walked towards the direction of Hulk and Abomination, as if since he couldn't join the battle, he had to maintain order and minimize the occurrence of trampling incidents. Li Feng, who took the keys and credit card, scratched his head. When he was about to turn around and get into the car, he suddenly heard a woman behind him shouting, "Austin?" Li Feng turned his head and saw Aunt May in a dress with worry written all over her face. Seeing Aunt May crying, Li Feng asked in confusion, "Aunt May? Why are you here? Are you attending a party?" Aunt May wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, forced a smile and said, "Not attending a party, but today is my birthday. Originally, Ben and I agreed to celebrate my birthday at home, but Ben felt that he now works at Stark Enterprises and has a stable and sufficient income, so he insisted on bringing me here. He planned to take me to an opera after celebrating my birthday in a high-end restaurant." At this point, Aunt May's tears could not stop flowing down, and she said in a crying voice, "As a result, I got off work and changed my clothes, but before I walked to the restaurant I had an appointment. I saw the chaos on the street. I didn't know if Ben would be in danger in the restaurant." Li Feng, with a confused look on his face, pointed in the direction of Hulk and Abomination, and said with a slight twitch of his eyes, "Uncle Ben is in there?" Aunt May nodded worriedly. Li Feng covered his face speechlessly, cursing in his heart, "Damn it, Uncle Ben, our Uncle Ben, why are you joining in the fun? Isn't it good to celebrate your birthday at home? Do you know that I have admitted that I will only make you die of old age or something? Why do you rush to any dangerous place for no reason? And you, Stark, you are indeed a big shit. You are just a troublemaker. Why did you call Uncle Ben to Stark Enterprises for no reason? Isn't it better to let him live his life peacefully?" Although he cursed, Li Feng, who knew that Uncle Ben was in danger, immediately put on his cloak and turned into black mist and flew into a high-end restaurant in Aunt May's confused eyes. In the restaurant, Uncle Ben, who seemed to have a fractured thigh, was putting splints on himself to bandage the wound, while speaking to the shivering diner beside him in a gentle tone. "Hey, it'll be okay. You'll be safe when the police come. Maybe you should be thankful that at least your thigh is not hurt and you'll be able to jump away soon." The frightened diner was about to breathe a sigh of relief after being comforted by Uncle Ben, but suddenly he saw Li Feng, who had broken through the door, floating in the air surrounded by black mist. His fragile nerves collapsed immediately and he shouted, "Ghost, ghost, your sister." Li Feng said without curiosity, "Which ghost dares to appear in front of me?" At the side, Uncle Ben recognized Li Feng at a glance. He was not wearing a mask and had no intention of hiding his identity, and said in disbelief, "Austin? Who are you?" Li Feng, who put away his apparition state and showed a complete human form, frowned and glanced at Uncle Ben's thigh. If it was just an external injury, Li Feng could heal Uncle Ben with a wave of his hand, but if the bone is not straightened, the treatment will be ineffective. Most importantly, Li Feng said that he had never learned how to set bones, so he could only let Uncle Ben bear with it and wait until he got to the hospital to treat the fracture before casting the spell. Hearing Uncle Ben's question, Li Feng opened a portal and cast the floating spell on Uncle Ben, who was staring at him, saying, "I'm a wizard. We'll talk later. You leave first." As he spoke, Uncle Ben, who was floating in the air and felt that his brain was not enough, saw Aunt May through the portal with a dull expression. He quickly gathered his mind, showed what he thought was the most gentle smile, and shouted, "Hey, May, you are really bright today." Aunt May's mind was also in a mess at this time. She first saw Li Feng turned into black mist, then light gate appeared inexplicably in front of her, and finally saw Uncle Ben, who had lived with him for most of his life, floating in the air. Fortunately, Uncle Ben was not hurt except for the clamp wrapped around his thigh. Aunt May, who was delighted, came forward and hugged Uncle Ben. As for the magical events he encountered before, how could they be more important than the safety of his family? Naturally, Aunt May subconsciously threw them behind her. Chapter 142, The Hate of Doubting Life. Although Harlem was in chaos, Li Feng did not hide his magic when he cast it, so in addition to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, many people clearly saw the light and shadow effects caused by Li Feng's magic. Uncle Ben, who had always thought that he lived in a technological world, saw many people around him pointing fingers at Li Feng, and suddenly realized that Li Feng's special ability was known to the public when he saved him, which was not a good thing for Li Feng, who saved him. Before, an Iron Man appeared in New York and claimed that he would protect everyone, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the other party was playing with a high-tech product. Although the identity of a superhero would make many people hesitate, there are many people who secretly want to get a set of iron battle suits to play with. After all, as long as they steal the manufacturing technology of the iron battle suit, they can become the next Iron Man. If it weren't for Stark's identity and social status, it is estimated that the sky over New York would be full of Iron Man. And Li Feng is just an ordinary person with no social status or fame. Otherwise, how come Uncle Ben, who has lived in New York all his life, has never heard of the name Austin? Presumably, there will be more people who envy and want to obtain the same ability as Li Feng, and what means are there to pay for it? Thinking of this, Uncle Ben said to Li Feng with an apologetic look on his face, "I'm sorry, you saved me, but your identity was exposed to the public." After a pause, Uncle Ben said sincerely, "If there is anything I can help you with, just tell me." Knowing that Uncle Ben was worried that he would be sliced and studied, Li Feng shrugged indifferently, smiled and comforted, "Uncle Ben, you think too much. In fact, the magical world is not a secret to some people, and I'm not a weak scum without the ability to resist." As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Carlson, who was originally wearing a black suit and busy evacuating the crowd in the distance, ran to Li Feng with a mobile phone, handed him the phone and said, "The director is looking for you." Before Li Feng put the phone to his ear, Führer's roaring voice came from the microphone. "Austin, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to leave? Are you bored, or what? You have to cast spells in a crowd? Do you know that your big face may have been photographed by someone? Do you want the whole world to know that there are wizards on Earth tomorrow?" Li Feng, feeling the buzzing in his cochlea, subconsciously moved the phone away from his ear, curled his lips, and turned to Uncle Ben and said, "Look, there is a top agent who knows the magical world on the other side of the phone, so you don't have to worry about me being in danger." Although the phone was some distance away from Uncle Ben, Führer's roar was not small, so Uncle Ben could still hear what Fury was saying. After realizing that he was thinking something, Uncle Ben smiled and said, "That's good. I thought you would be in trouble after saving me." Carlson, who was standing by, heard that Li Feng was casting a spell in public on the street in order to save people. He looked at Uncle Ben and Aunt May, who looked familiar, with some surprise. You should know that Li Feng was not a warm-hearted citizen in his eyes, so the idea of taking the initiative to save people had never occurred to Carlson. Carlson was a little curious about the identities of Uncle Ben and Aunt May, but Li Feng was still by his side, so he didn't dare to ask openly. On the other end of the phone, Fury heard that Li Feng didn't take his words seriously at all, and said with anger, "You deal with the two monsters, and I will help you solve the trouble caused by exposing your identity as a wizard." After that, Fury hung up the phone neatly without waiting for Li Feng to answer. Li Feng threw the phone to Carlson with a gloomy face, and said unhappily, "Is your stewed egg sick? I'm not afraid of my identity as a wizard being exposed. Why should I work for nothing?" Carlson glanced at Hulk and Abomination, who were fighting all the way towards him, and then looked at the small pistol in his hand, and shouted nervously, "Austin, are you going to help or not?" Before Li Feng could answer, Uncle Ben, who was kind-hearted, advised, "Austin, if you have the ability, you should help those people. These two monsters are about to tear down the entire street, and the ambulance can't get in at all." After a pause, Uncle Ben thought of something and added, "Of course, you need to disguise yourself, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble afterwards." Li Feng glanced at Uncle Ben, opened the portal, took out the skull mask and the weird sickle from the RV, shrugged and said, "I didn't say I wouldn't help, but Uncle Ben, you should go to the hospital as soon as possible to straighten your bones, so that I can cast healing magic on you." After that, Li Feng put on a skull mask, carried the sickle on his shoulders, and dangled his hands on the long stick, walking towards the Abomination with a gangster-like manner. Here, the Abomination, who was fighting fiercely, had just kicked Hulk into a store. Just when he was about to mock Hulk for being weak and powerless, he heard a very arrogant shout from behind. "Boy, I heard that you are a good punching bag. Come and accompany me to relieve my boredom." The Abomination, who was enjoying the fight, turned his head and looked at Li Feng, who was dressed as the Grim Reaper. He spat on the ground with disdain and said, "Do you think you are the Grim Reaper with a skull mask and sickle? As he spoke, the abomination threw his arms and rushed towards Li Feng, roaring, "Since you like the Grim Reaper so much, I will send you to see the real Grim Reaper." Li Feng snapped his fingers calmly and watched the abomination hit his face against a barrier and fell to the ground. Li Feng shrank his neck as if his face was hurting, rubbed his cheeks gently, and said with a grin, "Although I know that ugly people live longer, your ugliness is a bit shocking. Are you going to live forever just by relying on this ugly face? Also, do you have any sense of shame? Hulk at least knows to wear pants, but you are naked in public." The abomination was a little confused and didn't understand what happened just now. How come a piece of tempered glass appeared inexplicably, and it was tempered glass made in China, and it didn't break? Seeing that, the abomination stood up without bleeding or being hurt and continued to rush towards him. Li Feng raised his hand and released various fireballs and other spells on the abomination's face, which not only tested the power of his own spells, but also saw how high the abomination's magic resistance was. After a while, looking at the dusty face of abomination, Li Feng glanced at the other's lower body inexplicably and said blankly, "I didn't expect that you, who are thick-skinned, are actually a eunuch monster." Abomination was furious when he heard this, and he blocked his face with both hands in anger. He decided to resist Li Feng's spell and use his casserole-sized fist to hit Li Feng's small face. After all, in order to gain powerful strength, he paid so much that was unimaginable before. It's not easy for him. Why do people dare to laugh at him for not having a little abomination? It's really a man who can be killed but not humiliated. On the other side, Hulk, whose strength was suppressed by the serum, shook his dizzy head, jumped out of the store with an angry face, and took 2 steps at a time when he saw Abomination, and rushed towards Abomination with his fist raised. Li Feng, who was about to test the time spell, looked at his experimental subject being snatched away by Hulk with a confused look on his face, and shouted unhappily, "Greenskin, you are immoral, this is my test subject." After that, Li Feng opened a palm-sized portal leading to the back of Hulk's head, and then raised his palm and slapped Hulk's back of the head hard, knocking the opponent's spirit out of his physical body. Banner, who had just become a spirit before he understood what was happening, stared with bulging eyes, confusedly watching his physical body being punched and kicked by the abomination like a sandbag. Feeling his physical body being beaten and hurt all over, Banner subconsciously raised his transparent hands in front of his eyes, thinking in his mind, "Am I dead? I can't die, even if I swallow a gun or jump off a building, but I died like this?" Seeing that Banner spirit had a big question mark on his head and was standing next to Abomination with his hands flipped in a daze, Li Feng speechlessly prepared the spell to stop time and said, "Drive Banner, can you go to the side of the road to cool off? You're hindering me from doing my best here." Banner looked at Li Feng blankly, "Can you see me?" Li Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, I made you like this." At this time, Abomination seemed to feel that Hulk was motionless, as if he had died, and kicked Hulk away with an unsatisfied look on his face. Li Feng only felt a light in front of his eyes, an opportunity. It happened in a flash, and before Abomination could turn around and rush towards Li Feng, the spell in Li Feng's hand had already accurately shot at Abomination. After leaving a sentence to Banner, "Don't worry, you are not dead, I will send you back to your body later." Li Feng was interested in circling around the Abomination wrapped in the water flow. After a while, Li Feng untied the water flow that wrapped the Abomination's head and asked curiously, "By the way, how do you, a eunuch, give birth to offspring? Are you hermaphrodite? Then when you want a baby, do you spit out an egg from your mouth and put it in the quilt to hatch it?" Banner, who had become a spirit and followed Li Feng, couldn't help laughing when he heard Li Feng's ridicule. "Do you think he is a chick? You are going to hatch eggs in the quilt? How big is this quilt?" The Abomination didn't feel good at the moment. Except for the head that could move, the rest of it couldn't move. It can't be said that it couldn't move, but the body's movements were too slow. Just like the brain clearly issued a command to take a big step, but it would take until next year to complete the time to take a step. This is simply the gospel of snails. They are no longer synonymous with slow movement. "Who are you?" with his fist unable to move, and his mouth unable to bite Li Feng. The hatred's eyes were almost filled with real anger, and he roared, "I'm a military man, you can't do this to me. Me." Li Feng pointed at the tip of his nose, and said with his head tilted, "I'm a good person passing by. I saw that you are so ugly, so I wanted to take a closer look." Halfway through his words, Li Feng cast a time acceleration spell on the hatred's head, which made the hatred inexplicably feel that the world had become slow. If it weren't for Li Feng in front of him opening his mouth and spitting out a word for a long time, and with a serious dragging sound, he would have suspected that time had stopped. For Li Feng, it might only take a sentence, and at most a few seconds would have passed, but for the hatred whose lower body time was stagnant and his mind time was accelerated. When Li Feng finished a sentence, he felt that a year had passed, and it was a year when his body remained motionless. When Li Feng felt that it was difficult to maintain 2 time spells on the same person, and took back the time acceleration spell, Abomination only felt that hundreds of years had passed in another world. His fear of loneliness had penetrated into his bones and was incurable. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, The Guardian of the Hate Card, You Deserve It. Li Feng let everyone watch the magic show for free this time, but Fury had said early on that the expenses cannot be reimbursed. Although casting spells does not consume much except mana, he was a little unhappy that Li Feng did a good deed without receiving money. So at the beginning, Li Feng's idea was, since you don't give me any benefits, then I will find a way to get some benefits myself. And this benefit is naturally the soul and body of the abomination. There is no other way. Who made the little boss of the abomination too poor and never exploded any equipment? Li Feng could only spend some time on this piece of meat and make it into a powerful mummy. When he thought of the guard of the abomination card, You Deserve It, Li Feng suddenly felt that he had a natural aura of the pharaoh. Of course, if the sickle in his hand was replaced with pure gold, it would be more like the pharaoh. As for collecting banner soul, it was not that Li Feng didn't want to, but that this was a master, and a master that Li Feng needed to win over. There is no way. After all, Banner in Avengers 4 also made a great contribution to the creation of the time traveling machine. Li Feng said that he couldn't afford to offend him. Who knows how much IQ Banner has left after being made into a mummy. He still wants to learn about time through Banner. Originally, Li Feng could extract the soul of the other party from the body of the abomination, but he had boasted too much to Fury before, and he had let it slip. If he performed the soul extraction in the street now, and let Fury see the mummy like abomination guard in the future, Fury would probably not treat him like this, but with all-round 3-dimensional monitoring, and even the flush toilet would have to put 10 or 8 monitoring probes. For this reason, Li Feng specially brought his weird sickle. After all, there was a cat living in this thing, and it could also extract souls. Just as Li Feng asked Nakomata to absorb the soul through the skull mask, and help imprison the soul of the hatred, and raise the sickle to chop the hatred, a loud shout came from afar. Wait, spare his life. Li Feng didn't care who was shouting, he only knew that this was his benefit, a trophy that belonged to him alone. So when the person who shouted finished speaking, the heart of the hatred was already pierced with a blade. Seeing the human-shaped Emil Bronsky being dragged into the sickle, and becoming neighbors with the Nakomata, and the blood of the hatred being swallowed by the Nakomata, and stored in the body, causing the flesh of the hatred to become a mummy, Li Feng, who felt refreshed at the moment, turned his head, and looked at the person who shouted him to stop. Although the person shouting was wearing a military uniform, Li Feng knew at a glance that the other party was a soldier, but Li Feng couldn't see anything else. He had never joined the army, and couldn't understand the meaning of the US military shoulder straps at all, so he didn't know that the person standing in front of him was an Air Force Lieutenant General. Li Feng carried the sickle on his shoulders again, his hands drooping on the long stick, and asked in confusion, "Where did you come from? What are you doing here?" At the side, Banner, who was in spirit form, stared blankly at the skinny abomination and glanced at Li Feng obscurely. This guy's methods are evil, no matter how you look at it. Hearing that Li Feng had no fear of his future father-in-law in his words, Banner was afraid that Li Feng would turn General Thaddeus Ross into a mummy on a whim. By then, not to mention whether Li Feng had the ability to fight against the army, he himself would not be able to explain to his girlfriend Betty, so he hurriedly said, "He is Thaddeus Ross, a Lieutenant General of the US Air Force. He is a general who actually holds power and commands heavy troops." After hesitating, Banner added in a low voice, "He is also my girlfriend's father." General Ross, who didn't hear Banner introducing himself at all, glanced at the severely shrunk abomination, and with an angry look on his face, he took out his gun and aimed at Li Feng. "What a perfect test subject, but you sucked him into a mummy. If there wasn't a perfect Hulk in the distance, I would have wanted to bang you now. You can call me General Ross. Didn't you hear me telling you to stop?" Seeing that Ross took out his gun and aimed at the mysterious man wearing a skull mask, the remaining soldiers looked at each other and raised their guns helplessly to aim at Li Feng, praying in their hearts that, although Li Feng seemed powerful, his body was still immortal and could be killed by guns. Otherwise, they didn't want to become a mummy anyway. Li Feng looked at the row of black gun muzzles in front of him with disdain, and after ignoring them, he grinned at Banner and said, "Given your father-in-law's hot temper, I guess it would be a beautiful scene when he gets along with you, right? How about I help you kill him too? You can just elope with his daughter." Banner gave a fake dry laugh and subconsciously looked at his own body, thinking that if there was a conflict, he should let Hulk come out to attract firepower. After all, Ross cared more about Hulk. As for what would happen to Li Feng, he was not stupid. Didn't he see that he didn't take guns seriously from the beginning? It showed that he had the ability to escape, or was not afraid of guns. But when Banner looked at his own body, he was a little dumbfounded. His body had exited the Hulk mode at some point, and now it was a complete weak scholar mode. Banner didn't think about it. He was not in the state of merging with Hulk in Avengers 4. His body would not change after being beaten out of the spirit body by the Ancient One. Now there was no consciousness in his body. How could he maintain the Hulk state? Banner was a little melancholy now. This is good, not to mention attracting firepower later. I guess there is no chance to escape. Once I return to the body, I will be imprisoned. Li Feng saw what Banner was thinking, grinned and said, "How about going to my house for a drink?" Without waiting for Banner to answer, Li Feng slapped Banner with a palm and sent his spirit back to the body. The soldiers at the scene had experienced the extraordinary battle between Hulk and Abomination, and then witnessed the magic of fantasy means. Their nerves had long been stretched into a fragile string, so when they saw Li Feng inexplicably raised his palm, they didn't know which string in the mind of a soldier was broken, and subconsciously pulled the trigger. This is good. When the surrounding soldiers heard the gunshots, they were already nervous and thought that the general ordered an attack, so they pulled the trigger one after another and fired at Li Feng. As for Li Feng, he covered his face with his left hand when he heard the first gunshot, listening to the symphony played by the sound of bullets being fired, and occasionally hearing the sound of RPGs being fired at him. It was not until Ross lay on the ground and shouted ceasefire and the gunshots became less and less that Li Feng put down his left hand, looked at the soldiers rolling on the ground with a smile, and said, "Now you know that my shield can rebound bullets." Li Feng tilted his head, as if he thought of something profound and puzzled. He looked curiously at Ross, who was about to get up, and asked, "General, you said that these soldiers rashly opened fire without orders and were killed by the bullets they fired themselves. This is suicide, right? Can they be buried with the national flag and receive pensions?" Ross, who almost bit his teeth to pieces, glared at Li Feng viciously, as if his eyes could shoot X-rays through the skull mask and see what Li Feng looked like, and roared, "You will regret it." Regret? Li Feng sneered a few times and threw the sickle into the air. Under the control of his mental power, the sickle flew accurately towards several dead soldiers and detained their souls in the sickle. "I helped you solve the problem with an empty stomach. It would be fine if you didn't thank me in person or give me a big gift, but you took out a gun and threatened me without knowing whether I was good or bad. If I didn't have some self-protection ability, would you still want to slice me up for a search and add the results to your super soldier plan? I hate you guys the most, you idiots who have no ability and like to talk nonsense. The sickle flew a circle in the air and returned to Li Feng's hand. Li Feng bared his teeth and warned, if you threaten me again, when we meet next time, believe it or not, I will let this sickle fly to you from 3,000 miles away and chop off your life cleanly. Then you will become a eunuch-like abomination. After that, Li Feng waved at Banner, who was hiding on the side, opened the portal to the desert in front of Ross, and said, drive Banner, let's go. We are sweating after exercise, so it's just right to go home for dinner. I have prepared cold beer, so it's just right for us to eat and talk. Banner looked at the endless desert through the portal, and then looked at Betty, who was crying in the distance. At this moment, his heart was full of melancholy. If he stayed, although he could see his girlfriend a few times, he would be drawn blood and sliced by his future father-in-law for a search. It is estimated that he would not be able to see his beloved girlfriend at that time. Let's go with Li Feng. He is not stupid. Naturally, he can see that this guy wearing a skull mask is not a good guy at all, and inviting him is also to find him for something. What if Li Feng is looking for him to study Hulk? Then he can't run away, even if he wants to. Didn't he see that Hulk is not Li Feng's opponent? If you want to turn into Hulk and leave alone, then again, Hulk can't beat Li Feng, and he will be dragged away by Li Feng like a chicken. This is so unlucky. Don't I just want to become a normal person? Is it so difficult? Seeing Banner looking at Betty with a sad face and an attitude of reluctance to part, Li Feng scratched his head and said, drive Banner, do you have to be separated from each other like this? It's not easy for you to see your girlfriend. I can just open the door for you to see her. Banner was stunned for a moment and said half doubtfully and half affirmatively, aren't you looking for me because of Hulk? Hulk? Li Feng, who seemed to understand what Banner was worried about, rolled his eyes and said, if Hulk inherited your knowledge, I would look for him, but the problem is that what can that big guy do besides losing his temper? I guess he would have to count on his fingers for a long time to figure out what 1 + 1 equals. Hearing that the other party was looking for him for knowledge, Banner breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile on his face, he was about to walk towards Betty for a hug and goodbye, but Ross on the side couldn't stand it anymore. He resisted the urge to draw his gun and said, no, Hulk is a military asset. You can't take Banner with you. You are committing a crime, stealing American assets. Haha. Li Feng sneered a few times, pointed around, and said, General, you have no brains. Please look at the streets destroyed by Hulk and Abomination. Although your heart for the country is admirable, please find a way to solve the crisis in front of you first. I guess you will only be a leisurely general who fishes and brags all day for the rest of your life. At this time, Banner, who said goodbye to Betty, walked back to Li Feng, looked at his future father-in-law General Ross with a tangled look, and then stepped through the portal. Seeing this, Li Feng hooked his finger at the abomination in the distance to let it float behind him, and then made a phone call gesture to Carlson, and then stepped through the portal and disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 144 Target. This battle between Li Feng should, or perhaps should not be considered a battle. To be precise, it was a wizard teasing a little monster. In short, when Li Feng used the abomination as a test subject for his spell, Carlson showed a gentle smile, stretched out his right hand to shake hands with Uncle Ben and Aunt May, and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Agent Carlson, from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, abbreviated as SHIELD. Uncle Ben politely stretched out his hand to shake hands with Carlson, and said, hello, my name is Ben Parker. Looking at Aunt May, Uncle Ben continued to introduce, this is my wife. Ben Parker? Carlson was a little surprised. At present, only Fury, Natasha, and he knew that Li Feng was a wizard in SHIELD. Out of curiosity, Carlson flipped through Li Feng's information again and again. Of course, he knew that Li Feng had visited Uncle Ben with gifts before. Both Carlson and Fury suspected that Li Feng approached Uncle Ben for Uncle Ben's brother Richard Parker, Spider-Man's father, but now it seems that Li Feng's purpose is different from what he thought. It seems that Li Feng is just approaching Uncle Ben. Aunt May, who was supporting Uncle Ben, frowned in confusion, and turned to Uncle Ben and asked, "Have you heard of this bureau?" Uncle Ben's eyes were blank and a little vigilant. He shook his head slightly and whispered in Aunt May's ear, "No matter what bureau it is, he is probably coming for Austin. Don't say anything when the time comes. Just leave everything to me." Although Carlson didn't hear what Uncle Ben said to Aunt May, he guessed what the other party was saying by looking at the vigilance in Uncle Ben's eyes. Carlson expressed his understanding of this. After all, Uncle Ben was not familiar with him, and few people knew the name of Shield. However, when it comes to getting acquainted with people and leaving a good impression, this is Carlson's strong point. Don't you see that his face is full of "I'm a good person"? Shield is an international organization, and its actions are supervised by the World Security Council. We are semi-public, so it's normal that you don't know us. Carlson pointed at Feng in the distance and said, "Our responsibility is to manage and deal with crimes committed by people with superpowers. We are a line of defense between the normal world and the weird world." After briefly introducing what kind of organization Shield is, Carlson glanced at Uncle Ben's thigh, opened the car door and said, "I'll take you to the nearest hospital first. Austin said that after your bones are straightened, he will cast a spell to treat you. I believe you are looking forward to the treatment." Aunt May glanced at Uncle Ben, asking with her eyes whether he wanted to get in the car. Uncle Ben thought for a while. Although he knew Austin, he had only seen him twice, and perhaps he didn't know as much as the other party. He probably couldn't answer what the other party wanted to ask. Besides, his old face must have been remembered by the other party. Perhaps now facing this smiling and gentle agent, he has already found out all about his past. Even if he leaves alone with his wife, so what? Probably, the other party will come to his door early tomorrow morning to talk about how to keep it secret from the extraordinary world. Thinking of this, Uncle Ben gently patted Aunt May's hand that was supporting him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. They are an international organization after all. There is no need to embarrass small citizens like us. Let's rush to the hospital as soon as possible. I don't want to miss the treatment time and lose my current job and need to use crutches or rely on you for support for the rest of my life. In addition, I'm also very interested in Austin's healing skills. After all, how many people on Earth can enjoy the treatment of magical treatment? Although this treatment may have to be taken into the coffin, it's still exciting to think about it." Carlson glanced at Uncle Ben thoughtfully. He could hear that Uncle Ben emphasized his own injuries and spells in his words, as if he wanted Aunt May not to worry about Shield and focus her thoughts on him. Sure enough, although Aunt May was still a little worried about what kind of organization SHIELD was, the most important thing for her husband right now was to rush to the hospital. So after looking at Uncle Ben's injuries with a little concern, she finally helped her husband into the back seat of the car with the help of Carlson. Before starting the car, Carlson looked at Feng, who was casting a dart spell, and thought with a twitch in the corner of his eye, "I guess I will be too busy to sleep tonight." Then, he stepped on the accelerator helplessly and asked Uncle Ben behind him, "Mr. Parker, how much do you know about Austin?" Knowing that Carlson would take the opportunity to ask his uncle, Ben organized his words and told Carlson the details of the 2 times he met Feng. When Uncle Ben described in detail the scene of his first meeting with Feng, Carlson was thoughtful. He felt as if he had grasped some clues, but he didn't understand why, causing him to repeat in his heart, "Dinner? Invitation? Send a razor? Comfort Austin and tell him about his life experience?" It was not until Uncle Ben told the story for the second time, when Feng gave him some amulets, that Carlson narrowed his eyes and said affirmatively, "Mr. Parker, you didn't bring the amulet Austin gave you." Uncle Ben was stunned for a moment, then touched his neck, at the same time looked at his brand new suit and trousers with clamps tied to them, and smiled bitterly. "If I had known Austin was a wizard, I would have worn the amulet around my neck all the time, no matter whether the jade pendant matched my suit." At the same time, Aunt May, who also realized the preciousness of the jade pendant, subconsciously touched her neck. She not only thought about wearing the amulet when she got home, but also thought about how to make Parker wear the amulet all the time, even if Parker disliked the jade pendant was ugly. This is a real amulet with magical power, not an amulet bought from a street stall that can only be used for self-comfort. Speaking of the amulet, Uncle Ben asked in confusion, Agent Coulson, do you know why Austin gave us the amulet? Coulson shrugged, that's what I want to know too. After a while, in a pleasant chat, Coulson sent Uncle Ben to the hospital, paid for the hospitalization procedures out of his own pocket, and hurried back to the scene. However, when Coulson just returned to the scene, and was about to continue watching the wizard fight the two giants, he just wanted to cover his face, and get into the car and quickly escape back to SHIELD. Forget about opening the portal in public. Anyway, people are watching the spell, and it's no big deal to have one more portal. Instead, it will let General Ross understand that, if you want to catch Li Feng, you can wait until the next life. He can run to the ends of the earth in a minute. How many resources do you want to use to catch a guy running around the world? As for leaving with Banner and the Abomination, that shrunk into a mummy, although Coulson was a little curious about it, it at least prevented General Ross from continuing to study super soldiers. Didn't he see that the samples were taken away? How could Ross continue to study? Could he imagine how to continue his research by watching the previous battle video? If Ross really had this ability, Coulson felt that he could invest in a movie about an ordinary mortal who evolved into a Superman under a reasonable plot. Then he could lock General Ross in a small dark room and let him watch and study the movie over and over again. Maybe Ross's brain would suddenly open up one day and study something from the movie. Then he could take the research results and let the Earth rush out of the solar system and head towards the galaxy universe. Then Ross's contribution to mankind would be great. But Coulson never expected that Li Feng would make a phone call gesture to him in public before leaving. This move was simply to kill Coulson. How angry was Ross at Li Feng now? Coulson couldn't imagine it. He only knew that Ross's half-life hard work was taken away by Li Feng, and the general's future was blocked. Unless Ross can completely push away the serious consequences caused by Hulk and Abomination, but this is basically impossible. Who doesn't have competitors when they are officials? With such a good opportunity, these competitors will not torture Ross to death. Ross will only lose a layer of skin at that time. Moreover, the skull mask makes Ross not know how cruel he is, or who to take revenge on. Isn't this infuriating? Li Feng's gesture before leaving showed Ross that Shield or Coulson knew Li Feng's specific identity. This simply made Coulson the best target for Ross to vent his temper. Coulson didn't dare to imagine what would happen to Ross, who was about to retire or lose power, and whose temper was now extremely hot. So when Li Feng closed the portal, Coulson turned around and went back to the car. After starting the engine and stepping on the accelerator, Coulson ran back to the Triskelion building quickly, which made Ross, who wanted to make trouble for Coulson, stunned. Triskelion, the director's office. As a knock on the door sounded, Fury, who was sitting at his desk and repeatedly watching the battle scenes of Li Feng, rubbed his head, which had grown to circles, and shouted, "Come in, sir." Coulson, who was sweating, hurried to the desk. "I have found something about Austin." Fury rubbed his cheeks, and after recovering some of his tired spirit, he looked at Coulson and signaled with his eyes to speak. "Sir, our assessment of Austin is not comprehensive enough. We missed one thing. He longs for the care of his family." Fury glanced at Coulson and asked with interest, "Why do you say that?" Coulson first described the impression that Uncle Ben left on him after careful observation. He was a good man, kind, and looked like an uncle next door or an elder. Anyway, even he felt that Uncle Ben seemed to be born with a friendly aura. Then, Coulson emphasized that when Uncle Ben first met Li Feng, he invited Li Feng to dinner, gave him a razor, and comforted Li Feng. As Coulson continued to talk, Fury vaguely understood what Coulson wanted to express. Taken separately, what Uncle Ben did to Li Feng, Fury didn't think it was a big deal. Whether it was treating someone to a meal or giving a gift, it was all normal interpersonal communication. As for patiently comforting others, family and close friends would also do so. But when these things were added together, and when facing strangers who had never met before, it was a different concept. After all, in the United States, who would care about the life and death of another person for no reason? Or when you met a guy who looked like a homeless person in the wilderness? Chapter 145 Evil Spirit. Fury touched his chin. "You mean, in Austin's eyes, Mr. Parker is like one of his elders?" Coulson shrugged. Probably, otherwise there is no way to explain why Austin suddenly came to save people. Fury rubbed his neck, which was sore from looking at the computer for a long time. After thinking for a while, he said, "Didn't Austin ask you to make a call? I guess he saw you sending Mr. Parker to the hospital, so he wanted to ask you which hospital Mr. Parker is being treated. When you take Austin to the hospital tomorrow, bring the detection equipment and record the energy characteristics of the healing spell when Austin casts a spell to treat Mr. Parker. Also, observe carefully Austin's attitude towards Mr. Parker and Peter Parker." As he spoke, Fury recalled with regret the scene when he first met Feng, and in terms of the timeline, he met Feng earlier than Uncle Ben. If I had known at that time that Austin was lacking love, let alone treating Austin to a big meal and a shave, I would have given him a truckload of razors. Even letting me shave him personally would have been fine. As for comforting people, haha, I can nag about it for a whole year. Although Coulson didn't know what was wrong with his superior's brain circuit, he knew that he should suppress his curiosity when he saw the other party's erotic expression. As an agent, you should be familiar with the confidentiality regulations. Know not to look at what you shouldn't look at, and never ask what you shouldn't ask, otherwise it will kill you. Coulson looked down at the shiny leather wrappers of his shoes and said, "Yes, sir." After a pause, Coulson secretly glanced at Fury, and after making sure that Fury had come back to his senses from his fantasy, he said, "Sir, there is something that I don't have evidence for, but I think it may be related to Austin." Fury glanced at Coulson. "What is it? Tell me first." Coulson, "Mr. Parker is now a night shift guard at Stark Corporation. He works the night shift every 3 days. The treatment given by Stark Corporation is also enviable. Mr. Parker's official working hours start from the night of the night watch, when he goes to the restaurant for dinner, and he is officially off work after Mr. Parker has eaten the working breakfast provided by Stark Corporation the next day, and the salary is still twice that of a normal night guard. With this treatment, maybe I can consider applying for a security guard job at Stark Corporation after retirement. With my rich experience, I can earn at least 5 times more than a normal security guard." Fury rolled his eyes speechlessly. "I think Mr. Parker was hired by Stark after Austin gave him a gift." Coulson shrugged, answering Fury's guess. Fury rubbed his brows and said unhappily, "What evidence do you need? It's obvious that Stark hired Mr. Parker for Austin's sake." After thinking for a while, Fury narrowed his eyes and said, "Why do I feel that this is an act of Stark deliberately trying to please Austin? This seems to give me an illusion that Stark has other reasons besides being curious about the magical world and getting close to Austin. For example, he and Austin have some kind of deal that we don't know about, and it's a long-term deal. Otherwise, considering how much Stark values his own company, he wouldn't inexplicably hire an employee who has not been strictly reviewed." Coulson spread his hands. "That depends on whether Natasha can find any clues. The implication is that it's useless to ask me this. You should talk to Natasha." After that, Coulson pointed to the door of the office. "Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll go and do my work." Fury made a gesture of invitation, indicating that he had nothing to say, and asked Coulson to get out quickly so that he could drink coffee and listen to music in the office alone to relax his recent irritable mood. As a result, when Coulson walked to the door of the office and was about to push it open to leave, Fury suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Wait, I almost forgot. Can you help me invite a few psychics? It doesn't matter if they don't have magical powers, but those with knowledge and experience will do." Coulson turned his head to look at Fury in confusion. Since he knew that there were psychics in the world, he had specially found many famous psychics. There was nothing wrong with normal conversations. Maybe because bragging is not taxable or something. Some of them even patted their chests and said that their biological father was Mephisto and their godfather was Jesus. Only Coulson had a good temper and didn't pull out a gun to shoot a few people, but when he took out his SHIELD ID to show that he was an agent and asked several masters to cooperate with his inspection, these masters all wilted without exception, crying and hugging Coulson's thighs and begging for mercy. Finally, under Coulson's strong request, these masters were forcibly tested. Needless to say, these masters who seemed to have great magical powers and dared to be fearless were actually a group of liars. Not to mention casting a small flame, even the slightest energy in their bodies could not be detected. Seeing Coulson's puzzled face and not understanding his purpose, Fury thought for a while and asked, "Remember what Austin said about hell?" When Coulson recalled that Feng admitted that there are devils in this world, but did not say that there is heaven, he suddenly felt a deep sense of sadness in his heart. Damn, does this mean that everyone goes to hell after death? What do people who want to go to heaven and do good things think? Anyway, everyone goes to hell who will do good things? Without waiting for Coulson to nod in response, Fury continued. Later, Austin also said that Bob has no soul. This reminds me of an urban legend, Ghost Rider. Coulson asked in confusion, Ghost Rider? Is this related to psychics? Fury nodded, motioning for Coulson to continue listening to him. According to rumors, Ghost Rider has extraordinary powers that can only be obtained by making a deal with the devil with his soul. So Ghost Rider is actually an evil spirit controlled by the devil. We learned from Austin that the duty of the Templar mages is to destroy the devil, so we will temporarily call the Templar mages white mages, and the spells they use are called white magic, and Feng personally admitted that he did not practice magic with the white mages for a special reason. So what is this special reason? As he spoke, Fury moved the mouse and adjusted the surveillance video to the scene where Feng turned the abomination into a mummy and said, "Do you think this scene is evil? Could this be the reason why Austin became a wandering wizard? Because his magic is evil enough, belonging to the faction that leans towards the devil and runs counter to the white wizard? Anyway, I don't believe that turning people into mummies is some kind of white magic. In addition, I have a basis for speculation." First of all, Fury adjusted the surveillance screen to the scene where Feng beat out Banner's spirit and said, "I don't need to say more about the function of the miniature portal behind Hulk's head, right? But do you think Austin has the ability to knock Hulk out with a palm after removing the magic? And can he beat Hulk unconscious and restore him to Banner?" Coulson shook his head slightly. Although they only collected Feng's DNA today and had no time to conduct research, they could not prove that Feng's physical body was still within the data range of ordinary people. But a wizard is more powerful than Hulk. This is impossible to think about. Fury squinted his one eye at the surveillance screen and said dimly, "This scene gave me the feeling that Austin beat the Hulk's soul out, or he used magic to block the Hulk's soul, until I saw this." Fury slid the mouse, letting the computer screen repeatedly play the image of Feng chatting with the spirit like Banner, and said, "Don't tell me Austin is actually mentally ill and likes to talk to himself in the air." Coulson shook his head, squinted at Feng's opening and closing mouth on the screen, and asked, "Sir, he seemed to be saying Banner?" Fury nodded and said, "The lip-reading expert told me that Austin said, 'Drive Banner. Can we go to the side of the road to cool off? You're hindering my performance here.' Don't worry, you're not dead. I'll send you back to your body later." And so on. The more I watch, the more I feel that Austin is talking to Banner's soul. After a long time, Fury took a deep breath and said with a headache, "The second is resurrection. We currently know that Austin has at least two means of resurrection. One is on the technological side, I won't say anything, and the other you heard from the monitoring device. This type of resurrection involves hell and souls. Finally, what do you think when you hear Austin introduce hell? Anyway, I think he seems to be quite familiar with hell, so I have reason to speculate that Austin is actually proficient in soul-related spells. This may be the reason why Austin said he is special and became a wandering wizard." Coulson, who felt that the amount of information was a bit overwhelming, shook his head. It was originally agreed that SHIELD was a line of defense between normal and weird. Coulson said that he could also use the small pistol in his hand to solve some weird events, but after listening to Fury's analysis, he suddenly felt that it was time for SHIELD to buy some holy water from the church. Otherwise, if they encounter demons or ghosts committing crimes while shopping one day, how should SHIELD eliminate them? Rely on mouth cannons to convince the other party to return to hell. Don't you know that the devil is the real expert in mouth cannons? Who knows who will convince whom to go to hell? Fury, who had a headache the more he analyzed, said with a sad face, if Austin's magic is more devilish, then I have to consider whether he has the ability to control evil spirits. After all, you said that Austin can control the resurrected Abadia. Abadia who is resurrected from the dead can also be considered a kind of evil spirit, right? Perhaps Austin's purpose in entering the Triskelion is not to talk to me about the Rubik's Cube, but to learn from the devil to make Ghost Rider. He wants the evil spirit under his control to occupy Bob's body, so as to control what Bob gets from SHIELD. At the end, Fury looked at Coulson and said dimly, so I need to know how to judge whether Bob's body is occupied by evil spirits, and how to defend against possession by evil spirits. This is why I asked you to find a psychic. Coulson, who felt that an evil spirit would run out from behind him at any time, felt inexplicably cold all over. After shivering, he said, yes, sir. After saying that, Coulson hurried out of the office and quickly left the Triskelion building. Didn't he hear Fury say that there might be a group of evil spirits released by Feng in the Triskelion? Coulson thought that, before looking for a psychic, he could go to a church and stay there for a while, preferably until tomorrow noon, and then go out under the sun. Chapter 146 Mordo's message. Afghanistan, desert. When Feng took Banner through the portal, Banner was somewhat uncomfortable. After all, the moon was shining in the sky and the street lights were smiling at me in the last second, but in the next second, he was directly under the sun and stepped on the hot sand. You have to know that when he turned back into Banner, he was only wearing a pair of big shorts on his body, without even a pair of socks. The consequences of stepping on the sand barefoot can be imagined. Banner, who felt that his feet were about to reach 30%, stood on his left foot for a while, and then on his right foot. He said with a bitter face, can't you find a place with better scenery to cross? Or did you send me to the desert to eat steel? Banner? Feng casually pushed the skull mask to his forehead to reveal his big face, and shouted, creature, come out to meet the guests, and by the way, have 2 large glasses of ice beer to quench your thirst. As soon as the voice fell, Banner was surprised to see a motorhome appear in front of him. If it was just a motorhome that could be invisible and drive on the sand, Banner said he could understand it. After all, it is not too difficult to deceive the eyes using some kind of science and technology. But when Creature walked up to Feng with 2 large glasses of ice cold beer, Banner was frightened and took a step back. He looked up at the sky and asked cautiously, who are you? Where is this? Feng only knew that Hulk was a foolish and bold man with a violent temper. He didn't expect that Dr. Banner, who shared the same body and represented a high IQ, seemed a little timid. Feng shrugged, took 2 glasses of beer, and handed one to Banner, saying, I forgot to introduce myself before. My name is Austin, and I'm a wizard. It's nice to meet you, Dr. Banner. By the way, we are in Afghanistan. Banner glanced at Creature who was returning to the RV, took the beer, and reached out to shake hands with Feng, saying, it seems that you know me, so I won't introduce myself. Although I guessed it when you beat my so loud before, I didn't expect that there were really wizards on Earth. Banner pointed at Creature and asked curiously, what species is he? Feng picked up the glass, took a big sip, and burped and shouted, cool. After shouting, Feng pointed at the RV and motioned Banner to get in the car to chat. After all, Feng's almanac said it's not suitable to chat with the sun above your head. His name is Creature, and he is my exclusive servant. Also, it was not a soul, but a spirit before. Just as Banner stepped onto the RV and was about to ask what a spirit was, Feng suddenly felt a spell fluctuation behind him and turned his head to look at a portal that was quickly forming. Feng was a little puzzled. It seemed that no wizard knew where he was except Ancient One. So why did Ancient One come to find him? Did he feel that the earth was very perfect recently, so he was bored at home and wanted to find him to kill time? Feng patted Banner's shoulder, pointed to the portal and said, Creature will answer your questions. Now let me meet a friend first. Banner glanced at Mordo who walked out of the portal. Although he was curious about what the wizard would talk about, he turned around and walked into the RV. After thinking about it, seeing that it was Mordo who walked out of the portal, Feng walked towards him with a smile on his face and a big question mark in his heart, and said, long time no see, how did you know I was here? Mordo glared at Li Feng unhappily, waved to Banger who was looking at him through the car window, and said, "The Ancient One told me you were here, and asked me to warn you." Li Feng, who felt that Mordo seemed to be angry with him for no reason, scratched his head innocently, and asked puzzledly, "What do you mean? How did I provoke Kamatage? You're warning me? You really provoked Kamatage," Mordo said with a straight face. "You had a lot of fun using magic in New York, and you even praised the spell of extracting souls in public. If it weren't for the Ancient One stopping you, there would be so many wizards who wanted to make trouble for you, that you would have to draw lots to get the number." Li Feng blinked inexplicably, and said puzzledly, "Kamatage knew me. There's no reason. I block the spell fluctuations when I cast spells. The temple network can't detect me." Mordo rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "You cast spells so ostentatiously and still need surveillance? Don't you know there are live TV broadcasts in this world? If you weren't wearing a skull mask, you would probably be on Kamatage's wanted list now." "Television?" Li Feng smiled slowly and asked curiously, "I'm not surprised that Master Ancient One could tell it was me, but how did you know it was me? Did Master Ancient One tell you? Or did I not wear the mask right? Did you reveal my handsome face?" "Handsome face? I think it's more like an unlucky face." Mordo pointed at the sickle on Li Feng's shoulder. "Your magic weapon betrayed you. Apart from Kamatage, only you have this thing, and I know the attributes of your magic power. Isn't it easy to guess?" Mordo spread his hands, indicating that Li Feng asked an idiotic question, and said, "It is precisely because I understand your nature, know the attributes of your magic power, and saw that you were simply dealing with that monster, that Master Ancient One asked me to convey her warning. Otherwise, if they saw you collecting the souls of soldiers in public, it would be the combat mage corps." Li Feng shrugged, and couldn't help complaining in his heart, "What about the battle mage corps? Who are you trying to scare? Believe it or not, as long as the Ancient One doesn't come, I will kill as many of you as you want." "What did Master Ancient One ask you to relay?" Seeing that Li Feng didn't take the battle mage corps seriously at all, Mordo was a little helpless. He knew that Li Feng's strength had long surpassed his own, but did he really think that the mages of Kamatage were only so strong on the surface? Li Feng didn't even think about why those demons who were stronger than him were pushed back to hell by a group of Kamatage mages. Did he really think that only the Ancient One could suppress all the disobedience? How busy would she be? I guess she was so busy that she didn't even have time to eat. It's still the teamwork of Kamatage, relying on formations to suppress those who are stronger than them. But Mordo didn't want to tell Li Feng these. He wasn't stupid. Why did he tell all the old stories of Kamatage? Besides, Li Feng was not a mage of Kamatage, but a mage faction born with darkness. Mordo, Master Ancient One's original words were, "Are you feeling itchy lately and want to eat bamboo shoots and fried meat?" Li Feng smacked his lips, scratched his butt subconsciously, looked at Mordo blankly, and motioned the Mordo brand translator to translate what the words meant. He didn't understand. Mordo said unhappily, "Don't you know, or have you forgotten, why Kamatage wanted to hide from the world?" To be honest, Li Feng really didn't study this question in depth. He always thought that Ancient One liked to practice meditation, so he lived in the zen-filled Kamatage, drinking tea every day, chopping small monsters, and living a busy and comfortable life. Otherwise, Li Feng would not have thought that he had the ability to protect himself, and he didn't care whether his identity as a mage would be known to the public. After all, in Li Feng's opinion, it would be exposed, so what's the big deal? It's just that Mordo suddenly brought it up now, which made Li Feng feel that there was another hidden story. He scratched his head and guessed, is it because there are too few people who are qualified to become wizards, or because there are too few resources for wizards, and they can't support too many wizards, so the development of the earth still has to rely on technology? If everyone knew that wizards exist, they would rush into the magic world, and human civilization would regress? Mordo shook his head slightly and sneered. If that were the case, Ancient One would not have asked me to convey the warning. What you said is only part of the reason, but the real reason is not this. Li Feng shook his head in confusion, indicating that he really didn't know the specific reason, and said curiously, "Give me a hint. I can't figure out the reason, even if I guess blindly." Mordo sighed and said helplessly, maybe it's because you and we are not on the same magic path, so I can't guess. In the Kamatage system, when casting a spell, the wizard needs to pay a certain price to borrow energy from the multiverse to complete his own casting behavior. So the wizards of Kamatage know clearly that these energies do not belong to them. They just know where these energies are hidden and know what price to pay before using them. The key point is that these energies have always been there and the price paid for using energy. If it were a few hundred years ago, human technology was not as advanced as it is now, it would not be a big deal, even if the existence of wizards was discovered, because humans at that time had no way to borrow these energies by technological means. With the continuous development of technology, especially the fact that humans can control nuclear energy within a few years with tools, the problem is completely different. What will happen if the secular world discovers the magic world and knows where the energy is? The most direct way is to treat it as an inexhaustible new energy source. And what will happen if there is a strong energy source? If things develop in a positive way, perhaps a mobile phone will not need to be charged for half a lifetime, and a large aircraft will keep flying in the sky until you doubt your life. But on the other hand, let's not talk about whether it feels good to drive an energy tank, or how destructive a nuclear bomb with mana can be. Let's just say, what would ordinary people think if a mage lived longer than normal people? Would they study how to increase their lifespan with energy? It's okay if humans go out into space, because there are many planets in the universe suitable for human habitation, but the problem is that the Earth has not yet entered the space age. The small Earth under our feet is already crowded enough, and we still want to have babies, while no one buys a graveyard? Finally, and most importantly, who will bear the cost of using this energy? Anyway, the machines that absorb energy say they have no consciousness and don't want to take responsibility. At the end, Mordo said dimly, how much will the humans who will pay the bill pay in the end? You mean that humans are not ready to come into contact with magical energy now? Li Feng lowered his head and thought for a while and asked, when do you think humans will be ready? Mordo spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know either, and said, in fact, there are many races in the universe that know how to use energy, but their technology has far surpassed that of the Earth. Perhaps only when human civilization reaches their stage can it accept the energy of the multiverse. Mordo patted Li Feng on the shoulder and said, in view of the fact that what has happened, and you have been noticed by most forces, the Ancient One asked you to try not to cast spells in front of the public. It's not that you don't know how to be invisible, and asked you to use dark spells as little as possible, otherwise next time I really won't come to talk to you. After speaking, Mordo waved his hand to open a portal, and said as he stepped into the portal, I advise you to change the appearance of that sickle, so that we can't tell at a glance that it is a magic weapon of Kamatage. After all, many wizards have seen you, and sooner or later they will suspect you. Chapter 147, Terrifying Fireball. Mordo waved his sleeves in a cool manner, leaving no cloud behind, but Li Feng, who was left behind, looked melancholy. Invisibility spells were nothing to Li Feng, as he already had a cloak that was both invisible and had the muggle repelling charm engraved on it, but it was a bit difficult not to use dark spells. After all, his strength had been reduced. The spells that Li Feng knew at present were mainly divided into 4 categories: time, space, soul, and fire spells. Among them, time stagnation was the most proficient. Although it couldn't stop the sky and the ground, it was still possible to stagnate the air in the middle. The problem was how to increase the power of this thing. He didn't even have an idea. The worst thing was that this was a single spell. What if he faced a group of opponents? Let them draw lots and line up and fight one by one. Among the space spells, portals and mirror spaces were the most proficient. But how to say about the lethality? Was it better to open the portal and wait for the opponent to put his head into the portal, or to throw the opponent into the mirror space and be assimilated by the alien space? Anyway, Li Feng felt that these 2 spells were powerful, but not very practical. As for the soul type spells, they were also the most damaging spells that Li Feng had mastered, but Mordo slapped them to the ground and stopped them from using them. What else could Li Feng do if Li Huo was not allowed to play? Changing his job to become a nurse and performing healing spells? but this was Gu Yi's idea. Li Feng couldn't beat Gu Yi and didn't know how to use the beauty trap. What could he do? At least before Gu Yi died, Li Feng thought he should keep the dark type spells in public. Of course, even if Gu Yi died, Li Feng didn't dare to use them too much. After all, the lunchbox that Gu Yi received was a bit special. This big guy was completely tired of protecting the earth and went to take a break. If Li Feng made too much noise, who knows when Gu Yi would pop out from where to talk to Li Feng. Finally, after much thought, Li Feng could only strengthen the power of fire spells. Fortunately, there was a highly intelligent and educated banner in the RV who could help him a lot in strengthening fire spells. Thinking of this, Li Feng walked towards the RV with a twitch of his mouth. Okay, Dr. Banner, it seems that you need to stay with me for a while. Anyway, you have nowhere to go, and you are idle anyway, so you might as well teach me how the sun shines and heats up. In the RV, Banner, who seemed a little restrained, sat on a soft and comfortable leather sofa. After seeing the seamlessly retractable compartment, the large storage cabinet, and the magical spells he had seen and experienced personally before, Banner was already convinced that there was magic on Earth. He was straightening his back and asking Creature about the interesting things in the magical world. Seeing Li Feng coming in, Banner pointed to the phone and said, "Just now, an agent named Carlson asked me to tell you that Mr. Parker has already had surgery overnight, and it is estimated that the surgery will be completed at midnight." After saying this, Banner looked out the bright car window with a strange look in his eyes, shrugged and said, "I calculated the time difference. If this is really Afghanistan, then it is midnight in New York now, and Mr. Parker's surgery is almost over." After that, Banner said with shyness and apology on his face, as well as a little nervousness, "I will lose my mind," after turning into Hulk. "I'm sorry that your friend was seriously injured. I hope the operation will be successful." Li Feng scratched his head. He felt that Banner might have misunderstood something. Maybe Uncle Ben needs surgery overnight, which made the other party think of seriously injured. However, even if he guessed, Li Feng didn't want to explain anything. After all, he didn't know how Uncle Ben's injury was. He had no X-ray vision and was not a doctor. He didn't know anything except that Uncle Ben was not in danger of life. And sometimes people are more likely to agree to some not excessive requests when they feel guilty. Li Feng sat down on the sofa, handed the sickle and the wine glass to Creature, and said, "Creature, give us another glass of iced beer." Looking at Banner, Li Feng scratched his brow and smiled. "By the way, get Dr. Banner a set of clothes." "Banner, just call me Banner." Banner blushed slightly and said to Creature politely, "Thank you." After hesitating, Banner asked carefully, "Was that person just now also a wizard?" Li Feng, who saw that Banner was still a little nervous, shrugged his shoulders and said in a relaxed tone, "His name is Mordo, a temple wizard who protects the earth from invasion by magical creatures." Rubbing his hands, Li Feng said slowly, "For some reasons, except for me for special reasons, the rest of the wizards have been in seclusion, so." Before Li Feng finished speaking, Banner nodded and said, "I understand. I will keep my meeting with Mordo a secret." "That's good." After that, Li Feng gently snapped his fingers to open the mirror space and said, "This is a mirror space. You can think of it as us being in a different dimension. At present human communication technology cannot penetrate the crystal wall to eavesdrop on our conversation, so there is no safer place than to talk here." At Li Feng's eye signal, Banner, who left his seat, curiously touched the crystal walls around him and asked, "Is there a monitoring device in your RV?" After asking, Banner felt a little silly. After all, a wizard who doesn't want to hide in the world is running around the world, which will be a headache for any country. Moreover, Banner observed that the decoration and some equipment in the RV were not magical items at a glance. Some of them were full of technology, such as the 3D projection TV hanging on the carriage. It's so cool to watch some movies with that thing. There is a full dimensional 3-dimensional sense. These devices are not accessible to ordinary people at all. In addition, Li Feng mentioned the word eavesdropping before, which made Banner naturally think that there was a monitoring device in Li Feng's RV. Li Feng shrugged, indicating that this was obvious, raised 2 fingers, and said, "I invited you here because I want to ask you for help with 2 things." Banner sat back on the sofa and listened attentively, saying, I may not be able to help you. After all, I'm still wanted. After that, Banner made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Li Feng should talk about what it was first. Li Feng smiled, shook his head and said, it's difficult for me, but it may be very simple for you. At least one of the things is very simple. After all, you are a famous physicist. For some reason, Banner felt weird when he heard a wizard call himself a physicist. It didn't seem scientific at all. Li Feng pointed upwards and said, first of all, I want to learn how nuclear fusion works. Banner didn't understand what Li Feng meant by pointing upwards at first, until Li Feng said nuclear fusion. He realized that the other party was referring to the sun. He was a little puzzled. What is the operation of a wizard learning nuclear fusion? This is not magic. Without waiting for Banner to ask, Li Feng dragged a ball of fire and continued, some of the spells I know can actually be explained by science, just like the flame in my hand, which is actually caused by the violent collision of molecules I control. Now, Banner didn't need Li Feng to continue explaining anything. He already understood what Li Feng wanted to do. He swallowed his saliva and said with some fear, you want to learn nuclear fusion and release nuclear reaction fireballs at will? Li Feng nodded slightly, admitting that Banner's guess was correct. In fact, Li Feng had no choice. He had thought about making a fireball with nuclear reaction before, but after consulting a lot of books on the principles of nuclear fusion, he was sure that a poor student was a poor student. In addition to feeling dizzy, Li Feng only got a big confused face. Want to transform knowledge into fireball magic? Exclamation mark. Change the correct reincarnation posture in the next life and play nuclear reaction fireball magic with the head of a top student. Moreover, among all the books that Li Feng could find, none of them clearly recorded how to operate nuclear fusion. After all, this thing is a hydrogen bomb. Who dares to write an instruction manual on how to make a hydrogen bomb? Do you think your life is too long? Besides, if you have this ability, the country would have invited you long ago. Finally, the reason why Li Feng asked Banner in person was because knowledge is just knowledge. If you want to transform it into a physical object, you need someone to guide you. Just like there are cookbooks sold all over the street, but how many chefs can really make delicious food with just a cookbook? Anyway, Li Feng said that he couldn't do it. Banner smiled bitterly and rubbed his temples, saying, to be honest, your magic is a bit scary. Banner looked at Li Feng seriously and asked in a serious tone, do you know what the consequences will be if you fail to control nuclear fusion? Hydrogen bomb explosion? Li Feng nodded slightly, looked around and said, so our wizards have spells like mirror space that do not affect the real world. Banner was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, do I have a choice? I can teach you, but this requires a lot of knowledge reserves. I don't know how much you know about nuclear reactions, so this may be a long teaching time. In fact, Banner knew that it was useless to refuse. He knew from Creature that, if ordinary people accidentally broke into the magic world, it was usually the wizard who cast a spell to tamper with, or eliminate the other party's memory, in order to protect the safety of the magic world. In Creature's mouth, Li Feng not only played this kind of spell very well, but also knew spells of temptation and control. Banner estimated that, as soon as he opened his mouth to refuse, Li Feng would turn around and extract his memory or control his words and deeds so that he could guide the steps of nuclear fusion obediently. As for releasing Hulk, it was not that Banner did not want to, but it was useless. Not to mention how Hulk escaped from the mirror space. Hulk's resistance to mental spells was also terribly low, probably not as strong as Banner's own resistance. After all, he was a strong man who could hold Hulk in his body for a long time. Li Feng scratched his head speechlessly, feeling that Banner seemed to have misunderstood him, but since the other party had agreed to his request, the misunderstanding was misunderstanding. At worst, he would ask what happened after he learned the nuclear reaction fireball. The second thing, Li Feng said with a slight smile on his face, since you have been hunted by General Ross for many years, I think you should be familiar with anti-detection. Can you help me find all the monitoring devices in the RV? After thinking for a while, Li Feng added, just find out the location of the equipment and tell me what these devices do. Banner was slightly relieved about Li Feng's second thing and smiled. This is not difficult for me. In fact, while teaching you the principles of nuclear fusion, I have enough time to check your RV. After a pause, Banner shrugged and said, by the way, take a closer look at this RV where technology and magic coexist. Chapter 148. I want to break up with you. After discussing things in the mirror space, Li Feng and Banner enjoyed a delicious meal and then went back to their rooms to rest. Li Feng was fine, as he had a strong mental strength and didn't feel tired at all. But Banner was different. He went from New York, where the stars were dotted, to the desert area under the scorching sun, so Banner said that he needed to get over the jet lag, otherwise the Hulk would easily come out to destroy the house when he was too tired. Banner didn't want the Hulk to dismantle the RV, as he couldn't afford to pay for it. At night, which was early morning in New York, Li Feng knocked on the guest room with a screwdriver. After a while, Banner pushed open the door with vigor, took the screwdriver in confusion, and asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing that Li Feng pointed around first, and then pointed to his ears, Banner said that he understood it in seconds. But, there are no tools, no structural drawings of the RV. Are you asking me to find all the monitoring devices in the RV with just a screwdriver? Banner looked at Li Feng speechlessly, and said faintly, Mr. Austin, is it too late for me to regret now? Banner pointed to the 4-door locker and said helplessly in a low voice, I don't even know how much space is inside the RV, and you just give me a screwdriver as an inspection tool. This is probably my mission in my lifetime. You might as well say that this idea came up with to put me under house arrest. Li Feng shook his head and smiled. It's not that exaggerated. In fact, there are only magic related items in the locker, and the rest is what you need to do. Although the area to be inspected was instantly reduced by more than half, he is a doctor, not an agent. If he really doesn't have the tools, give him a bunch of electronic parts, and he can assemble a detector by himself. What's the matter with the screwdriver? Banner smiled bitterly, looked down at the screwdriver in his hand, then looked at the gradually darkening night outside the window, and said helplessly, take me with you when you go to New York, and shook the screwdriver in his hand. There is no cutie in this thing, so I need some electronic parts, and buy some books. After all, I want to teach you knowledge and I need the help of books. Li Feng tilted his head to think for a while, then turned to Creature and shouted, Creature, prepare a shoulder bag for Banner, and get some more cash. After shouting, Li Feng blinked his right eye at Banner, and said mysteriously, I hope you like the shoulder bag. Soon, Creature handed an ordinary shoulder bag to Banner, and grabbed a handful of scattered US dollars. He blinked his innocent big eyes, and said to Li Feng, Boss, we only have less than 300 US dollars. Are you giving them all to Mr. Banner? For a moment, the atmosphere in the RV became a little awkward. Li Feng is now a man with a farm. He is self-sufficient in food, clothing and daily necessities. In addition, he is a mage, and the things he needs cannot be purchased with cash, so he never cares about how much cash he has. The same is true for Banner. He is a wanted criminal by the military, and has to hide on weekdays. Where does he get the spare money? After looking at Banner, Li Feng scratched his head and asked, well, is this enough money? If not, I will go. Halfway through his words, Li Feng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have money, and a lot of money. Thinking of this, Li Feng looked down at Creature and asked, when I robbed a Badia before, did you record that guy's bank account number and password? Creature shook his head blankly. Boss, Creature remembers that you asked a gentleman named Jarvis to help you write down the bank account number and password, as well as the address and password of the safe, but we didn't take the safe. Well, it's my fault. Li Feng scratched his brow, looked at the phone hanging on the wall and asked, do you remember the Stark family phone number? I'll call Jarvis. Creature still shook his head, drooped his head, and cursed in a low voice. Damn it, Creature is not a competent servant, and can't help the boss. Creature should be punished. Before Creature banged his head against the wall, Li Feng's mouth corners curled up slightly, and then quickly retracted, and ordered, Creature, go take care of the medicine garden. On the side, Banner looked at Creature who disappeared in the locker door in confusion, and asked in a low voice, what's wrong with him? Why did he suddenly become self-blaming and suicidal? Li Feng pointed to the brain, shrugged and said, creature has suffered inhuman abuse, so this is a small problem. Don't worry about him, he will be normal in a while. After that, Li Feng snapped his fingers, and 2 cloaks flew out of the locker. He handed one to Banner and said, "This is an expulsion cloak. As long as you put on the cloak, normal people will ignore your existence. If you are interested, I can give you a cloak that can also make you invisible. Then you can swagger and raise your middle finger in front of Ross. Believe me, Ross will never see you." Banner raised his eyebrows, took the cloak and said, "I don't want to appear in front of him, even if I can be invisible." Seeing Banner put on the cloak, Li Feng waved his hand to open a portal and made a gesture of invitation to Banner. When crossing the magical portal again, Banner found himself on the top floor of a building and asked curiously, "Where is this?" "New York, the Stark Company building." After that, Li Feng took Banner straight to Potts' office, ready to ask Potts to help contact Jarvis so that he could withdraw some money to buy some things. But before Li Feng walked to Potts' office, he unexpectedly saw Stark was also in the company, and the reactor on his chest had obviously been upgraded. Li Feng curled his lips. It seems that the plot has changed. I wonder if Stark, who is not threatened with death, will still give his battle suit to his black best friend. The most important thing is, will this guy still perform in public how to urinate and defecate in the battle suit? I was looking forward to this scene, and I wanted to record it for Stark to watch in the future. In the distance, Stark, who felt energetic and ate everything with relish, also found Li Feng coming down from the rooftop. He walked quickly to Li Feng with a smile and said, "Man, the party on the streets of Manhattan last night was really grand." Before Li Feng could speak, Stark glanced at Banner and said half doubtfully and half affirmatively, "Robert Bruce Banner?" Banner stretched out his hand to shake hands with Stark and said hello, while looking at Li Feng in confusion, his eyes full of "Didn't you say that ordinary people would ignore us? What's going on here?" Li Feng shrugged innocently, motioned Banner to take off his cloak, pointed at Stark's reactor, and said, "This guy can't find us without this thing." Stark curled his lips. He didn't want to live with the reactor all day. It was a bunch of metal embedded in his chest. He didn't feel uncomfortable when walking normally, but he always felt a tightness in his chest when bending over or doing strenuous exercise. It was too uncomfortable. But if he didn't wear this thing, his life would be over. Then someone else would spend his hard-earned money, someone else would drive his new car that he hadn't driven many times, someone else would live in his big house with a sea view, and the worst thing was that his wife would also become someone else's. The green grave would be bigger than a football field. It was so miserable. The more Stark thought about it, the more miserable his life became. He glanced at Banner beside him, scratched his brow and said, "Drive Banner, can Austin and I talk alone for a while?" Without waiting for Banner to step back, Li Feng hurriedly said, "Wait," and then, Li Feng said to Stark slowly, "Lend me some money, and I'll pay you back after I transfer Abadias assets to my name." Stark, who couldn't help but recall the scene of Li Feng blackmailing the dead, twitched his mouth, rolled his eyes and said, "Money, you name an amount, and I'll give it to you, but Abadias assets must be left to his wife and children." Without waiting for Li Feng to agree, Stark, who was afraid that Li Feng would be greedy for money, was patient and whispered, "Abadiad was my enemy at the beginning, and I had no choice but to kill him, but I don't regret it. After all, it was a life and death contest, but his family did not participate in the grievances between him and me, and he watched me grow up anyway, and I can't watch his children wander the streets." Li Feng shrugged his shoulders and said disdainfully, "You think too much. If I didn't happen to need to buy some books recently, and I had no money, I would have almost forgotten about it. Unless there are magic materials that can be purchased with US dollars, I won't bother to deal with those small pieces of paper that are too hard to wipe my butt. This is the best." Stark, who never carries credit cards, cash or other items with him, casually called an employee and ordered, "Go to Potts to get a credit card." While Stark was ordering the employee, Li Feng turned his head and said to Banner, "Banner, please help me get a credit card and buy some books on physics for me." In the evening, Li Feng pointed to the ceiling and said, "We will meet on the rooftop in the evening." Banner nodded, said to Stark, "Nice to meet you," and left with the employee. Stark looked around and took Li Feng to an empty corner. Without waiting for Stark to speak, Feng glanced at the reactor and said with a smile, "Is this thing cool? It's a pity that your father was restricted by the times, otherwise the first person to see it would be your father." Stark was stunned for a moment, squinted and said, "Do you know this thing?" After a pause, Stark seemed to remember something and said unhappily, "I forgot that you can use time magic. You knew that my father left something behind, but didn't tell me earlier. Do you know how much suffering I have suffered? How much psychological pressure I have been under? Every morning when I open my eyes, the first thing I do is to avoid pots and hide in the bathroom to test for palladium poisoning, for fear that I would be dead if I'm not careful. But you are watching me laugh at me. I want to break up with you." Feng rolled his eyes, pouted and said, "Bullshit about breaking up. I haven't asked you what's going on with Uncle Ben." Stark pinched the tip of his nose, looked around and said, "I just looked at Mr. Parker's resume, and I think people like him should come to work in my company." Before Stark finished speaking, Feng waved his hand and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I will believe you? Just tell me honestly what's going on." Chapter 149 Dark Book. Anyone who first experiences a terrorist attack and then a few deadly shrapnel forcibly living near the heart without paying rent will live in fear all day long, even Iron Man. So even though Stark's proudest work is the reactor and iron suit that can keep him alive, and he even proudly announced to the media that he is Iron Man, who can understand his inner pain. In fact, Stark did not think about having surgery to remove the shrapnel, but Jarvis clearly told him that the success rate of the operation was frighteningly low, which was also the main reason why Stark did not want to have surgery. After all, who wants to die when they can live? Until a few days ago, Stark and Abadia personally experienced the powerful effect of the Eternal Fountain after the battle, which made him suddenly realize that he had a way to remove the bomb fragments in his body on the premise of staying alive. The method is very simple, as long as there is a large amount of Eternal Fountain during the operation, to ensure his own vigorous vitality. After listening to Stark's self-rescue plan, Feng was thinking silently. Among all the superheroes, Feng hated Stark the most. He was prepared to say that he hated Stark's cheats. Let's use Captain America as an example. Although Captain had 2 cheats, they were useless when facing Feng. Feng didn't even need to do it himself. He just needed to let Wang Ke perform on stage. First, there was the cheat of the serum card. Although it made Captain's endurance a little exaggerated, the Captain's catchphrase was "I can accompany you for a day." And when facing ordinary people, he could really fight for a day, and he didn't eat or go to the toilet in the middle. But Dementors can accompany you for a year. I wonder if you will be suffocated to death by urine. Secondly, the shield with an unscientific flight trajectory, but a shield is just a shield. Even if Captain saw the Dementors, what could he do? Could he use the shield to block the Dementors' attacks? In addition, Feng wanted to dismantle Newton's coffin and let him out to bask in the sun. By the way, he asked Captain what was the principle of the shield that flew around but always returned to his hand. Are they still affected by gravity? It can be said that except for a few people, the plugins of the rest of Banner, Black Widow, Hawkeye and others are also not powerful. When facing the invisible Wang Ke, they can only grope blindly. Among these few people who can see the existence of Dementors, Stark relies on the reactor to see Dementors. After all, he has suffered so much to get a chest headlight. It's okay to see it. Anyway, Stark can't do anything with Dementors. But the ring is broken by this guy's plugin. One of them has a rich plugin. Let's not talk about it. Anyway, he just pays for what he wants. He is a master who has no shortage of high-tech materials. And the other one makes Feng unhappy. There are so many good plugins, but he has to use it in his brain, which makes his brain a little too big, and he studies things very quickly. As long as Stark is given some time, this guy will not only see Dementors himself, but also rely on research results to let everyone appreciate the enchanting figure of Dementors. This is not the end. As long as Stark wants, he can research a way to deal with Dementors. Feng thought to himself, if Stark took off the reactor, then he would never see the Dementors again. It must be more difficult to study an invisible creature than a visible one. And without the reactor that increases resistance, Stark would be more susceptible to spell control, right? It's worth a try after a long time, Li Feng asked quietly. The credit card you just gave me allows me to spend as I please, and you arranged for Uncle Ben to work in your company. Is it all so that I owe you a favor, and it will be convenient for you to ask for the Fountain of Life? Stark pinched the tip of his nose, shrugged and said, it's not asking, it's buying the Fountain of Life. Li Feng rolled his eyes and asked, what do you want to buy it with, US dollars? Do you think I care about this thing? The no man's land built for you before, Stark said slowly, the property rights are written in your name. Haha, Li Feng said speechlessly, why didn't I know that the Fountain of Life is so cheap now? Stark looked up and glanced around, took a deep breath and whispered, I know you sold 3 drops of the Fountain of Life to SHIELD. Although Fury refused to tell me what price he paid, I know you can actually sell the Fountain of Life. You just need to tell me what you want. Maybe my connections and money can help you. Li Feng, who had intended to let Stark remove the reactor, tilted his head and thought about it, touched his chin and asked, how many drops of the Fountain of Life do you need? Stark shrugged innocently and said a little embarrassedly, 1000 cc. As soon as the voice fell, Li Feng glared at Stark and asked with a black face, how much? 1000 cc. Stark spread his hands and said helplessly, you don't give me the opportunity to study the Fountain of Eternal Life, so I don't know how much vitality the Fountain of Eternal Life can provide. Before Stark finished explaining, Li Feng bit his back teeth and interrupted, that can't be 1000 cc. Are you going to use the Fountain of Eternal Life as saline and use it like and forth during your operation? Stark blinked inexplicably. At first, I thought about holding the Fountain of Eternal Life in my mouth and swallowing it little by little, or letting the doctor inject it directly into my heart when rescuing me. After a pause, Stark tilted his head and touched his chin and said, but now, I find that the method of fourth may be better. In response, Li Feng was so angry that he raised his middle finger to Stark and cursed, get out, you'd better die. It's a waste of Earth resources to save you. Stark also responded to Li Feng with a middle finger and cursed, you are not a good guy either. Why do you only sell shield and not me? And you watched me being tortured by palladium metal. Do you still regard me as a friend? Now it's time for you to atone for your sins. Hurry up and sell me 1000 cc of the Fountain of Eternal Life. Li Feng, others exchanged precious things. What about you? You want to sell it with nothing? From the tone, it seems that he wants to sell the Fountain of Eternal Life. Stark straightened his collar and asked confidently, what do you want? Even if it's a magic item, I can get some with the offensive of money. It really is a magic item. Li Feng took out a piece of parchment from his shoulder bag and floated in the air. He controlled the feather pen to write something on the parchment and said, as long as you sign a confidentiality agreement, I will tell you what I'm looking for. Find? Stark looked at the parchment puzzledly and said, you use the word find. Does it mean that the magic item you are looking for is not in the magic world, but in the hands of an ordinary person? Li Feng nodded and said, this item fell from the hands of a certain big boss. I only know that it is buried somewhere now and is ownerless. As he spoke, the contract was already written on the parchment. Stark curiously picked up the parchment and held it in his hand. After looking at Li Feng, he signed his name and said, the Intelligence Bureau does not have such strict confidentiality regulations as yours. They even asked me to delete the relevant information in the Jarvis system immediately after finding the item. And here, what do you mean by not letting me see the contents? Are you looking for a CD or a magic videotape? After signing, Stark handed the parchment to Li Feng and said, now tell me what you want to find and provide me with any clues. Li Feng took the parchment and shook his head slightly and said, don't worry, the contract hasn't been established yet. After that, Li Feng signed his name on the parchment in front of Stark and watched the parchment burn to ashes inexplicably, clapped his hands and said, now the contract is officially established. I think Jarvis has also detected the magic fluctuations on the scene. When Li Feng was speaking, Stark heard Jarvis check that he was wrapped in some strange energy, but for a while Jarvis could not detect the use of these energies, only knowing that Stark's body was not affected. Li Feng casually opened the mirror space, briefly introduced the role of the mirror space and said, I want to find the magic book. It is called Dark God Book. I only know that it last appeared in a certain energy laboratory a few years ago. Now this closed laboratory has one person in prison and one paralyzed. Although the remaining researchers are marked as dead, their souls are actually locked in a box made of some special materials. Wait, Stark asked with a glare. You mean the soul is locked in the box? Li Feng looked at Stark in confusion and said, haven't you seen the resurrected Obadiah? What's wrong with humans having souls? Stark's mouth twitched, and he stretched out his hand to signal Li Feng to continue the introduction, but he waited for a long time and Li Feng didn't continue the introduction, so he asked puzzledly, then what? What energy laboratory is researching? Who does the laboratory belong to, and where is the address? What are the names of the remaining 2 people? Li Feng spread his hands. This is all I have. Stark, looking for a fart. Don't you know how many energy laboratories are closed every day around the world? That's why I asked you to help find it. If everyone knows where the book is, there's no point in looking for it. I can just drive an excavator to dig it up. After saying that, Li Feng tilted his head to think about it. Although Stark had signed a contract not to read the contents of the book, there was no guarantee that once the plugin in his brain was activated, he would find a way to read the contents of the book, or find a way to avoid the consequences of breach of contract. Thinking of this, Li Feng said dimly, the Dark Book is also called the Scroll of Sithorn. It is named because the ancient god Sithorn wrote spells on indestructible parchment. Although the Dark Book contains many powerful magics, it can corrupt the mind of the reader. At this point, Li Feng stretched out his palm and said, for tens of thousands of years, I only know of 5 people who can read the Dark Book without being affected. One of them is the author of the book, so you'd better abide by the contract we signed, and don't open the Dark Book. What about you? Stark looked at Li Feng puzzledly and asked, since reading this book is so dangerous, why are you still looking for it, and what will happen if I find it and hold it in my hand? As long as you don't open it, the book can't tempt you. Li Feng pointed at himself and said with a smile, as for me, I'm also unable to read the Dark Book, but I didn't say that others can't read it. Remember I said before that this book was originally in the hands of a big boss? Stark narrowed his eyes and said, do you know this big boss? Do you want to return the book to him, or let him teach you how to read the Dark Book? Chapter 150 Stark's Cooperation. In response to Stark's question, Li Feng neither admitted nor denied it. In short, he let Stark guess for himself. Anyway, Li Feng would not tell Stark that he was going to take the Dark Book to other worlds to ask the big guys to help interpret it. As for asking Li Feng to ask Ancient One to help interpret the Dark Book, although Ancient One had read the Dark Book, Li Feng still thought that he should first confirm what attitude Ancient One had towards the Dark Book, so as to avoid the Dark Book that he had finally obtained being confiscated by Ancient One. After the deal was done, when Li Feng was about to open the portal and walk out of the mirror space, Stark suddenly grabbed Li Feng and asked hesitantly, what about the ancient gods you mentioned before? Are there really gods in this world? Li Feng turned his head to look at Stark. He didn't know whether Stark was suffering from paranoia or was simply out of curiosity and wanted to find a god to chat about the weather or something. What does this have to do with you? Do you want to dissect a god? Stark pinched his nose, squinted and said, I'm just curious. I don't believe you. Li Feng turned his head to look at Stark and said, although I don't know what you think, there are indeed gods. Do those berserkers in Northern Europe know about it? Since they were talking about gods, Stark certainly didn't think that Li Feng was just talking about the Vikings. He nodded slightly and asked, do you mean that the Aesir in Norse mythology really exist? Li Feng shrugged and explained. To use the fashionable words now, the so-called Aesir are actually a group of aliens whose technology and lifespan far exceed that of Earth. They visited Earth a long time ago and called themselves Asgardians. Stark understood that the Aesir had technology far superior to that of humans. After all, humans have not left Earth until now. Since they can come to Earth for tourism, their technology will certainly be superior to that of Earth. But what does it mean that their lifespan is also far superior to that of Earthlings? Although the average lifespan of Earthlings is less than 100 years, centenarians are not uncommon. Could it be that the EC can live another 500 years? Before Stark could ask his doubts, Li Feng said in a tone of deep envy, although I don't know how long ordinary people in the EC can live, I know that some people who have awakened divine power, which you can understand as awakened superpowers, can live for 5,000 years. Those with powerful divine power can even live for tens of thousands of years, right? Just like Odin, I estimate that his lifespan is more than 5,000 years. Stark smacked his lips and said with a sour grape look, life is not about how long you live, but about the meaning of living. It's like a blooming firework. Although it disappears in an instant, it is deeply remembered. Stark stepped on his feet and said disdainfully, just like the stone under my feet, although it has existed for billions of years, who cares? Li Feng scratched his head inexplicably, subconsciously stretched out his right hand, touched Stark's forehead with the back of his hand, and said, are you a scientist or a philosopher? Do you need me to call an ambulance? Look at how your brain is burned. You don't even know who you are. Stark, who wanted to give an impromptu speech, knocked off Li Feng's right hand and rolled his eyes and said, forget the end of science, a vulgar person, like you won't understand. What's wrong with being vulgar? Li Feng then opened the portal, pointed to the reactor and said, without someone as vulgar as me, you wouldn't know how to save yourself now. But during my self-rescue, the only thing you did was to keep me alive during the operation, although this is the most important part of the operation. Stark raised his eyebrows, followed Li Feng out of the mirror space, and asked, when are you going to give me the Fountain of Immortality? Are you going to trade it after I find the book? How is that possible? Li Feng spread his hands, curled his lips and said, I will give you the Fountain of Immortality when you prepare the operating room. We have all signed the contract, and it's no use going back on it. Stark scratched his brows and smiled. Maybe you can give me the Fountain of Immortality now? It will also allow me to study why this thing is so magical. Li Feng glanced at Stark and said with contempt, although you have a lot of high-tech gadgets at home, you really don't have any equipment to store the Fountain of Eternal Life, so don't think about it. After that, Li Feng walked straight to the door and said to Stark behind him, please help me contact SHIELD. Why hasn't the driver of the special car I called come yet? I wonder if Carlson's reputation in my heart has begun to plummet. Stark's eyes twitched, and he raised his middle finger to Li Feng, who was ordering his servants around. If it weren't for my employees around here, I really want to beat your face up. By the way, why didn't I know that SHIELD also provided special car service? After a while, Carlson drove a burgundy Tibetan caravan to the door of Stark Company. In the driver's seat, Carlson squinted at Li Feng, who was circling his car, and said curiously, Mr. Austin, do you like this car? Li Feng shrugged and opened the car door casually and said, which antique shop did you buy this car from? It's well refurbished. Please fasten your seatbelts. As he started the car, Carlson saw Li Feng touching his car here and there, and said with a smile, her name is Laura. She doesn't like people touching her. Li Feng looked at Carlson mysteriously and said, I have a flying RV. What name should I give it, so that it can match your Laura? Then we can hold a grand wedding for them. Maybe your Laura will give birth to a bunch of flying RVs next winter. Then I will allow you to adopt a few flying cars. Can naming a car give birth to a car? Should I give a name to the $2 in my pocket? Let them give birth to as many $dollars as possible? Anyway, the overbirth office can't do anything about them. Carlson, who was half believing and half doubting that the RV could fly, showed a gentle smile. After looking at Li Feng, who was not studying Laura, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you don't study my Laura, it's fine. These are all the most advanced equipment in S.H.I.E.L.D. Carlson was afraid that Li Feng would find something in the car, so he decided to chat with Li Feng on the way to the hospital in order to distract Li Feng's curiosity to explore Laura, and said, should I go to the supermarket to prepare some milk powder now? Li Feng tilted his head and joked, milk powder? No, I think it's more reliable to feed you engine oil. After a while, the two who were chatting with each other came to a hospital. Led by Carlson, Li Feng knocked on Uncle Ben's ward, only to see that it was Happy Hogan with a bulging belly who opened the door. Li Feng leaned over to glance at Uncle Ben lying on the bed, greeted him, and asked in a puzzled voice, I remember you are Stark's bodyguard and driver. Did Stark ask you to visit Uncle Ben? Happy, who was not very familiar with Li Feng, but had at least met Li Feng a few times, stepped aside and shrugged, saying, I'm now the security director of Stark Industries and Mr. Parker's boss. My subordinates are injured and admitted to the hospital. I have to understand the specific situation before I can arrange for another employee to temporarily replace Parker's job. Pointing to the ground, Harry motioned Li Feng and Carlson to enter the ward and said, by the way, this hospital belongs to Stark Industries, so I'm also here to inspect the security situation in the hospital, not to visit Mr. Parker as you said. What you said makes a lot of sense. Li Feng walked into the ward and whispered, I'm afraid Stark bought this hospital overnight. It's a pity that the money is wasted because Uncle Ben will not stay in the hospital at all. Without waiting for Happy to answer, Li Feng glanced at Carlson who was about to stand in the corner as a wooden stake, and walked up to Uncle Ben, while scanning Uncle Ben with his mental power and said, Uncle Ben, do you feel better? Except for the numbness in my feet, the rest is fine. Uncle Ben glanced at Li Feng and the surrounding environment, and smiled. To be honest, this is the first time I have lived in a VIP ward in my life, and I feel a little uncomfortable. At the side, Aunt May walked to Uncle Ben, took Uncle Ben's hand, and whispered to Li Feng, we know that all this is because of you, including Ben's ability to work at Stark Company now, but Austin, we don't know how to thank you. After checking Uncle Ben's injuries, and confirming that he could use healing skills, Li Feng opened his palms to Uncle Ben, released healing skills and smiled. I remember Uncle Ben invited me to taste your cooking. I like food. The speed of magic healing was beyond Uncle Ben's imagination. When Li Feng finished speaking, he felt that his foot injury had fully recovered. Uncle Ben pinched his thigh in astonishment and said happily, maybe one meal cannot express my gratitude to the magical magic. Li Feng shrugged and joked in a relaxed tone, then Uncle Ben, you must be prepared to be eaten out by me. I'm a famous big eater. While Li Feng and Uncle Ben were chatting, Carlson on the side suddenly heard the message from the cochlea. After a moment of stunned, he looked at Peter who seemed to have discovered the hidden detection equipment in the ward. He walked behind Peter and said with a smile, are you Mr. Peter Parker? Peter raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. Then Carlson glanced at Uncle Ben and said, I think Mr. Parker no longer needs to stay in the hospital. Can you help with the discharge procedures? Of course. Peter looked at Carlson thoughtfully. When he was about to walk out of the ward, he heard Li Feng say, Carlson, there's no need to send little Peter away. If he finds out, he finds out. Li Feng pointed around and said with his hands spread out, in fact, when Stark admitted in front of me that there was a way to remove the headlight on his chest, and when he bought this hospital, I guessed that you had already cooperated and secretly recorded the energy fluctuations of my healing magic, right? Happy opened his mouth and glanced at Carlson obscurely. Stark is not only involved in it, but also provides a lot of equipment for free. As for Stark's purpose, Li Feng looked at Happy and shrugged and said, he wants to use healing magic during surgery to ensure that his life is not threatened, right? On the side, Uncle Ben and Aunt May, who knew nothing about this and felt like they were bait, looked at Happy and Carlson with a little anger and said to Li Feng with an apology, sorry, we didn't know. Li Feng comforted, Uncle Ben, I know the style of shield, and they will be familiar with my magic sooner or later, so it's not a big deal. I just want to remind them that there is no need to monitor you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.